untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled, which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys, sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalahkan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun, saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu pembakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Cikgu guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah later.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPL akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homebois, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
To Double 11. Amazing prices, amazing styles. Win big in Mega Draw. Lowest prices, incredible benefits.
Tanpa kalori, yo, hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Coba, try, taste, 100 plus zero. Hey!
Welcome to MCDG Rising Stars. From September 12 to October 19, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group
This season, we're aiming for first time for bid in Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homebois, and it's a new lineup. Their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to Homebois, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah. Tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first lah. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mengena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JML seperti macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan diorang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan push something lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah season lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homebois. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bantu orang bagi orang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPMY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dah dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPMY punya official page ataupun bio MPMY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
menentang AERO saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh steady main line up, vamos, and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homebois. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Homebois nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back-to-back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya player-player diorang tu player yang veteran macam Ciku, Valence, and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Si Putra dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPLMY official page.
CeraVe baharu blemish control membersih 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalah dengan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu pembakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah later.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPLMY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homebois, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojo saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kasap lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG jangan lupa dan Todak jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPLMY season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli je guys.
tumpukan dekat kita orang AERO, Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan berhad lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3. Go.
Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lagi saja kan. Sebab Yumfa dia cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan, semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang, tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa team race sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. Sebab tu lah kita orang kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun we really get right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. Be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Club, Atras. MPL Homebois ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homebois dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat imbang. Percaya teriapel jawabnya.
Kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last 2 slots for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and AERO. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games, us and another team, because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than AERO. Sorry to say to Untitled, because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Most dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoff.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan berbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab boleh dari bawah, still boleh bersaing lah. Saya tak gila nak main playoff.
Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
In the end, mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk kau.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. Yeah.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraV, Nando's, and Playas. Predator Badlands in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, MAPS.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 hari kedua playoffs. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang playoffs ini. Dan semalam, pada hari pertama playoffs, kita pun sudah saksikan beberapa pasukan yang bangkit. And of course, semalam juga kita terpaksa cakap terima kasih kepada Homebois dan juga AERO Esports. Tetapi the road to M7 continues. Hari ini kita akan saksikan 2 upper bracket semi-finals match. So, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk upper bracket semi-finals match yang pertama, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports menentang Monster Vicious. Semalam, MV mengejutkan kita semua dengan gaya ubih dan melangkah ke semi-finals upper bracket buat pertama kali untuk mereka. But on the other hand, mereka berdepan dengan SRG.OG. Adakah Giant Slayers akan kembali mengasah pedang dan menuntut maruah ataupun SRG.OG sekali lagi membuktikan takhta mereka suka digugat? Untuk upper bracket semi-finals match yang kedua pula untuk hari ini, CG Esports menentang Team Vamos. Di regular season, matchup ini sudah pun ada keputusan. Namun selepas 3 minggu, roda takdir akan condong kepada siapa? Adakah CG yang mendaki dari MAL ke MPL will get closer to their dreams? Ataupun Team Vamos, anti-hero kegemaran arena ini menulis satu bab baru? Itulah perlawanan untuk hari ini. And of course, kepada semua audience kita dekat rumah, you guys boleh guna It's My Time kod di bawah di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game reward. Ini masa kita, ini masa Malaysia. Walaupun tak ada pasukan yang akan tersingkir untuk perlawanan hari ini, we have to remember that M7 is on the line. Rose rasa semua orang dah tak sabar untuk saksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat dinantikan. Perlawanan SRG.OG pertama di playoffs ini. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the panel.
Thank you, Rose, and thank you very much to everyone who has chosen to join us once again for Day 2 of the MPL Malaysia Season 16 playoffs, where we are now down to our top 4 teams, but with only 2 slots on the line for M7. Who shall be able to claim them? Once again, on the desk with me is going to be LaFell, but we've got a brand new face, a brand new import today. Jays, how you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great. I'm really enjoying the Malaysian hospitality all across here because it's so great to be able to see such a wonderful stage right behind us, and the matches yesterday was kind of nutty, right?
Yeah. Honestly, it's crazy because import from Singapore, but he's Malaysian. By the way, thank you for everyone choosing to watch us. And if you're forced to watch us as well, you know what? Thanks as well.
Thank you very much for everyone. And of course, thank you as well to Infinix, because did you guys know the Infinix GT30 has just launched? It is now available on Infinix TikTok Malaysia and comes with a free magnetic cooler. It's even more affordable than the GT30 Pro because it's priced below 1.1k ringgit. It's also the only phone in this price tier with GT trigger, 1.5k display, and 144Hz refresh rate. It supports steady performance and 120 FPS in MLBB. And that's not all, guys. We've got two exclusive new colors, green and blue, added to the GT30 series, so make sure you guys check that out. But of course, we've got two more matches today, very spicy ones, and this is going to be the first time we get to see SRG.OG after the break.
Now, honestly, like, something that I just thought of yesterday, which we haven't really brought out, is that not only is this a new patch, so it's very fresh for everyone watching, but the thing is, because MPL Malaysia is the last MPL to start the playoffs, all the other teams from other regions, they've already gone to break, so there's no really scrim partners now. So basically all the teams are going in, kind of going blind.
You're right, actually. I'm seeing this more like an edge. All right, you guys are using this current patch to basically, stress test right there in this particular scene. And this also means that, everybody else in MPL region will be watching us very detailed regarding the new patch, how we're going to be able to use it.
That's true. We're going to be the pioneers, but that does leave us in a very lofty position where we do not yet have peers that we can build off of. But if we're talking about a team that does not have peers, who stands above the rest, it is none other than the Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports. Innocent, Hume, Stormy, Skies, and Cram have all maintained dominance this season.
And honestly, they have a pretty big buff because they have Ozora Vecchi as well as Coach Arcadia behind their backs, as well as Winter as the analyst, meaning to say that they should probably be one of the earliest teams to figure out the meta here, where I'm really looking forward how they're going to readjust for Stormy as well as Humes, because MB yesterday, Leonie has shown multiple ways to play the roam position, showing the Estes with the heals as well as the damage Cho.
Yeah, and looking at this particular patch and this roster, I'm very sure they do have that confidence going into regarding how they're going to be able to execute this, especially watching games yesterday. They're having a back seat, and now they're probably going to show us how they're going to use it in this particular match.
But a team that has not been on the backseat and has already proven some interesting developments with the new patch is Monster Vicious. Ruff, Leonie, Bundles, Uni, and Momo were able to successfully send home the Homebois yesterday. And for the first time in many seasons, they have made it to day 2 of the playoffs. You got to watch them yesterday, Jays. What do you think about this team?
Yeah, they're literally monsters, and they're super vicious, especially ripping, teams apart, right? Like, no pun intended, legit, right? Just looking at these teams, Ruff, Leonie, Bundles, Uni, and Momo as well, they're just literally going in guns blazing, just literally tearing, meat from bone to sinew. And that's exactly the kind of playstyle I enjoy watching.
Damn stuff with all the literally, I thought I was talking to Gordon Ramsay.
Right?
Literally just put salt on there.
That's more like a Salt Bay kind of.
Yeah, but still.
That is layer by layer dissecting just how Monster Vicious is tearing apart.
Now you're making me hungry. So
and honestly, like Monster Vicious, the thing that I appreciate, right? Because they've been #1 exits for a few seasons now. They did not hold back, right?
Yeah.
Any kind of strategy, any kind of cheese, they already shown in day #1. Kind of dangerous because SRG.OG, they can see that and be like, okay, we know the pattern, we know what to look out for. But hey, maybe in the playoffs, you can't have that mindset of like, I need to hide something. Again, you don't have a lot of testing ground to scream with other people, so might as well just give your very best since day #1.
I mean, it's also a measure of confidence, right? Yes, it's risky to reveal so many of your strategies straight away, but did they actually reveal everything, right? And are they confident enough in their flexibility and hero pool with the new patch that they say, here you go, do with it what you will, we'll figure something out anyway?
Yeah, but I feel like, if you are from Monster Vicious, you're doing in play-ins, right? You really have to do everything that they can do in order to basically stay in MPL MY, because if they don't show everything else, they may not be able to show it today.
That's true, and especially since they're going to be going head-to-head with the unbeaten champions of MPL Malaysia. Only 2 teams in the history of MPL MY have ever achieved unbeaten records across their entire season. The first was Todak, all the way back in Season 6 when we were still MPL MYSG. And that record was never reached again until the advent of the Selangor Red Giants, who have now done so twice and are eager for a 4-peat champion.
Yep, Season 13 as well as Season 15. They've been 3-peat champions, which, here's the thing, even 2-peat never happened.
Yep.
Todak has won multiple championships, but never back-to-back. SRG has done it twice and then 3 times. And now, honestly, like everyone all over the world thinking they might do it for a 4th time.
Yeah, and you know, being a unbeaten champion itself lends a lot of pressure onto SRG, right? Imagine that your games are literally analyzed to the death because you've got a lot more screen time, you've got a lot more play time, and I think, you know, Monster Bish is definitely looking up from that particular well, looking at how they could be able to take down, because riding on the momentum that they did against their opponent yesterday, they may have a better momentum as compared to SRG.
It is definitely possible, and something that I'm sure all of us are very eager to witness right now. But we gotta get you guys' opinions as well. This time, we've only got 2 options, because this is a battle of the SEA Games junglers. Both Skies and Uni are on the Malaysian SEA Games lineup, and now we're going to ask you guys the hard-hitting question. Which of these 2 players do you believe deserves that main lineup spot more?
Not gonna spoil anything.
Well, can I put my...
no, because I'm part of this.
Oh, can I put a name in
He
there?
knows the answer.
Well, I'm technically speaking, I'm rooting for Sakai's, right? Because I remember that time when he was back, when he really popped off in MSC. I was literally on the EWC panelist, and literally when I was able to talk to him, he's such a very young player, very promising player, yet humble at the same time.
Yeah.
And I really am rooting for this kid ever since then.
Uni is an amazing jungler, but I do have one big concern, which is yesterday, especially on the last game with the Lancelot, he secured 0 turtles and 0 lords, even with a level advantage, even if he was there in the vicinity. Every single one of them, A-mount secure. Like, still, Uni won the game, right? But going up against Sakai's, and you can have the argument that Daniel stunned him up so that he couldn't use the retribution anyways, but now you're going up against Cram, you're going up against Humes. So if you think it's difficult to secure those neutral objectives against Homebois, bro, SRG is a different beast.
I mean, Uni has always been known a bit more for his micro mechanics rather than his objective congestion, but it is also true that his performance yesterday was less than stellar. Either way though, we'll get to actually witness what happens in the first match of the day, because both teams will be walking up on stage very soon. Let's start by introducing our marshals.
Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. We'll say thank you for your hard work, where they have been amazing throughout regular season as well as playoffs. Thank you very much, Rez, May, Nuna, as well as Aiden. And also even yesterday, people were cheering for the marshals.
Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports.
Marching in with an unbeaten record from the regular season, they carry a crucial mission, the hunt for their 4th consecutive championship title. Facing a raging giant ahead, can they defend their throne once more? The Conquerors in red and yellow, Selangor Red Giants, OG Esports.
We're about to witness the clash between SEA Games junglers Kais and Uni. We'll see, can they actually unleash their full force for today?
Monster Vicious.
Returning today after a dominant victory yesterday, facing the reigning conquerors of MPL MY. Can they shake the throne and push further beyond? The Monster meets the Red Giants. Are you ready for the clash? Make some noise! It's Monster Vicious!
The curse has been broken. This is their opportunity to break their limits and set a new record. A proving ground for Momo, both as a local EXP laner and a SEA Games representative. And now introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams. We got Coach Arcadia and Ozora Vecchi for SRG.OG. And for MV, we got Sora Payong and Kenji as assistant coach. We can obviously see MV finding new ways to play the game, overwhelming Homebois. But now SRG.OG, this is going to be the real test for Sora Payong and Kenji. Can they outsmart them in the drafts?
A battle between the raging beasts, between the conquerors, the giants, trembling the earth.
And now let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is going to be the first game of SRG.OG in the playoffs for this season. But Monster Vicious, they already got a momentum going.
Momentum is important, but so is the ability to face against unbeatable odds. SRG.OG takes to the stage for the first time here in the playoffs, one of the few teams that we've not had the chance to witness since the new patch.
Yeah, and you know, looking at Monster Vicious going up against SRG.OG, we're thinking about how this is basically a choo-choo train, right? Monster Vicious, this choo-choo train, they've got coals in their furnaces, they're ready to rock, they're ready to just basically punch through everything. But this is SRG.OG, the team that has one of the, best results in MPL Malaysia. And this is their first wall that they have to break if they really want to break through towards the grand finals.
That is indeed the case right here. Let's have a look at the team head-to-head for these two squads up there. Is there anything that sticks out to you, Lefel?
Two. Number one is unique hero pool, where we see Monster Vicious is more willing to use many different heroes compared to SRG.OG. But this is a stat that SRG.OG has kept throughout all their season, which is they have one of the least amount of unique hero pools. But again, it's just because they know what works and they stick with it. And if you don't ban it, they'll pick it back up. And the other thing is definitely the average KDA, where we see SRG.OG, they do not make mistakes. 7.1 average KDA is amazing. Sakai's yesterday showed up with 10.5 average KDA for the regular season. It's almost impossible to make out of a regular season with a two-number KDA, while Monster Vicious 4.7. But again, Sora Payong, even in the interview yesterday, he said, I want our players to not be afraid to make mistakes.
I hope so as well. We want them to put everything on the table right here. Let us track the results of these teams on the maps. And of course, SRG is going to have a pretty dominant win rate across the board. They only dropped a couple of games, but never any matches. In comparison, MV has pretty good stats, but it may not be as consistent.
Yeah, and you talk about consistency, right? My attention is actually mostly on SRG.OG. Just take a look, Expanding Rivers and Broken Walls, they've got like, 100% win rate on them? That's absolutely insane. And this also shows that, they really love to rotate around the map. Hopping on this movement speed buff on the Expanding Rivers, and also going through those nooks and crannies that Broken Walls allow you to use. And I feel like this also, boils down to how Yums like to play, how Sakai's like to play, rotating around these maps.
And honestly, the crazy thing looking at the maps is the maps that they lost are maps that they played the most, and it's just one time, right? So it really just showed that if the other maps played a little bit more, then maybe they could have lost in those maps instead.
All right, anything is possible, just like anything's possible when it comes to Kyrie. We reached out to him, and he has stated that Malaysian players are a big threat. After watching the Malaysian teams at MSC 2025, I think their players are a huge threat because they still have something to prove, and they should never be underestimated. For me, so far, SRG is the only team we need to watch out for, and to SRG, I hope we meet again at M7. Disguise, I want to face you at M7 because I lost to you during the MSC 2024 group stage.
Yeah, I was there just watching that, right? Like Lefel and Sadafa. You can sense that emotional roller coaster that Kyrie has to go through. And now, they're literally looking at Sakai like it's food, but, Sakai's looking up there. He's ready to take Kyrie on as a challenge.
The thing is, that was a storyline back in MSC because Sakai's, during that time, he wasn't a rookie, but he was still fresh on the scene.
Yeah.
And his idol was Kyrie. So going to MSC was the first time he got to, meet face-to-face, they interacted, and in a way, he was amazed meeting Kyrie face-to-face and then actually beating him on a big stage. That really launched Sakai's career even forward. And that's why Kyrie's like, okay, you know what? When you came to me, I was on a higher position, but now we're even.
We have seen a lot of player careers meet those of their idols in recent days, the eras of MPLs and the international ecosystem changing on a dime's notice. But now we're gonna jump into the draft for game number 1. Monster Vicious will have first pick, and it is going to be Broken Walls.
What's your command?
Something to know here for SRG.OG, they are one of the teams that is more willing than other teams to just target ban instead of going for those meta bans. And we saw yesterday how Momo only used Arlet once. And that was more than enough for even SRG.OG to be like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Crime is good, but let's not give him a hard time. We're not going to give Momo this Arlet.
Yeah, Arlot right now in this particular patch, I think the numbers are really broken, right? Like, Arlot right now packs so much numbers in his normal or regular damage that he really could shine even with the just defensive items. And now with the defensive items being buffed, that's even more threat. And when Arlot is such a really cheap hero, and I say cheap hero is because you don't really need a lot of items on him.
Low investment, yeah.
Low investment, high risk, but higher reward.
And he even got nerfed recently as well. Unfortunately for Arlet haters out there, it didn't affect his early mid-game, which is where he's strongest, so he's perfectly fine. And I do like that Arlet is one of the remaining heroes in the meta that gives you a chance for skill expression, right? Where if you play the hero well enough, you can actually outperform direct counters.
Now we gotta discuss how MV is approaching this draft here, because they're already banning out the Hayabusa as well as the Lancelot and the Hilda, showing that no matter what, they really want Uni to be on an assassin and trying to force Sakai's to either use a less meta assassin or force him on the tanks. But again, this could also mean that they can throw a curveball and first pick a Boxia to kind of like, in a way, like, you know, hide it from them. But now, SRG.OG, they're banning out the Fredrin, so almost challenging them, be like, hey, do you want that Eastern Shin? We have a way to deal with it.
Yeah, it feels like the jungle pool is really trimmed down right here, like, ladies and gents. Like, Monster Vicious and SRG, both of these two teams really targeting onto these jungles, making sure, starting to streamline down, like, the amount of junglers that you can pick. Like, in MPL Singapore, Boxia is like 100% pick ban rate. And we really favor the Boxia. But from what I saw yesterday, Boxia is like not really exactly like super S+ tier. So yeah, I'm expecting to see maybe SRG may pick that up because Boxia provides you so much utility and mobility. And it's like a tank that could just run around the map like a fanny, like a lick.
I feel like if you want to get that Boxia, you kind of have to get that Eve as well. Because if the opponent has the Eve, a Gatot, like all of these heroes that prevent you from running away, then that's going to spell trouble.
Yeah, I agree. Not to mention that Baxia has a hard time against the Eve, so you do not want to give it over to the opposite side yourself. I know that Skies does have the habit of going for Baxia first, especially when it comes to longer series, just to keep things open, use it as a bit of a warm-up since it's not as high mechanic overall. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that as the Red 3 pick, since they already see the Yi Sunshin locked in by MV.
I like the pick coming off from SRG, right? CC, first pick, either R1 or B1 pick is absolutely wonderful because immediately it locks out to all these potentially tank heroes that are being picked up. Because number one, CC really counters the Alice very quickly, could just shred. We've seen how the Uranus yesterday was literally instantly almost deleted by the CC, and that's one tank hero that you don't really need to worry about anymore.
Yep, and now they pick up the Kimi as well, making it so that it is possible if they do want to go for a double fighter, so the CC can go gold, can go EXP, because going up against Yi Sun-shin, if you have a tank or a fighter just staying in his face, kind of like a Uranus, the Yi Sun-shin is not going to have a good time.
Does mean that Eve is going to be left open though. MV not actually going to go for it. They grabbed the Grok in advance, but also the Ruby. I was wondering if SRG might want to lock in the Ruby for themselves, but MV has already taken that away from them. So this is most likely going to be a Russ hero in the gold lane.
Yeah, but I think it's a bit of a waste they don't pick up the Eve here, because SRG.OG can easily ban out a few mid laners, making it difficult for them to actually win against Stormy in lane. And I kind of feel like if Stormy wins the lane, I don't think Bondos is able to rotate around the map. And now SRG, they do have the option here to pick up their jungler, which is either the Boxia, or they want to go for a different assassin, something like a Joy, or honestly, pick up a Roam.
Yeah, I think like right now, just looking at how many jungles that are already gone, Coach Arcadia definitely has to pick a jungler right here. If not, you would expect, you know, the side of Monster Vicious to really trim down the jungle. And now they're literally using like Orange Agent right now, literally destroying every single kind of jungles going into the second ban phase.
Interesting. Keeping things open is very SRG though.
And now we kind of have an idea of how these teams are going to be banning going forward. As you already pointed out, we should expect MV to start banning more junglers to really limit Skies, and we should expect to see SRG start banning mid laners, unless they want to reduce the amount of side laners that they might have to deal with as well.
Now, the Gotha gets picked up here because it is a good deny for anything that MV wants to do when it comes to the mid choices, as well as a good combination with the CC. And like we have televised, the Eve does get banned here. For MV, honestly, they are in a very interesting situation because Sakai's is like, as a coach, you love a player like Sakai's. It doesn't matter, tank, fighter, assassin, just ask the guy to play it and he'll play it very, very well. The weird thing here is, what is Innocent going to be using? Is it going to be a CC? Because he roughly knows it might be the Ruby, or will he go for something like a Hive or a Granger? Personally for me, I think they're going for a double fighter, but I don't know, man. Maybe Innocent wants to be comfortable. He wants to use a marksman in game number 1.
It heavily depends on what Skies is going to end up getting here. The Paxia does get banned out, so now the only viable junglers left are going to be Joy and Akai if we're basing it off the meta. If it's Akai, then Innocent can go into Marksman. If it's Joy, then he would need to play a fighter. He is perfectly capable of executing on the CC. We've seen it before, and that's why they can keep it flexible somewhat, since both Innocent and Cram can go into this.
Yeah, looking at Monster Vicious in terms of like, what kind of heroes I've selected so far, there's a lot of CCs in this particular roster. The first 3, you got your Mounted Shocker, you got I'm Offender, even the Tectonic Charge, right? If I were SRG right now, if I were Innocent, I'm so strong in your traditional gold laners, I'd go for the Harif. The Harif will definitely pick up a Purifying, drop down the Zaman Force. The passive allows you to have some form of the CC immunity, not say CC immunity, CC reduction. I think that's definitely going to work in what SRG wants to do.
By the way, chat, yesterday I got home, I instantly go to sleep. No pillow touching, I just went to sleep.
Not even pillow talking? Not even pillow talking?
Nah, dude, I lay down, I died.
Fair enough.
And then Yuzong gets banned here, but this honestly does leave Uranus open if they do want to have CC in the gold. It looks like they're going for Guinevere. A niche pick, but definitely a top jungle pick.
Yeah, it's a really preferred pick. If you watch a lot of MPL Singapore, Guinevere in the hands of Hades goes in tank. That's exactly what Fredrin likes to do, right? Lock down one person, go in for an AoE knockup, and all of a sudden everybody from the side of Monster Vicious cannot play the game because they're constantly getting CC locked.
Yeah, good timing on Guinevere also allows you to use the Violet Requiem defensively to avoid big CCs like the Tectonic Charge. Though it is definitely a hero we don't see Skies on very often. It's usually in the hands of Humes whenever SRG.OG picks it up. But I don't think there's any chance of that being flexed with the Gatot being there as well. MV now has the chance to finish off their lineup. If they're going double fighter, grabbing something like the Lapu Lapu is probably going to be solid just to make sure Cram doesn't have it. But they go for the Farsa Alice.
Now, honestly, the Alice is good as well, just to have a follow-up with both the Grok as well as the Ruby. And they can even make it so that either the Ruby peels or the Grok peels for the backline, because the changes on Grok makes it easy for you to do that. Now, the final pick here, because they do have the Guinevere, means that they need one more damage dealer, which honestly, like both fighters as well as a marksman can definitely do. Granger is still there, the Hive is still there. I think the Hive might actually be fine here. If they want to go for a fighter, I think something like Lapu.
Lapu is really good.
Lapu, yeah.
Yeah. Now that Monster Vicious revealed the Farsa and also the Alice, the Lapu Lapu is the very good answer to this. You go in the Bravest Warrior, all of a sudden you're CC immune because hack and slash and dice. You force the Feather Airstrike away. The Yishunshin cannot enter in the Mounted Shocker. Bombs your uncle.
Honestly, looking at this draft, something that I'm looking out for is SRG.OG. It's very clear they're going for targets here because they have ways to dive. They got the Guinevere, they got the Lapu, and they even got the CC and the Gatot. So honestly, like Bondos on this Farsa has to be careful because I really see that SRG.OG, they can start off the fight and then afterwards it's challenging MV. How are you going to respond?
Well, I think that makes a lot of sense, LaFell. Looking at the drafts one last time, MV has a very MV draft. I love team fighting, lots of crowd control, lots of dash. But SRG.OG has picked up a hero composition that'll allow them to pull off their micro mechanics to the fullest. Will the Giants tremble the earth once again? Or will Monster Vicious prove that their warm-up yesterday was enough for them to take on the defending champions? We jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1.
Well, technically speaking, for Monster Vicious, this is the first shovel full of coal they were put into the furnace, which is already hot. Whereas for SRG, on the other hand, they've been hibernating. They didn't really play during the play-ins, but at the very least, they get to watch how Monster Vicious like to play in day one.
And I would say SRG.OG, they don't have to readjust a lot of things because even the heroes that they chose, other than the Guinevere, it's mostly heroes that they have been using since the regular season. I mean, like Cram on this Lapu has held multiple MVP performances, highlights, and game-changing plays. So honestly, right now, SRG.OG, yes, patch has changed, but I feel like they got a very comfortable draft.
They're keeping it to basics, and I think that's a very SRG style. If they're hiding anything, they don't feel a need to pull it out yet. If they've already made adjustments to the new patch, they don't feel like they're in a position where that is necessary to be a fallback. Looking at the emblems to start things off, it's all pretty standard, though Uni is going for killing spree, so MV wants the fight.
One unique thing as well is that Sky's on this Guinevere is going for the mage emblem instead of a tank. So I don't know what kind of build he's going because he can still go for tank and just hold on.
Sakai's knocking up, bundles right there. Leonie will be there to kind of slam the wall, but he will be building the wall instead. Right into the mountain shocker. First blood over to Uni right off the bat. SRG is not ready for that. Leonie this time round getting stunned down just a little bit, but he'll be able to walk away. First blood going over to Monster Vicious.
Excellent initiation right there. Skies tried to go for a cheeky catch, but bundles had Purify, and then Leonie got a perfect wall to block off two members. We have to note, this Grok was perma-banned against MV yesterday. This is one of Leonie's best picks.
Yeah, honestly, in the regular season, MV looked the cleanest with the Grok. But it looks like SRG.OG, they still want to contest this turtle first. Looks like Momo is there to contest.
Momo TOR right there. Sakai still will be able to take down the turtle for now. Bundles laying down the feather airstrike as well. Cram right there! Laying down the bravest warrior at the same time. AOG from some Yalms will not be able to land. Bundles fly away for now.
And again, Cram showing MVP performances here, but now we got to talk about this because Skies going for the first attempt might be the reason why he went for the mage emblem so that he just has that a little bit more damage. But yeah, Leonie as well as Bondles, it does seem they roughly understand SRG's priorities because Bondles was 100% prepared for the win to catch him, but more importantly, Leonie also understood which path to block to make sure that they get something back. SRG.OG, they still got the turtle as well as one kill, but still it's roughly even between both teams.
Yeah, even until now, we know that Monster Vicious is the master of 5v5 brawls here in MPL Malaysia, to the point where even SRG is going to need to respect that. They are aware of how strong this Farsa is. They're aware of how much focus opponents are going to put on it, and Bundles has already proven his ability to position with artillery mages like the Eve, so SRG is going to need to do something different in order to catch him.
Even look at that, Bundles completely understanding that that bush is basically his biggest enemy at this point. It's not even Sky, it's not even Cram, it's just a bush, man.
Yep.
He hates grass.
Yeah, literally, like, if your Bundles actually has like a hedge cutter, he'll be actually trimming that bush away.
He wants to be a gardener.
And you guys were telling me to touch grass the entire day yesterday, so...
He's not doing it.
Yeah, I feel a little bit of that, that camaraderie right now, I will say. We are approaching the 4-minute mark. Net worth still pretty even on both sides. In terms of scaling, I would also say that both teams are fairly equal, though SRG will have higher damage potential, especially if Skies does decide to commit the damage build.
Yeah, I feel like even if he does, maybe it's just one item, but I kind of feel like for the first two, at least he builds the secondary tank items to make sure that he can actually contest for this turtle, because even looking at the draft, I feel like that's the idea, especially seeing how Uni yesterday could not get any turtles or lords. Maybe SRG's idea is just that let's snowball off of just getting a lot of gold from these neutral objectives, and then maybe with Stormy on this Kimmy, try to get a few turrets so that Envy just does not have any kind of momentum, and then when they try to fight, hey, you don't have enough damage.
Sakai landing down onto Leonie. Leonie goes in the tech charge as KOR. So many CCs from the side of Monster Vicious. AOG from the side of Momo. At the same time, Innocent takes down Momo right here. Now the turtle being contested right now. SRG will be able to push Monster Vicious away, but they're starting to run no see just a little Mountain Shocker. But this time round, SRG, they turn it around against Monster Vicious. 3 men down, nowhere close to the turtle pit.
Man, Cram continues to just be so good. That was actually a really good start by MV. They caught out Skies. They perfectly stacked all of their crowd control. But then Cram and Innocent came in from the side flanks and started wailing on them instead because their frontliners had already full committed. That left Bundles in a very vulnerable position, and MV had to disengage.
This is a good showing of SRG where they have strong teamwork because individually they're strong, because MV had the right idea. They got to make sure that Sakai's gets taken down so that Uni has a good shot of securing that turtle. So they drew all of the abilities onto him. But the moment they saw all abilities are on Sakai's, that means Cram, Innocent, as well as Stormy, there's nothing left for them. So they just move forward and then just take down as many people as they can. So this is a good situation when they're like, okay, go on Sakai's.
Oh, all of us already. Oh, take charge. Then he got to fall right into Bondo's better airstrike at the same time. Innocent will be able to take down Leone, but it is a good catch coming up from Monster Vicious.
Sky's unfortunately having a bit of a tricky start. I do feel like SRG is being a bit more aggressive than they need to be, so the Guinevere is getting sacrificed, but they're still trading well.
Something to note as well, Sakai's first item is the concentrated energy, so he does not have the tankiness to actually survive any kind of engages. In this current form, MV, they gotta start realizing that Sakai has a first item damage component, so they can kill him without using all of their abilities. So I kind of feel like they gotta segment it just a little bit. Understand how much that you need to invest and then save it later for either Stormy, Cram, or Innocent. Because so far, they left nothing for Cram.
Nervous Warriors, Sakai is joining the fray at the same time. It is going to be Momo sky high right there, desperately trying to stay alive with the help of the passive. He'll be able to walk away. Leone is stepping out of the wall as well. Right into tectonic charge. Stormy gets slammed down by Bondos right there. One man down for the side of SRG entering this potential total fight.
Once again, good positioning from Leone. We can really see his skill on the grok here.
Dude.
Momo able to survive that was huge, and then finding Stormy just a little bit out of position there in the lane. We are seeing the tiniest of differences make a huge impact this game.
Yeah, Yum's face tanking right here. Leone is the main problem for the side of SRG. Yums will be able to tag onto Bondos right now. Cram stepping forward. Bravest Warrior already activated right now. Ruff all the way to the backside. Sakai's finding Leone, the troublemaker for the side of Monster Vicious. Cram picking forward all across the map. He's just a one-man Cram. He finds Bondos at the same time, and SRG collapsed onto what remains of Monster Vicious. Nothing left, just bones merely for SRG to pick.
Yeah, now Innocent still moving forward, want to get Momo.
One dot. Innocent will not be able to just deliver a team wipeout against Monster Vicious, but this is a massive showing coming out from SRG.
Man, Jace, before this game started, we told you that Cram was the key player of SRG this season, and he is continuing to prove it every single time. SRG, they're starting to adapt. They're trying to figure out how MV wants to position the fight, and Cram is just saying, well, I'm not gonna let you do that.
I mean, Cram right now, the best way I can describe him, his moniker, he is a one-man army.
Yeah.
Because every single hero that he uses represents a general. Speaking of which, it is a 1v1.
Right onto Innocent. Innocent, the curtain call lands onto Uni though. Unable to take him down, but it's still okay because it means that, you know, on the other side, Stormy takes out Ruff.
Again, with the help of Cram, because at this point, MV in the previous fight, they did actually use a lot of abilities to stop Cram. But again, Cram just times the anti-CC just to make sure that, hey, you can use all your stuns on me, but I'm immune, bro. I don't know what you're doing.
He's 4-0-4. He's level 12.
CC's not
3 levels up on Momo, by the way. This Lapu Lapu is the definition of a one-man army right now. And Chad was already pointing out they should ban it.
Yums, that's going to be an AOG to taunt. That's Valva once again. Leone knocking down SRG sky high. MV trying to find an entry point right there. Ruff getting roughed out by the side of Cram. Cram going down the one-man army right now. Uni dashes all the way, but it's going to be Ruff taking the count for the side of Stormy. 2-man down for the side of SRG, but it doesn't really matter as Bondos, the only one left, as Cram slip off Bondos' wing. No way for you to fly.
Only SRG.OG can get away with something like that. They full dive. They put themselves in a position where Tech Charge would literally hit their entire team. And they're allowed to get out of jail for free. Cram is unkillable right now, to the degree that everyone else on SRG is just like, oh, we can throw ourselves in. He's our main carry.
And again, this shows that SRG is playing off of the weakness of MV, because MV has such weak control over Turtle, even though the Turtle, like, they killed off the jungler, but then everyone else just killed everyone from MV because they know how they position. And like I said, they want to get that gold lead so that they know MV will fight back. But when you do fight back, you you just don't have enough damage.
I still feel that, it's just SRG knowing how to counteract against Uni on this Yishin, right? Like, SRG has secured all 3 turtles, especially when Uni this really requires a lot of gold, a lot more investment in order to pop off as an Yishin. Going to the later part of the game, if the Yishin is unable to find kills, he's just practically just another message minion.
It does mean that at least MV has some scaling in, but we're looking at a 9,000 goal lead in 10 minutes. This is usually the point where you say, okay, you can't come back from this unless a huge mistake is made by your opponents, and SRG so far has not been allowing that. MV needs to find a huge 5v5 team fight ult here, otherwise this game is done.
Yeah, honestly, like, they can't even focus on Cram because at this point he's unkillable.
Wall's going to be built up just a little bit. I see the Mountain Shock of the side. Uni, Traction Pulse does catch onto Rob. Bondo's laying down the Fed airstrike. Look at Crab! Just doesn't really care! Your Fountain! No, it doesn't really matter because SRG is going in with the Lord in tow, cracking open top side and mid. And now it's just for them. SRG desperately trying to end this game. As Monster Vicious as well, the defending advantage is slowly whittling down. Not a lot of minions coming up on the side of Indians. From the side of Monster Vicious, it's SRG takes game number 1.
The first time Cram dies, the all-important shutdown gold he knows he can't afford to give away, he surrenders it to make sure that the game ends right here, right now. Decisive choices have been made, and SRG.OG continues to establish their status here in MPL Malaysia.
Cram has a 10-game win streak on this. Lapu undefeated just yet, and again, win with great style. One of the advantages of him on the Lapu is that he understands his own power spike when it comes to the turtle fights, because when he arrived, like SRG.OG, they arrived to the scene quite early, but they don't reveal their positions just yet, just so that they have a scout of where MV is so that they know how to take the fight after the initiation coming in from MV. And again, I have to stress this, both teams are honestly the C representatives, because Haru was also part of the coaching staff. Momo and Uni is also part of the C Games lineup, so they understand how each other think. Because even when we were doing the tryout, I heard how Uni shot calls. That means that Sakai's heard it, Yum's heard it, everyone from SRG.OG knows how Uni shot calls. So they know they will try to fight back, even if SRG has a lead.
I feel like this is an interview game for C Games between these two teams, right? You talk about like there are 2 C representatives on each side, and you can start to see, SRG just literally reading Monster Vicious like an open book. Yes, you got your fangs, yes, you got your teeth, but if you got no brains, and SRG has the bigger one, definitely. This is still a strategy game.
That's a very aggressive thing to say if you have no brain. But I can see where you're coming from here.
Lesser brain.
I think that's I don't know. That still feels a little mean to me, but it's fine.
Again, I just think that SRG.OG just outsmarted them, right?
Yeah.
That's the disadvantage. If you play day number 1, your opponents can see it, be like, so this is what they do. This minute, this minute, this minute, this minute. Why is this guy doing this? And then you just figure them out.
It's just an open book.
Yeah, there's a lot that you can figure out with that information, but I thought that Monster Vicious might be able to adapt a little bit better. I think SRG.OG already knew exactly what the pain points they wanted to attack were. But MVP, I think it's not even a question here, guys. Of course, it's going to be the team captain. Cram has been popping off for the entirety of Season 16, and he's not looking to end that streak anytime soon.
Look, Cram is just literally cramming down all that damage the side of Monster Vicious cannot actually handle, right? Like, if you notice how he's been maneuvering around this, using this Lapu Lapu, the first thing that he does is to deactivate the feather airstrike all the time. And Bondos is unable to just land down, the consistent damage. And once the feather airstrike gets deactivated, all of a sudden, Uni as a Yishin, what can you do? You're just gonna go in, you're just gonna get melted, because unfortunately, Yishin is still a glass cannon.
So honestly, like, even reading chat, they're like, you gotta lock Cram. The only problem is, you gotta understand, this is an EXP later, this is a fighter. Lapu as a hero, he has built-in abilities that gives him sustain in terms of ignoring crowd control, as well as dealing damage and healing off of that damage. So there's only 2 real ways to deal with the Lapu Lapu, which is trying to bait him, get him away from his team, and then focus him down. That's number one. And while avoiding his ability so that he doesn't heal up. And number two is you got to suppress him. Something like a Kaja, something like a Franco, making sure that he does not use his abilities. Because if the Lapu is able to get onto the right target, even if he dies, as long as he kills that target, he did his job. And if you try to gang up on him, you spend all your stuns, and he avoids all of them with the 3 slashes, and then he heals all of that, and he kills all of you. If you're trying to target down the Lapu, that's what the Lapu wants. It's less work for him.
Literally one of the best 1v5 heroes in the game right now, and Cram has been embodying that spirit for multiple weeks. MV has a good amount of crowd control, yes, but they don't really have anyone that can be dedicated to dealing with the Lapu Lapu, unfortunately. They like playing front to back. This is a front to back comp. But Momo and Leonie will oftentimes be forced to dive into full commit, leaving Ruff as the only one that can act as a middle ground to maybe defend bundles and Uni. And since Cram has so much anti-CC built into his kit, Ruff is not going to be enough.
Yeah, and looking at, how Monster Vicious, I remember what I talked about. There's so many CCs packed in for the side of Monster Vicious, but, Ralph can use the I'm offended hook onto Cram, but that's exactly what Cram wants, right?
Yeah.
I want to get hooked into you.
Exactly, yeah.
And I want to get onto you, and the next thing you know, Bondos has to fly away.
Yeah, exactly, because there's multiple times where we can see Cram does not have to use his flicker to chase anyone. It's only when Bondos, goes to the side and it's like, okay, I'm going to use my flicker right now. So I feel like MV, they got to adjust on a few things. Number one is that they got to learn how to bait SRG.OG of their abilities before committing to a bigger fight. But that's easier said than done, because you saw SRG.OG, they can see the future. The moment where Cram goes in and then they try to run away, all of a sudden Yums has already covered the exit point, right? So either you meet with Cram or you meet with Gatot. It's your choice.
The scariest thing about SRG.OG sometimes is not their micro or macro, it is their utter lack of hesitation. They have pushed limit breaks to the extreme and tested every single possibility with the way they want to play their team compositions. That's why when a decision is made, when a fight starts, there is no fear of making a mistake, because they are just that confident that they will do what is necessary.
By the way, I'm just saying, I do agree with Chad, right? You gotta deal with the Lapu Lapu. It's just that dealing it is much difficult than you guys think, because you just can't focus on the Lapu, because as a fighter, he wants to fight. And if you bring the fight to him, he doesn't have to chase you. You're already there, right? It's kind of like a fisherman, and the fish comes to the fisherman. It's like, okay, I guess I don't have to use bait.
I have another better analogy. You bring a gun to a knife fight, and you, as the gun wielder, you just ran up to the knife guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You're throwing
just
away your ranged
yourself
advantage.
getting stabbed.
Yeah, it is a tough spot, and that's why actually I noticed a lot of people in chat were already telling MV to ban the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they did not do that. They banned the Yuzong, which does perform a similar role, but between the two, which one does Cram have a better track record on? I think we all know the answer to that. We can even see here in the map rotation just how much of an effect he has on the map, right? Unfortunately, I feel like they could have focused a bit more on maybe stopping him in lane, but man's just too good.
Okay, crazy idea.
Yep.
Ban all the XPs.
I feel like at that point, you may need a 20 ban per team.
Yeah, because again, that's how TL was able to defeat Cram, right? They ban out the CC, which is the best EXP at the time, and then they just win the matchup with the glue, right? So just get a winning matchup and hope that Momo can do something against Cram. Again, like that's a big ask, right? That's a big ask. But if you want to go to M7, bro, you got to do the impossible.
If you ask me personally, though, I don't think that same strategy will work anymore. I feel like Cram's hero pool has actually expanded since then. I think he's actually improved since that happened. And that's a very scary thought, considering how dominant him and his team already were at the time. So MV is gonna need to dig even deeper once we head into game 2.
Yeah, and just looking at how, as we look at the highlights earlier just now, Innocent on the CC literally, delaying Ruff from being rough at this lane, right? It was actually a strong lane for the side of SRG in the gold lane, and neutral lane in the bottom lane, right? Because the Alice could just wave cleaver quickly a passive, and then after that start using his first skill. All of a sudden, she's at your turtle fight. But at the same time, I also want to point out, Sakai is actually playing a very interesting role in this Guinevere, right? If you notice, the biggest problem for the side of SRG.OG is actually Leonie. I think they sent Sakai's over there just to bait out the tectonic charge.
You know what's funny? I also think Sakai's was bait, but I think that was not the plan.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. Oh wait, they're all on me, and they're like, hey, good job, Skies. And it's like, yeah, sure.
I think it's somewhere in between, actually.
I positioned myself to get caught, guys.
It's definitely somewhere in between, because I can 100% say the Guinevere was picked up as a way to iframe the tectonic charge, right? Because it just works so well. But when Skies kept getting full bursted at the beginning, it's like, okay, let's change the plan a little bit.
Micro tweaks a little bit, but it's also funny that, Sakai's actually decides to jump onto a Grok when he's CC immune and try to knock him up sky high in the first place.
I mean, again, as long as you win, right? As long as you win, because someone has to be the bait. Yums doesn't want to be the bait. Innocent doesn't want to be the bait.
Definitely not.
Kram doesn't want to. So this guy's like, all right. We don't need retribution this game anyways.
Yeah, sometimes you need one person to do the worst job in the room.
Exactly.
And honestly, Skies has been filling in that role for a while, actually.
It's all on purpose, guys.
Even back during tank jungle meta, he was already accepting the role as a more sacrificial jungler utility, and he's able to do that even on damage roles. So it's actually quite impressive. But we got the results of our fan talk zone, and we got a 93% vote for Skies.
The funny thing is, game number 1, it was a no jungler matchup. Both junglers did nothing. I mean, Sky's bait, guys. Sorry. Bait Skies. Sky bait.
Sky.
Now you make me feel like going fly fishing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's fly fishing.
Is that like a
come
term?
from the sky?
Come on, dude. Singaporean. He's more advanced.
He has more
culture,
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm too backwards for you,
culture, man.
I have no idea.
As a Johorian, even I know that.
Okay, you need to bring me over and teach me some things, sir.
Actually, I learned that from Kuching.
Which is in Sarawak, yeah.
Well, let's talk about my lack of education in a little bit here. We will look at the after-patch summary here, where we can actually look at the win rate of multiple heroes across the 4 different maps, as well as some shifting roles, including multiple fighters in the gold lane, and some more unique pickups that we've seen this season.
Yeah, something that we can focus on first is the broken walls, where it was the previous map. And again, Lapu wins that a lot because there's multiple ways for him to actually go into the fight without being interrupted. And if he does, he has a flicker, right? So it's completely fine. And Lancelot also has the most amount of victories on Flying Cloud as well as Dangerous Grass. I thought it was actually performing quite worse in Dangerous Grass, but apparently in Broken Walls is the one that Lancelot is really not doing all that well. And funny enough, Lapu doesn't perform well in Expanding Rivers. So maybe if the map is Expanding Rivers, actually, no, if it's Crab, I think you just bat it away. Don't take the risk, right?
And we say it performs worse, but that's just because of the number of games, right? We compare 7 to 11 here to 6 to 10 on Broken Walls, and it's just kind of a numbers game, I think. Yeah, it's actually very interesting to look at these stats.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I need to talk about, because I'm a gold laner myself, and unfortunately I've been putting in a lot of work in mid lane. But as a gold laner right now, your role is starting to get really interesting, right? Long gone are the days where you are, in the back, outputting damage from far. Now you're forced to pick up a fighter on your own. And just looking at the types of fighters that, in MPL Malaysia they've been picking, the Esmeralda, the Ruby, the Bane, and also the CC as well.
Yeah, honestly, it has shifted because the gold difference by 20%, if I'm not mistaken, being 12% being reduced, it's actually a big reduction in professional play. Because as you guys saw, if you lose at Turtle 2, that's basically the end of the game, right? That's how fast, if you're playing on the professional stage, if you lose Turtle 1 and if you lose Turtle 2, especially against a team that does not make a mistake, that's GG. You cannot have a hero with a 3-item power spike. You need a hero with half an item power spike.
And not to mention with all the buffs to fighter heroes, the buffs to tank items, and the general reduction in gold that you already pointed out, it just feels a lot more economical to go for a fighter in the gold lane, since they're actually capable of outputting just as much damage, especially in the earlier stages compared to a marksman.
Yeah, it feels like inflation just hit the gold laners already. Because to be honest, right, you really need a lot more items. Like what you mentioned, I don't think there's a gold lane, a traditional marksman that can really pop off with half item. I think the only one that I can think of right off the bat is probably just a Granger, one Hunter, one Fairy Hammer. That's more you need.
there are early game marksmen, but you may as well go a fighter at that point, right? But let's talk about someone else. We got Carl Teasy, the GOAT himself, and we got a quote from him where he said, I think SRG and CG will qualify for M7 because I've been watching both of their matches. I can see that CG is a strong team with the potential to reach SRG's level. The Malaysian teams are still the main threat for us, but I consider SRG to be the biggest one. I hope to meet Skies again because to me, he is still the best player in MPL MY.
Isn't CG the team with
Chiku?
Yes.
Yeah. Gary
from like
Balance.
Team Hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, no wonder.
Yeah. So CG, honestly, in the regular season, the first half, they are amazing. But afterwards, it has been difficult because Amzik has to balance out between playing professionally and studying. And this very week is SPM. So this very week is like the most crucial part in his, like, I would say,
2 lives.
2 lives, yeah, exactly. Like the first part of your life. And even if Amzik is going to be playing later on, does he even have the practice time? Because even the scrims that's playing full time, they're having difficulties getting scrims. More so for CG.
It's going to be a tough balance to achieve, that's for sure. But we'll get the answer to that question later on because now we're about to jump into the draft for game number 2. SRG.OG has already proven their dominance once and we're going to be returning to Broken Walls again. SRG still a 100% win rate on this map.
MV is more afraid of Skies than Cram. Now that's something. I'm just saying, that's something.
It's understandable.
Sometimes
I think bang Cram.
Maybe sometimes you really have to limit the amount of baits that you have so that you expect one outcome only, right? If you use a certain bait, you expect this outcome. Maybe from the side of Sorapayong, that's the idea. I want to see something that, you know, I'm familiar, and then after that, I eliminate one player from the team, then I tackle the rest.
I feel like it's hard to ban though against Cram. Yes, you can get rid of things like
Lapu.
Yes, I think they should contest basically. It's gonna be impossible to get rid of all EXP laners considering how many fighters are meta right now. Not to mention they'd be debilitating themselves since they also need fighters on their side. So contesting it probably makes the most sense to me. But it does look like there's a very heavy focus on the jungle this matchup, with 5 jungle heroes banned out in the first phase, basically the same bans from game 1.
Let me just say, SRG.OG is willing to ban Arlet. I'm gonna say that they're willing to ban Arlet, MV is not willing to do the same. So just the difference between the philosophy between both teams.
I can see where you're coming from, but it's also kind of hard to compare because I think you ask any team and they'll be able to tell you that SRG has less things to be afraid of compared to them.
Yeah. So first B1 pick from the side of SRG is going to be the Hayabusa, which is something that, you know, we talk about how in game 1, Sakai was basically the main target. I think Coach Arcadia is starting to recognize this as well. Hayabusa is a really strong pick as a first jungler, but going into the current meta right now where all your heroes are really sustainable, the Hayabusa may have a bit of a problem, you know, bursting down a certain hero. I think now, at the very least, from what I'm seeing for the side of MPL Singapore, is like Hayabusa is now also meant to go around and controlling the side waves, using the Shadow Kill to just clear the minions, and then after that rotate.
I think it's also because that they've already seen both Redrin and Baxia banned out that SRG feels a bit more comfortable just going for the Hayabusa first. Wouldn't be surprised if they want to lean into a more early scaling snowball composition here with picks like Farsa or Kalea to pair up with the Hayabusa to start making kills happen, since we do already see the Kimi being locked in for MV.
I feel like it's pretty safe if they want to pick up like Eve got taught here, or maybe even get this EC again, because it is open for SRG.OG. And of course, like in terms of fighters, like you said, there are a lot of options here. I would like to see Eve though. So it looks like, oh, they go for the Yuzong instead. So they pick up the Gatot and Yuzong. So MV kind of will have this same problem in the previous game where they might have difficulties protecting bundles, even though they have the Ruby.
They need some kind of backline defense now, that's for sure. There are still other fighters here, and with Kimi, they are open to a double fighter side lane, so they don't have the Eastern Shin anymore in the jungle. Grok is also good. Leonie's best pickup hasn't been It's been a long time since Leone lost with a Grok, actually. Teams oftentimes ban it against him, and SRG is just letting it go.
I mean, like, to be fair, it wasn't, like, for MV, it wasn't his fault, right?
Yeah.
The Grok did the best that he can, but there are limits. It looks like they go for the Lapu first here, but notably, Yuzong does win the lane against a Lapu, especially if the Lapu just gives over the Sha residue over to the Yuzong, and considering this is most probably Cram going to be using it, Momo really has to be careful on this one.
Yeah, I agree. That EXP lane going to be very important, especially now that he's against a Yuzong. This is actually a hero that you can disrupt as long as you don't allow him to win the A lane too early on. Eve now going to be banned out. MV starting to focus on some of the mages in the pool since Stormy hasn't picked up his hero yet. Farsa is still there though, and even if Farsa is banned out, Kagura is a common fallback, so it's a bit hard to say they should get rid of everything.
Now, honestly, in this situation, it's either Selena or the Kagura. Those are the picks that he likes. But if MV gets a fourth pick that has a big ult, might even consider a Valen.
What do you think about a Lunox from the side of SRG? You shred through Lapu Lapu, it denies everything, all the tankiness that's coming out potentially from Monster Vicious. Your brilliance can be used to outplay against the Kimi's Traction Pulse, and I'm offended. But is that a hero that Stormy does?
Yes.
He does?
Yes. I mean, what hero? Like, he even used Hellcrit mid before.
Okay.
Yeah, he is probably... He has one of the deepest hero pools in the whole team,
That's
actually.
Hero Ocean.
It's exactly. Very good description right there. It's just that he hasn't needed to pull out from it in a while. The Farsa does get banned out, which means Selena Kagura would probably make the most sense going forward. Grok is still open for MV as well. I'm wondering what would be the best choice for them.
Honestly, they could actually opt for a Estes, because if you know that the dive is coming in from SRG.OG, just out-sustain it, right?
It would work against Hayabusa, but I personally hope we don't see it.
Estes and Ruby and Kimi as well as Lapu. Lapu is the only one that can potentially get out of range of the Estes heal. Everyone else seems pretty solid.
I cannot deny that Estes would actually work fairly okay here. It might be vulnerable to AoE from the Yuzong, but works well with all the sustain. I just don't want to see it personally.
I know, Sadafa, I know you hate Estes.
I do.
But I'm actually going to push that Estes pick over for the side of Monster Vicious because it looks really good, right? You have sustain for the side of Ruby, the Lapu Lapu, exactly what you need. You provide that burst. You provide a counter to that burst for the side of Haya.
Hold on.
I haven't heard that voice line in a long time.
So Estes looks more real here.
It actually does. And it does look more real.
Honestly, it doesn't even have to be an Estes. They could go for something else like...
Rafaela?
I'm thinking more like a Florin.
Yeah.
Florin or maybe even a Matilda if they needed more mobility. But since they showed Estes yesterday, I'm thinking we're going around that line. But basically, MV out-sustaining. That's the thing that they wanted.
Most likely it's Estes, Florin, or Matilda, leaning towards Estes because as you pointed out, they did play it yesterday. SRG should be aware of the potential of Ube here, and they're gonna lock in the Zusin export, which is excellent. This is perfect to deal with an Estes. And there it is. I don't know how to feel once again.
I love what SRG picked because Monster Vicious feels like they're really baiting Innocent into a marksman pick, especially with a new item coming out. That item is a bane to all marksmen, right? So SRG countered with like the X-Borg with the true damage and also the Juicin to basically peel against these tanky heroes. I'm loving what SRG has cooked.
Okay, but MV, this is what they have to do. Number one is they got to actually focus down on X-Borg, making sure that he doesn't get ahead. Because with what they have, they actually don't have a lot of burst to take down the Faraga armor early. And once Monster Vicious gets that Blast of the Oasis, that's the biggest power spike that they have in this game. So once they got that, they got to go aggressive.
Yeah, they have to play for that timing because X-Borg is such a good counter to this entire lineup. But Monster Vicious already surprised us once yesterday by eliminating Homebois with this draft. Can they do it again against the Red Giants? Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
All right, it's just, Monster Vicious bang into the wall. It cracked just a little bit. But this time around, SRG is still a rock-solid team against Monster Vicious. I'm loving this draft coming out from the side of SRG. I am literally just salivating just at this thought because it's just big brain drops coming out from SRG.
And this is already good for Innocent. He's already pushing Ruff away from the farm. So I want to see actually more rotations going to Ruff because they cannot allow Innocent to be able to scale up. In fact, both lanes, we can see that SRG.OG, they are bullying out. They are denying all this gold, all this EXP, the mid trio really needs to step up, make sure that they equalize at least one of the lanes.
This is not a good spot for MV for sure, because they are basically playing Ube, and the ideal for this composition is to have better lane control, and right now they're losing every lane. In fact, Ruff is nearly dead already.
Because right now they're protecting the jungle. I mean, I don't know, like, I think Barat's at most and Estes would be fine.
I mean, he'll be okay, but the main worry is if MV faces an ult on.
Just a Geneva suggestion for the side of Nissan, literally burning down Ruffs right there at the goal lane. And literally what you're saying, SRG feels like, you know, they're winning side lanes and potentially mid lane at the same time, because take a look, like Stormy and also Yumes, they could just wave clear this very quickly and then start rotating, and all of a sudden your side lanes looks very juicy for Sakai's.
Yeah.
Oh, he sees him.
Takes the flicker though, I take that.
Yeah, but again, this is why you see SRG.OG have a better, faster rotation, because MV, the mid trio, they're staying in their own lanes, and their gold and EXP are unable to rotate around the map. So MV at this point, they're respecting SRG just a little bit too much, and not enough at the same time, where they're allowing the side lanes to basically die against their opponents.
With this comp, they're basically hedging everything on the first 2 turtle fights. Let's see if they can get it.
That's catch onto Stormy right here. Picks up Uni at the same time. Uni stashing forward. That's going to be the taunt. Landing down the shell from the side of Stormy onto Bondos. But Bondos right here will be able to just stay alive just a little bit longer because of Leone. And now here comes a Black Trigger form coming up from Cram to try to zone. But it feels like SRG is running out of steam just a little bit.
Yep. Right now, Yumes able to taunt.
Ruff stepping forward just a little bit. That's going to be the I'm Offender onto Crab. First blood. Give him over the side of Bondos right now. Monster Vicious clawing their way against SRG.
Already a big difference here, because MV, they are kiting the abilities of SRG. Once they saw the Black Dragon form, they all exited the area and then allow Leone to heal them up and then go back into the fight. Because even in the draft that they have, all of their abilities are relatively low cooldown, especially the Kimi has consistent amount of damage. So MV has more, I would say, allowance for them to just relax for a little bit, allow SRG to throw out their big abilities, and then go back in.
And honestly, that's why I really dislike Estes. I just feel like he gives you too much leeway, honestly, because I will admit, SRG should have made the call there to not stay too long. I think they overestimated how much damage they'd be able to do even after the Estes ult was popped. But this hero enables 5-man lineup so much. Even though MV was losing out on basically every lane, they win the fights once they have the numbers.
And honestly, it's easy to overextend against an Estes, because people keep talking about the heal, but people don't talk about the slow. It's 70% slow, and then once you're caught in, it's kind of like, it's honestly worse than an Eve ult. Because it's deceptively how slow that you are, and when your team has a Kimi, has a Barat, as well as a Ruby, damn is it easy for them to just deal out this continuous amount of damage, and they're just catching the opponents by just slowing them down.
As long as Monster Vicious can make sure that Innocent doesn't farm up too well and Leone never gets picked off, they can actually just completely steamroll through this game off of 5-man team fights. And they're already a team that is known for liking that style of play in the first place. So SRG going to need to try and find this Estes in the fight. Otherwise, they just simply don't have enough damage.
And honestly, looking at the situation right now, the goal lead is not all that different. For MV to really make this into a big deal, they need to get that mid lane turret, because if they're able to starve Sakai's off of the buffs, then they're at a real win condition. But Leone right now does not have the Blast of the Oasis, so they're not even at maximum potential at this point.
Yumes playing a bit of a James Bond right here. Goes into conceal at the same time. Momo tagging onto Stormy, but right now, Sakai's stealing a total right away from Monster Vicious, and now Yumes and also Cran just spreading all the damage. Speak about the damage. Also, the revitalized on the side of Yumes, also keeping SRG alive. They snatch away the turtle from Monster Vicious.
Beautiful coming in from Yumes, because being in that position, not only does he have the vision, but able to catch bundles. So even if the protection is there, the damage is not.
I have to point out the timing of entry as well, right?
Yeah.
They knew exactly when they needed to start the fight so that Uni would already be in a sunk cost fallacy of I have to stay to take this turtle. And it's risky to do that because you're basically giving up a 50-50. Leone has the buff, which is definitely not ideal, but at least he was able to make sure it wasn't stolen. But it means that MV is not really in the right position to approach the fight the way they want to.
Objection Pulse does tag onto Yumes right now.
Wait, did he steal that buff?
But Monster Vicious, they're so slow as this particular drop because if they want to play Ube, they really have to roam as 5. And that's where SRG can strike. Don't forget, Hayabusa can start split pushing and like a silent knife in the dark.
Yeah, but MV already has to be aware because they were flanked once. That should not happen again because even if, like I say, even if all the healing is there, but if the damage is not, then SRG will not have any problems sustaining the fight. And MV, they gotta start controlling the jungle as well because as of right now, they're really just controlling one area of the turtle. They're not even controlling the river. So they're allowing SRG.OG to farm up. And that's why SRG still has a gold lead because they're not interrupted at all. So MV, they're tunnel visioning on their win condition without considering you gotta stop the opponent's win condition as well.
Yeah, that's actually a really bad place for MV here. We already pointed out during the draft, they need to start accelerating once they have their first item power spike, and they're just not doing that. There's a reason why Barat isn't picked up compared to other tank junglers. He falls off very quickly, actually.
Especially, it's very difficult to get the stacks especially if the opponent has your jungle. You will have no stacks. You'll be a very small Barat, and a very small Barat is a very sad Barat.
Yeah. Small little lizard instead of that Jurassic Park. But speaking about Jurassic Park, the bigger lizard right here in the form of Cram, just spreading all the Shower Acid all across. Leone activating the ultimate. Nice Petrify coming up from Cram. The guys deal with the turtle, and now he'll be taking down Monster Vicious one after another. Stormy credited for the kill onto the Barrage. And the last Insanity Bomb in the stun. Unable to find Ruff, though, but Ruff is in a rough place. They will not be able to take the damage from SRG any longer, but Bundles pick up a killing spree. Sekai coming in will not be able to do any more damage against Monster Vicious.
Right now we can see that MV only now bundles have the Sky Piercer, but he already has 3 kills, so just a little bit too late, but understandably so because he wants that glowing wand first. So MV, based on that fight, they already have a problem, which is they don't have enough damage. And why do they don't have enough damage? Because they never push their lead. And Innocent now is a problem because they are not going to be able to burst down the Faraga armor. You saw the healing there. MV, they already lost the win con.
AOG, would not be able to tag onto a Momo, but it does allow Innocent to just step forward confidently as they take down bottom lane turret of Monster Vicious.
Innocent is scarily fed right now. He is so rich item-wise, and we can see SRG has already done the lane swap as well, just to allow him to spread that influence even further. While that previous fight was somewhat even, we have to note, Estes should typically enable a fight a lot more. The fact that SRG is already overpowering that healing makes me very happy from a bias standpoint.
Tommy tried to sidestep using the Crimson Beacon, gets Salvo there, but there's one ultimate gone, and Rob, no lane is safe for him. He did a lane swap, but he meets Cram instead.
He's just gonna taunt him a little bit for good measure.
The thing about it, I mean, like, he wanted the minion to die. But yeah, the thing about using an Ube strat is overpowering your opponents and then basically getting objectives for free. I see no free objectives for MV. I see no forcing. I see no bullying. This is a very passive Ube movement coming in from MV. And yesterday, Sora did say, I want my players not to be afraid. It looks like they are afraid.
Yeah, because they're facing up this unbreakable wall right now. Cram stepping forward will be tagged onto Uni by Yums. Blocking down Bondos. Bondos sidestep, but onto the wrong place. They only activated the ultimate just to try to save up. Just the hell just a little longer, but it's gonna be a Rob stepping forward, unable to land down the I'm offended.
But I love what Humans was doing there, specifically just walking up, not actually going for the taunt on Leone, but standing between him and his teammates so that he wouldn't be able to walk up to them to give the healing from the Estes. He even had to choose between who to save in one of those moments. It was lucky for MV that they were able to back off in time, but if that trend continues, SRG is going to start picking people off.
Something about SRG, even from game number 1, is they're good at separating bundles from everyone else.
Yeah.
He's essentially the main damage dealer at this point, and if he's isolated, and it's impressive because, oh, hold on.
Ruff catching onto Innocent. Last Insanity will be used by the side of Innocent as well, but it's not going to be very Innocent for the side of SRG. And therefore, everything onto Monster Vicious. But it seems like Monster Vicious is able to stay just as long as Sakai's, the hero of SRG, comes in and unequalized the stability of Monster Vicious. Members from Monster Vicious already going down.
SRG.OG just dropped like a nuke onto Monster Vicious right there. And even all the healing in the world was not able to sustain through it. They were AoEing them down like crazy.
We know SRG is strong, but damn. Like, again, like SRG, whatever strategy you use in front of them, they faced it before.
Oh, Sagai, shadow kill onto Momo. Momo, nowhere to be seen. The bravest warrior not brave anymore for the side of Monster Vicious.
I feel like he should have jumped backwards to maybe share that with his team, but at this point, I'm not sure if it matters all that much.
Yep. Oh, Stormy getting caught in the wrong place right here. Prince of Beacon, just nice for the side of SRG.
Hey, this is the luxury that you have when you're able to scrim against S-tier teams. You fought against multiple strategies in the game, so whatever MV picks up, it's not new to SRG. It's like, bro, we know the Ube strat. We fought against it. We know how to deal with it.
Flexibility from Monster Vicious that caught Homebois off guard previously is now working against them. This is also the first appearance of Barat since Season 14, apparently. Last played by Smooth, so interesting fun fact there.
Look, it's just 4 men for the side of SRG going up against Monster Vicious. Just take a look where Sky is. All the way up top right there. Just split pushing is causing... This is the biggest problem for the side of Ube strat, right? If you're not able to get a snowball, you're just going to get just a lot of disadvantages because you have to roam as 5.
Exactly, so right now, MV, honestly, their draft doesn't have amazing wave clear as well. So even catching Yums, it's not going to be enough.
Kidnaps Yum, but Yum can just dash over the wall, and just in case the counter doesn't dash over the wall, he can just jump away from the wall.
And now, even SRG is not allowing MV to get any kind of engage. Even though SRG is 9k ahead, I feel like if they force it out, they can actually get a win. But this is the discipline that SRG has, knowing that even if they do get a wipeout, can they push? No, they cannot. The minions are not there. Is the Lord available? No, the Lord is far away, so there's no reason to fight right now. And this is where the macro awareness of SRG really shines, where other teams, they would force the fight because they have a 9,000 goalie, but here, they will get nothing even if they go for it.
The shot calling has always been solid. They're able to keep a very wide view over what the map looks like and understand what are the pros and cons of throwing their bodies away. They don't need to do that right now. Not to mention that if they do end up dying a few times here, there is always the risk of bundles actually coming online and becoming a threat. This Ube strat is not completely shut down yet, but it is in tatters.
Right now, SRG is the team fight that's really ruining MV, because MV has a one-style team fight position, right? Everyone clumped up together. And hey, Yuzong got taught. Even Stormy likes that, because how many times have we seen Stormy picking up multiple people at once? Usually, the Jushin picks up 1, maybe even 2. We see Stormy picks up 3, maybe even 4. So it's like, this is already an amazing game from SRG. Basically, just with the drafts, they probably understand that this might be an Estes game, so they draft for it from first pick.
Yeah, and you know, there is still hope for the side of Monster Vicious, like what Sadafa was talking about. Yes, this kind of strategy is in tatters. You can literally see through the holes of this strategy right now, as SRG is just so far ahead because of all that.
Still gonna try and challenge it. They cap on Innocent, but the fight is starting.
Yep, fight is starting.
Whoa! How do you avenge that kind of hunter? Victor behind as SRG just pummeling Monster Vicious down to the ground with the 9.4k goal lead. Massive ahead for the side of SRG, and now they're just toying with their food. The Lord, an excuse for SRG to wipe out Monster Vicious.
An absolute disaster for Monster Vicious, but the most masterful piece of art for SRG.OG. That is exactly how you want to fight that.
Look, Ma, no Lord, literally, SRG goes for the win. Monster Vicious falling short in game number 2. The Conquerors still conquers.
Yums easily has the best God thought that we've seen so far, but again, he's the best roamer in Malaysia, and between him and number 2 is nowhere close. But again, SRG.OG had an amazing game, but I really feel like it was on MV. It almost looked like they never played this draft, considering that they just played it yesterday. There were so many mistakes that it's just because going up against SRG.OG, they showed too much respect.
The Red Giants have a way of getting under your skin. They know how to figure out your drafts. They know how to mess with your rotations and make you second guess every movement you make on the map. MV may have revealed their cards too early here. They saved the Estes for last, but even we could tell where that lineup was going. And when the X-War against Zhu Sin finished off the comp for SRG, we already knew that it would be an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, and I really echo what Lefel was talking about, right? The U-base strat, the whole point is to basically leave your lanes quickly, start hard pushing your side lanes as 5-man, side lanes ping pong around the lanes, but you don't see that for the side of Monster Vicious.
Now, I'm going to start from minute one. Where's the backup on side lanes? Why did you allow your EXP to get bullied out of minions? Why did you allow your gold lane to be bullied out of minions? Because they have a job to do, and you're not allowing them to do that job.
It's difficult because they were basically trying to trio escort the Barats around the jungle because unfortunately another weakness of Barats is that he's a tank jungle that can be invaded fairly easily. So you have to help him, otherwise you risk losing out on that. But because they did so, they lost out on every other part of the map, which is where it's the most dangerous. And now we will have our MVP, Yooms, going to be claiming it this time around. Those were some insane AOGs.
Not only just his AOGs, right? There's so many times where Yooms taunted from the back. Like literally bypass every single team fight, and all of a sudden Yooms come from the other side that the Monster Vicious wasn't expecting. He's able to cover all these angles, and Gato Kacha is not exactly known for these kind of flanks, right?
Yeah, not really, but Yooms made it work. And if they're really worried about invasions, they should have just gone for an Akai, man. Akai has a lot of damage early game, not just to the jungle creeps, but also to the opponent, so you could easily just turn things around. So I don't know, because when you pick up the Barats, it's showing that you will have the momentum so that you can keep your stack up. The moment you lose, then no stacks for you, very small Barats, you're not doing your job. So essentially, MB, they pick up a draft where no one did their job. So, I don't know, man. Sora asked for the players to be fearless. I saw a lot of fear there, and even Yooms just during the MVP just showing 4, saying like, yeah, this is going to be a 4P. This is a little bit too easy for my liking.
It certainly seemed one-sided for SRG here, and yeah, I agree with you. It felt like MV was just a little bit too afraid, too respectful, and I feel like we needed to see some risks being taken here, because once they lose out on those early phases, it's just impossible for them to make anything happen.
Yeah, before the show start, I was just literally asking questions about Monster Vicious, right? Like, what's their strengths? What's their secret sauce, right? The secret sauce is to be fearless and just gang up onto one person. We take someone down, and then after the handshake, these team fights that somehow overcomes against all odds. But right now, going up against SRG, it's just one Cram in game number 1, it's just one Yooms in game number 2, and all of a sudden Monster Vicious forgot everything from the textbook, their playstyle, and then after that they just crumble right there, and it's not looking good for the side of Monster Vicious right now. Now that SRG is going into the next map with a match point right there, and forcing Monster Vicious down to the lower brackets and going through the scenic route, man, this is not looking very good for Monster Vicious. What do they have left going to the next game?
I want to ask that question myself. We praised MV yesterday for having very flexible gameplay styles and a wide hero pool, but now we're seeing the cracks in that. They have a lot of heroes they can pick up, but they seem to lean towards a specific way of rotating when they're in the game itself, and SRG seems to have figured that out.
MV, they needs to pick a hero that Bondles can win in lane and then translate it to the side lanes, because Bondles is doing that in every other team but never against SRG, because if you see the movements of Bondles in game number 1 and game number 2, he doesn't move around the map, he's staying in one bush. He's staying in one bush, throwing the skills inside the bush. Is someone there? Is someone there? But in other games, he's active. So in this game, Bondles is not active, and the side lanes, they suffer.
Well, and because of that, the side lanes on SRG get to have the time of their lives, with Innocent being the rich guy and the carry on an export gold lane. Once I saw that locked in, I knew that this game was already half done. This is such a good pick into an Estes comp, into a Barat especially, resulting in Uni eating up over 100,000 damage in total. And yeah, once MV fell behind, this hero doesn't offer you any benefits.
Yeah, like literally, Innocent literally plays so aggressively against Ruby, like he has no fear, because the rest of the side of Monster Vicious were playing a little bit too slow, because literally I feel like Innocent was so gankable, but there's also the case where he basically used his position to zone out the enemy Ruby right there, and it's just I see that as an ultimate disrespect from the side of Innocent against Ruff.
Yeah. In the upcoming game, MV, they need to go for a very, I would say, mechanical kind of draft. Because honestly, that's the best that they are at. Because again, Uni, the thing about him, he is a shot caller, but he's a very aggressive shot caller. And I kind of feel like they just need to lock in and try to have the mentality, I want to win this 1v1. Because them playing scared is not helping anyone.
They're a bit too dependent on being together.
Exactly.
And that is costing them because you have players like Yums who are so good at breaking up those movements.
Yeah.
We can use that one play where he concealed as the Gatot and stood between Leone and his teammates. Even though it didn't translate into any kills at that point, you can see how this kind of thinking affects the way SRG is team fighting.
Yeah, like, it's very hard to go around Yums. You saw Bondo right there, right? Just see Yums and then decides to run the other way, and then after that, all of a sudden he got stuck. Luckily, Bondo didn't go down there and then, but you can see potentially how the Monster Vicious were literally struggling against Yums. There's so many things that he was able to do on his Gatot. It's the second game on his Gatot as well. Maybe, perhaps, there could be a contest pick for this particular hero taken away from you.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? You're fighting against a team that's one of the best teams in the world. So how about you don't play as a team, right?
That's a crazy idea.
Right? It's like this guy is the strongest at 5v5.
Okay.
Why do you want to challenge the best at 5v5 with a 5v5?
So let me think. A Ling, a Fanny, a Martis, a Brody, and also perhaps, you know, Helkert.
So basically what they have to do is that, but with Lancelot, because Uni can do it, where he basically can verticalize, he can vertical jungle, get some of Sakai's farm, because honestly, Game 1 and Game 2, it's not that Sakai is having an amazing game, everyone else is. So you should have exploited that, where your mid duo can win the duo fight, allowing Uni to get inside Sakai's jungle, and then win off of farm that way. And then you split the fight. Let Uni have a 1v1 with Stormy or Innocent, and then everyone else deal with everyone else one by one.
I like the fact that LaFell just made me super smart because I was trolling with that roster right there that I came out.
I feel like I have to bring a bit of a reality check, unfortunately, because on paper, yes, sounds good. The problem is, SRG is also one of the best teams in the world because they can 1v1 as well, right? Their individual micro mechanics, in fact, sometimes stick out more than their team fighting. So I feel like MV has to depend on their typical style to 5v5 because that's the best thing they're known for. Unfortunately, when you're playing something like an Estes, you put yourself very vulnerable to situations like this. And I might say it's very cathartic as an Estes hater to see a team actually break through that healing.
Hey, just now,
here's the play. Oh my goodness.
It's just literally a salad, a rojak of pure AoE damage, and just there's no games left for the side of Monster Vicious because literally SRG, that 9.4k goal lead, they could literally do that.
Yeah, so SRG, I mean, like, if I give all the ideas and everything is getting shut down, then, hey, MV's got nothing, man.
Well, I hope they have something. Because so far, this playoffs, we've not actually seen a clean sweep. Even though some of the games have been a little messy, the teams have actually been fairly close in terms of their level. We all knew that SRG.OG was going to be a wide gap to overcome, but is it still a situation where other teams cannot touch them? Are we looking at another clean sweep angle?
I feel like, SRG.OG are stepping towards that because they've shown so much cleanliness in terms of not only just their rooms, but also their gameplay, their strategies, how they rotate around the map against Monster Vicious. And, Monster Vicious right now, remember how we introduced the game earlier just now where this is an unbreakable wall that SRG was able to build. And Monster Vicious with the momentum is still unable to break through that one. And now they're just literally headbanging against a wall, throwing out the Ube, throwing everything they've got in order to be able to take at least one game from SRG.OG.
It's a tricky situation here. I know you've already thrown a lot of ideas out there, LaFell. Anything you want to add to the list?
Again, honestly, it's just that you got to win that mid first because, again, like I remember the rotations coming in from all the teams, and Envy is just being uncharacteristic. They're not moving, and they're just allowing SRG to get things for free because going up against a strong team, you just got to fight back. right? It's like you're in school and your bully is asking you for money, and you're just like, yeah, here you go.
Yeah, here you go.
Right? You gotta fight back.
I'm a little worried that we're seeing a repeat of what happened last season, because it was very clear that every team was so afraid of SRG that they couldn't picture themselves beating them. Every team was fighting for second place, and they acknowledged it in interviews. And I think that they worked on it a little bit, right, this season around, but maybe those same habits, that subconscious feeling is biting them now.
No, because this is tilting, because even the coach said yesterday in the interview, don't be afraid. Like, the coach saw this coming from a mile away, and he already said it, and it's like, bro, what's going on here? What's there to lose?
I mean, we're talking about the biggest team in MPL Malaysia, right? SRG.OG is literally the biggest bully in the kindergarten playground, and literally now on top of that, he's screaming, "Fight me!" Nobody is gonna go up against this mega monster of a team.
The thing about SRG.OG is that they just don't hold back. They are looking for an opponent. They are literally that one character in an anime who is constantly hungry and searching for the opponent that will give them that thrill once again. So far, no one has been able to match up to that. Let us take a moment to compare the roamers here, because their roles are pretty crucial right now. We've already talked about how well Yumes performed in those first 2 games. Leone is a solid roamer, but what does he need to change?
Honestly, not much. It's just that his initiation was pretty good.
Yeah.
He's backing the team up pretty good. But again, you always have that, I would say, limit as a roamer. Because every roamer knows you can have an amazing setup, but if the follow-up is not there, then it's a useless setup, right? So Leone has to enable the other members, Uni as well as Bundles, to make sure that they are able to do their job. Because what we saw from Yumes is that he gives space for everyone else to farm, and then when it's time to fight, he will get like a crazy flank or something, and then enables that, or separate the damage dealer from the team fight. So Yumes is going at multiple different angles, and Leone, he's stuck.
I feel like in that game number 2, Sonava and LaFell, it feels like, you know, Yumes is just literally gathering all the information. You see one person from the side of Monster Vicious, you see everybody. And that's what allows, you know, Innocent to be so brazen in terms of his farm.
That's true. That is true. I think that something does need to shift here, because we're going into game number 3. SRG.OG is at match point. They might move on to the upper bracket finals without even a single game taken off of them. And MV is going to need to figure that part out. It is now going to be Dangerous Grass, one of the few maps that SRG doesn't have a clean win rate on.
Looks like MV is going to be first pick here, and they're not going to be changing that much. They're still betting on the Hilda as well as the Hayabusa. And at this point, I think they got to rely on Kenji here, being the Filipinos who have a rough idea of what SRG.OG wants to do, and then counter that. MV themselves, they do ban out this Lancelot, so it looks like they want to go for the Yi Sun-shin again.
I think going back to basics would make sense. Unfortunately, being on the Estes meant that Leone was locked down, as you guys pointed out, right? Wasn't really free to roam the map, provide information, and was stuck tethered to his teammates to try and keep them alive, which gave SRG a lot of advantage. So putting him back on a typical roamer that can open up the map for them should be better, especially if they pair it with the Yi Sun-shin for vision.
Okay, you know what? This is the last idea. MV needs to have a lot of stuns, because look at all the bans SRG.OG has. Harlot and Frederick, right? We don't even see a lot of Frederick pickups from Uni. We know he can use it, right? But meaning that SRG wants a clean, uninterrupted fight. So I feel like all the picks that MV needs after this, you know, Gatot, Eve, Ruby, like, they tried it once, but again, I feel like that's the only thing SRG.OG is afraid of, so let's try that.
I feel like right here, the Gatot is the biggest problem for the side of Monster Vicious, right? Like, game 1, game 2, the common denominator was mostly Gatot Kacha. Looking at how SRG is going with the pick bans, particularly... Oh, hold on.
Ooh, someone's pulling. Anything cool? Anything good?
Nah.
Something.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay, not bad.
Your team
Sorry, distracted. Yeah, CC and Kimi being selected right here.
So it's basically going game 1.
SRG is challenging them. They're trying to ask Monster Vicious, all right, we're going to play the same way we did before. Let's see if you figured something out. Gatot does get locked in. It should be Eve, I hope. Yes. Go back to what made you strong, what brought you all the way here.
Yep. Eve has been winning them the game, and for the first 2 games, they did not pick it up. So SRG.OG, they have a lot of options here, considering what happened in the previous game, where, if we remember, they picked jungle red 4 with that Guinevere, and over here, they do pick up their roamer, which during that time, damn, I can't even remember anymore.
Was the gut thought here, I believe, yes. Because SRG was willing to leave Skies' pick for later. So now that the Gatot is gone, looks like they're gonna go for the Joy. Wow.
I use Joy pick coming out from SRG, right? Joy goes into a full beats ultimate. You just literally run it down against a Eve. You force the Eve away from the real world manipulation and literally wins games, right? And also you're immediately immune to the Mountain Shocker coming out from the side of Monster Vicious.
And maybe Sky just wants to kind of do the same thing what Uni might want to do, which is just vertical farming. Because Joy, I would say relative with Eastern Chain in terms of clear speed in the jungle. So SRG, they might just want to overwhelm them by saying, okay, we already have a momentum going on. We're just going to make it so that you can't make any plays.
That's possible. That's definitely a likelihood of happening. The Ruby now going to be banned out by SRG.OG. They're trying to prevent MV from having easy access to the double fighter side lane. Looking at other heroes they might want to pick up as well. I'm currently leaning towards a potential high-lows for Yumes just to counter out the Eve and also to support the Joy even further. So if MV is aware of that, maybe they might want to get rid of it.
Yeah, I feel like MV should get rid of EXPs that can go on bundles, right? The Lapus, the Yuzongs. Like, yes, CC could be the EXP and then they just pick something else up. But I kind of feel like for MV, bundles need an easy time here.
This man is pulling a lot right here.
Yeah, it's literally just, I'm just seeing the amount of time he actually...
Oh, did he get enough? Oh, I think he might have enough. Did he get it?
Okay, good animation. What?
Ooh. What? Is that the one he wanted? Looks like it is. It is the one he wanted.
Isn't that the Zaskin?
It is the Zaskin.
Right? Well, I gotta say, shout out to all the Zask players out there.
I still remember the days when Zask actually was a meta pick for a very short while.
Yeah, I think it's like, what, half a season?
I think something like that.
Or between seasons. It's like that time when Leslie was meta for like between seasons. And after that, she just fizzles out of the meta.
Ooh, the Harif ban. Makes a lot of sense. One of the marksmen that can actually go toe-to-toe to the Joy. And right now, SRG doesn't actually have all that much crowd control. So they want to take this off the table.
MV, they already banned out the Grok, so showing a lot of respect over to Yumes, which honestly is pretty respectable here. Because in terms of heroes that Yumes has used, all throughout his career, it is one of the most, because he also brought out the Fanny before, so Zorn ain't the only one using Fanny as a roamer. So now MV, I don't know, I still feel like they should throw away the Lapu, because I feel like it really disrupts the draft too much.
Sorry, wait. I completely forgot everything what you say, but what, Fanny roamer?
That was a long time ago, but hey, Zorn used it, Yumes used it, and they're one of the best roamers in Malaysia, yeah.
Zorn played it this season, eh?
Yeah, played it this season, yeah.
Yumes played it a few seasons ago.
It was viral.
That's a bit crazy.
And it worked, by the way.
Yeah, they won, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen mid Fannies before. I've seen gold Fanny, but never roam.
We've only actually seen roam. We have not seen mid and gold. That's actually the more surprising thing for us, actually. But the Lapu now going to be the final ban. They already saw the trend of the CC flex into the Lapu last pick in game 1 that cost them dearly because Cram just went ham. So there's none of that anymore, but the Guinevere is still going to be picked up.
Probably Yumes here then, right?
Yep.
Yumes who are on the Guinevere. Like you said, usually it is Yumes. And I gotta say, SRG, this time they're going for a lineup where I was saying, don't go for the 5v5, but it looks like SRG is the one that doesn't want to go for that 5v5. Right? They don't mind isolating targets and taking those 1v1s everywhere.
It does mean that it is the higher execution comp for sure, because you don't have a typical teamfight form. It really comes down to how well each of these players can position and isolate members of Monster Vicious. So it's going to be harder, but SRG is definitely the team that will pull it off.
Right now, MV, the last pick here. I wonder if they want to go for Granger as a last hurrah, allowing Ruff to use a marksman. It looks like they're going for Alice as well as Cho. So this is going to be a Cho gold lane for MV. Haven't seen Ruff on this pick yet.
I don't think so, yeah. This is a fairly high mechanic hero. Ruff is aggressive, he likes playing fighter goals, but the Cho gold lane is not something that he has a lot of stage experience with. And he might be going up against a CC as well, which is not the best matchup. So things are going to be tricky for him, but if he can't find the kick onto Skies, he will have very high impact.
And honestly, the question is it going to be tank or damage? Because we saw Leone yesterday with a damaged Cho. So what if they just make a switch and pick up something crazy like Alice Gold, Gato EXP, and just let Leone play Cho again? Again, it is crazy, but you're going up against SRG.OG. Going for safe probably isn't the best idea.
Well, so far it doesn't look like they're doing that. That does seem to be rough on the Cho in the gold lane. And then the Yu Zhong once again shows up in the hands of Cram. So there's a lot of dive, but this is a full skirmish composition from SRG.OG.
Yep, and honestly, with this kind of lineup, it is a lot of question marks for MB. I feel like the draft is definitely workable, but it is very mechanic dependent, right? Ruff hasn't been the most stable of guys in the roam position, and we saw internationally only a few names can really use the Cho quite well.
I agree. Like in MPL Singapore, right? Cho gold lane doesn't really have a lot of success.
Yeah, I agree as well. But when it does work, wow, is it cool? Let's see if Ruff can surprise us and turn around the fate of Monster Vicious here. This is game 3, match point for Selangor Red Giants. Can they close things out and iron a path directly into the upper bracket finals?
Yeah, and you know, walking into this particular match right here, you would have thought like Monster Vicious does have some form of momentum, but you know, it seems like SRG.OG is just this unbreakable, unmovable wall, and Monster Vicious is literally getting a lot of headache just banging into them.
Yeah, Leone already taking quite a lot of damage, where SRG.OG, again, they are preventing MV from moving all around the map. So if we're talking about fundamentals here, SRG, if they're winning every single interaction in the lanes, this is like, as a jungler, you love this kind of games because you have nothing to worry about and your team can honestly win without you.
The frequent trend here. Cram might be too far forward.
Char residue. But Leone unable to catch onto Cram, still slippery at that human lizard.
That was very lucky because the Hand's basic attack actually pushed him forward, dodging the taunt. So it's like, Cram is like, I meant to do that.
But personally, even if he did land the taunt, I don't really think a gut thought Alice is doing anything to a Yu Zhong at level 2. So while I like the timing of ganking the EXP, it can have very high impact. They don't really have the right heroes for it.
Yeah, but I think he just wants to stabilize, because if Alice is not allowed to farm out freely, she's going to be late in the turtle fight. And if Alice is late in the turtle fight, you're kind of not utilizing the hero well. So yeah, I agree with you. But I can see the logic why they want to do that. Because honestly, if they do gang gold, I also think they can't get a kill, seeing as Ruff is having a hard time against Innocent.
Unfortunately, side lane pressure has always been a question when they're going up against the Red Giants. And MV is once again in a position where they don't really have pressure on the extremities of the map, and that is making their rotations a little bit more difficult. At the very least though, Bondos is doing a better job on his comfort pick.
And we can see that Cram understands that he's the target, because look at how Innocent, he's so confident moving forward, and Cram just patiently waiting for his minions to come to him and then getting that level 4.
Scoring. Traction Pulse does catch on the Bondos though. Yum's jumping forward, zoning out the rest of members from side Monster Vicious, and now SRG takes away the turtle. Real world manipulation from the side Bondos, but it will be faced first by the Cram, trying to zone, but it's still SRG walking away with the first turtle.
That is basically a textbook right there. Traction Pulse comes through, Yums dives, he knows they don't have enough damage to fully kill him yet, backs off just in time to make sure they get the turtle, and they're not punished for it.
Yeah, again, like, just following the textbook, we already done this a million times, A, B, C, and then move on. And MV does not contest for that one too heavily. Momo is not able to really be in position to use the Throne of Ruin, and even if it is, the damage is not there yet.
Guys, goes into the ultimate, doesn't take down Leone as of yet, but Sakai's on this Joy ultimate, the cooldown's really fast.
Definitely, that's why he is willing to just be kind of annoying for now. As long as he's able to poke someone out, that means they're not able to apply as much pressure on the map for a short while. SRG is taking this slowly. They're not allowing MV to play the map on their terms.
Yeah, and because of that, SRG, they're winning by 1,000 by not interacting with MV. They got a turtle and then that's it. They don't get kills, they don't do anything. They just deny them a farm So this is just a natural progression of differentiating yourself and your opponents with gold by not earning that much, but just denying them of any.
Yeah. So guys, will be able to catch on to Leone. Leone goes into Revitalize. Here comes Momo with a TOR. So guys already using Bondos, will be able to dash away. Cram stepping forward right here, but zone out by the side of Bondos. Second skill, SRG. I'm going to find a kill, and that's still working well for the side of SRG.
Yeah, the spacing is so good. MV is going to be very solid at taking direct front-to-back fights, and that's why SRG is just coming from every angle possible and keeping enough distance that Monster Vicious just cannot choose where to engage and commit. This is resulting in them not getting any pressure on the map.
And SRG understands that MV, they kind of have a wombo combo kind of drive, right? With the Gatot as well as the Eve, even the Yeast and Shin. We've seen this trio combination catching a lot of opponents, so they're like, let's just not get caught.
Tonight is joining in right here, but Yums will be the one that's absorbing so much of the CCs. Members on the side of Monster Vicious, already set before Rob, finding onto the member for the side of Stormy. Buzzbug giving over the side of Monster Vicious. Master Kai's going in, ultimate onto Bondos right here. Real world manipulation, trying to slow it down. And Stick Kai, 7-7-2. 3 members for the side of Monster Vicious going down.
Joy has been in a tough spot in the patch these days, but in the hands of Skies, doesn't even look like that has been an issue. Gotta give props to Ruff, that was a really good insurgent play by catching Stormy, but because the rest of the team had to commit on that, SRG just instantly dived them, and the damage was so much.
I can say that SRG.OG is the only team that can punish when the opponent makes a good play. Because even in game number 1, they made a good play on Sakai, and they're like, oh, you use your skills? Cool, let everyone else do something else. Like, Stormy got picked up, and it's like, okay, good, Stormy, now I'm Sakai, I do my job, thank you.
Ooh, Ruff is trying to go for this, but that's not a winning battle for sure. And this is starting to go out of control very quickly.
Yeah, literally, right? SRG literally hold on to Monster Vicious, really pushing them down in the swimming pool. It feels like what we're talking about in between games is like everything that Monster Vicious is really trying to do, SRG is not budging.
Yeah, again, like SRG, okay, your team has wombo combo, let's not allow you to get those wombo combos. And it's like, oh, you use your abilities where then Innocent is free, Cram is free, Sakai is free, and then they do their jobs very, very well. SRG, they are very good at understanding opportunities, and I think this is what makes them a bit scary, is the no hesitation when it comes to the decision. You see the way of the dragon is out of the way. Hey, everyone trying to make a play, and everyone can make a play.
Yoni, this time round, trying to cosplay Yums earlier just now. Will be able to find a flank, but this time round, he's the one that got flanked. Delivering just food over the side of SRG. My goodness. Nothing that Monster Vicious can do.
The difference in timing and hesitation is so clear there. Every time something happens, SRG, snap decision happens right away with all 5 members behind them. Leone tried to engage there, MV was still stuck deciding, do we want to follow up on this? And by the time they had made the decision, it was made for them. They couldn't back him up. SRG slowly but surely translating this control into another snowball.
Let me just tell you a story, Jace, here in MPLMY.
I love story.
SRG demoralizes you. They don't just win, they demoralize. To the point where every season, whoever has a win streak fights against SRG.OG, they never win after that, man.
Yum still able to survive that one. That's a kick from the side of Ruff. But Sakai's right there just bursting down Leone. And then it's going to be Cram just flying in sky high without a candle. Well, he's not a bird. He's a massive dragon. He's spreading the damage all across Monster Vicious. And now he's just zoning them out. SRG, man, this is the story that you're talking about, LaBelle, because, man, SRG knows how to kick you when you're down.
They really, really do. The most effective thing about SRG.OG is the way they take team fights. They have a layered approach. They are so good at rotating people in and out at the right timings that it doesn't look like you're able to do anything meaningful.
Oh, Leone looking for a flank again, but he takes so much damage from the side of SRG. He's not going to be able to serve himself on a silver platter like just now.
Yeah, honestly, like, even if he did, again, like, they are not able to deal the damage. It's not because the players aren't good, because someone is going to stop them. Either Innocent's going to stop them, Yum's going to stop them, Cram's going to stop them, because here's the thing. SRG, they don't feel pressured, and look at this, Sakai goes for Ruff.
Just literally a high-speed release. Chase Sakai's dashing over the wall. He tags on to Ruff.
He's just toying with him at this point. This feels really, really bad. If MV weren't demoralized after game 2, you can bet they are right now. This is the state for any player where it's just like, what do we do?
Yeah.
What can we do?
This is like what? Psychological warfare, and SRG is winning on all fronts. Like psychological warfare and every form of warfare.
I feel like everyone in the audience can feel this, but no matter what you do, it's never enough.
Yeah.
Wow.
Never enough.
It's never enough to...
You do your best, you do what you've been told,
yeah,
and it's like, yeah, not good enough.
Yeah, that's exactly like what my mom always does to me. Sorry, gaslighting. Anyways,
you got an A? Only A's?
Yeah.
Where is that
plus, young
Only
man?
A+?
Exactly.
Sorry, mom.
Do you really want to be a doctor with just A's?
Man, SRG is
Asian
like
experience,
a Asian tiger mom right now.
Yeah, that's SRG, Asian tiger mom, exactly.
SRG teaching them a lesson the hard way that they never even asked for. So I think that is a very accurate metaphor, unfortunately.
Yeah.
10 minutes in, 8 to 1.
Up TOR, coming up with Momo, they're trying to make a play right here for the side of Avengers, but SRG stands back. Real wall manipulation by the side bundles, but it will be deactivated for now. Momo trying to hold on to fight as long as possible, but Stormy melting down Leone. Rubbish no more. Cramp takes down Momo as well. It's a massacre down the bottom side.
It was a good play.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
They found Skies.
They got
Momo
A.
got a really nice Throne of Ruin, but yeah, that's not enough for the CGPA attributes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
This is rough. This is very rough. Pun not intended.
Oh, I
it's
see.
like being perfect is such a low bar. You got to be a bit above perfect to fight against SRG at this point.
Yeah, and you can even sense the demoralized feelings that even I feel like we're also demoralized as well, because how do you fight against SRG? And the Monster Vicious were literally trying everything in the book, even pulling out a Cho gold lane. But he was literally staying in the lane most of the time because Innocent could just easily threaten with a turret push.
They're trying their best here. Another fight gonna break out here.
A nice EOR coming up with Momo, but he is no longer there right there. Melted down as Cram goes in the Black Dragon form, just zoning the rest of the Monster Vicious away. Leone and Momo going down right there. Oh, it's not looking good, especially when the Lord is marching up top.
You know, LaFell, I think we can call it.
Yeah.
In fact, I think we could have called it like 3 minutes ago.
Maybe you could have called it at first match, you know?
Maybe we could have called it when we woke up this morning.
I woke up, SRG wins, goes back to sleep.
Yeah.
We should have known, man. They always have breakfast together.
Yeah. I mean, like, they had, like, snacks in between games, right? So guys had a banana.
Yeah, I saw how he demolished the banana right there.
Oh, yeah, he did.
And right now, MV, they're trying their best to protect their base at 11 minutes, almost 12 minutes here. SRG is able to get all the holy defense and able to get one inhibitor, and on the way of getting the second with almost 10,000 gold here.
Oh, yo! Right there, we'll be able to do something right there, all the way at the back line, but it's just going to be SRG entering, leaking through. Monster Vicious trying to base defend at all costs. Revitalize on the side, Leone right there is keeping them alive, but SRG, their aggression knows no bounds.
SRG is just going unpunished every single time. You think, hey, they've dived too deep, maybe we can do something about it. You see the weight of that 9k gold advantage breathing down your neck, and they're not done either. They're trying to push mid again.
Yeah, the only thing is they don't have a kick.
Catching on to Yumes, but that's not prize value for the side of Monster Vicious. They're not looking for that one. It's like, wait, hold on a second. Yumes still alive though. He will be able to run away.
Are you kidding me?
What have we been saying? Hey, man, that was good. Not enough. Yeah. Like, what else? You already did everything, and then Yumes slither a HP. You don't even see it, and he still makes it out. How can... That is demoralizing.
He item swapped the immortality and didn't even feel the need to go for the crown because he knew he was out.
Or he just didn't have enough gold. But either way,
that's possible, yeah, but the former is cooler.
Yeah, but imagine MV be like, bro, we can't even kill the roamer.
He was at 20% HP, surrounded by 4 people, caught in the way of the dragon. At that point, you're just done. It's just, what do you do?
Like what Vondo's doing, going back to base.
Yeah, at least Vondo has the most amount of damage, you know, like he's trying. The entire team is trying, but if I was the coaching staff of MV, I don't know how many pages of notes that they have. Like, what else do they have?
Like this, perhaps. Rough. In no man's land right there. SRG trying to make a play. Would not be able to assassinate anybody. Look at that. SRG literally untouched.
Literally the definition of a rough spot right there. And you can't even call it a joke because this is turning into a tragedy for Monster Vicious. Chat, I don't know if you're hoping for us to do some analysis right here, but I hope you can understand that this situation does not require explanation.
Painful to watch.
People even say, like, what if this is a caster curse? Like, I mean, like, we can try, but some things are not carryable, you know?
Yeah.
Something like, even Fate is just like, nah, you got this.
Yeah, even like Doctor Strange had to like
even Doctor Strange can't see way.
Yeah, Doctor Strange put out that one, and after seeing this game, puts his finger down.
Yeah.
It's like, no, actually, that one doesn't work either. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's easier to beat Thanos.
It's just, I can see a broken team for the side of Monster Vicious. SRG, everything that Monster Vicious pulled out, like literally, they go for something normal in game number 1, game 2 with a Ube, game 3 with a gold lane Cho. Nothing sticks on SRG's wall.
This kind of looks like my pub games when I asked matchmaking.
Literally.
Oh my goodness.
Melted. AERO for the side of Monster Vicious trying to make a play right here, right underneath the turret. On the side of Monster Vicious, SRG still leading strong, still holding on. They're looking at upper bracket finals. A clean sweep. They push down the Monster Vicious down to the floor, and they rise above against Monster Vicious.
And again, Monster Vicious nonchalant, man.
Another day in the office.
What can we say? What can we say? It's just an easy, clean sweep for our defending champions. They prove why they have held on to this throne for so long. Is there anyone that can halt this legacy?
I don't know how you break this wall, the Phalanx Dafa, because Monster Vicious surely can't. Everything they've done is just going to waste. It's like literally pouring water onto the leaf of a potato or something.
I don't understand that metaphor, but I agree with you.
I think that's a Perry Bahas.
I see.
It's coming back to me right now.
Oh, what? Oh, there's not much we can really even say here, so we'll let Rose handle it for us and see what the team has to say after that one. We'll catch up with you guys in a moment.
Kemenangan bersih untuk Selangor Red Giants. OG Esports continuing their journey to the upper bracket finals untuk playoffs hari ketiga. Aik, come here. Come. First time on stage this playoffs, already start your perangai ya, masing-masing. So, sekarang Rose bersama dengan SRG.OG, and could we please have the mic for Innocent, please? Okay, we share mic first. We share mic. Okay. Now, we know that it's been a 3 weeks break, diba? And a lot of people were kind of worried about how the teams will look coming into playoffs. They say the 3 weeks break could maybe disturb the momentum of the team and everything. But SRG.OG looked very, very solid. What did you guys do in the 3 weeks break? Mic not on. You use my mic first. Nah.
There.
Talk. Let's go.
Because we're just getting momentum on our screams.
So, finding scrims and everything has been easy for you guys.
We can explore a lot of heroes because this is a new patch.
Ah, okay. Now, speaking of the new patch, I saw you brought out Xborg Gold Lane. Yesterday, it was also brought out, but in your opinion, how was it? Is it nice to play in the Gold Lane?
Xborg, if you don't want to die in lane, it's good for you if you don't want to die in lane. Because you have 2 HP.
Yes.
So there's always a chance to go out.
Untuk orang yang jaga KD, bolehlah main Xbox. Yes, betul. Pandai Innocent. Thank you very much Innocent. Now mungkin kita boleh cakap dengan Yums kot. Yums? Hey. Yums, Kyrie cakap selepas MSC 2025, Malaysia adalah satu threat besar kepada international team. You rasa you setuju tak dengan statement ni?
Setuju lah. Sebab dia Kyrie kan.
Sebab dia Kyrie.
Betul.
Tapi you rasa tim kedua yang kita akan hantar boleh buat threat ke dekat international ke SRG je yang boleh?
Semua tim boleh.
Semua tim boleh. You rasa semua ada potential?
Betul.
Okay. Thank you very much Yums. Hari ni dia good boy. Dia jawab dengan sangat-sangat baik. Tapi Maib Serdang, kita nampak perlawanan yang sangat-sangat bersih. And of course, a clean sweep. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. You guys rasa siapa? Mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Dia jatuh kepada... Siapa? Yums! Yums, hari ini menang bersih. Dan ramai orang cakap kalau hari ini menang bersih, 4-peat is already on the hands of SRG.OG. Tetapi, kalau you guys nak 4-peat, mesti korang kena pergi ke upper bracket finals lagi. Korang kena main dekat grand finals lagi. You rasa pasukan mana yang akan bagi you guys a threat or maybe even a hard time to secure that 4-peat?
Saya rasa tak ada.
You rasa confident?
Confident.
110% confident untuk 4-peat?
Yes, 100%.
So bagi you, siapa yang you nak jumpa di grand finals kalau you layak ke grand finals esok?
Diorang dua ni cakap CG.
CG, everybody agrees with that? Cram?
Ya, nak lawan CG because they said luck.
Oh, nak lawan CG because they said luck. Stormy?
Ya, sebab orang kata luck kan hari tu.
Adik sama? Sama. Okay, now adik, Rose ada soalan untuk adik. Bukan Kyrie cakap that actually Malaysia sahaja yang jadi threat yang besar, tapi dia pun cakap dia nak jumpa sekais lagi di international stage. Do you have any message for Kyrie?
Kyrie ke Kak Desi?
Kyrie.
Okay, Kak Kyrie. Yes, I excited to see you too, especially to against you.
Wow, excited nak lawan dia?
Yup.
We're gonna find out tomorrow if that match-up will happen. And of course, lastly, maybe Stormy, final words. Full house dekat Maib Serdang hari ini untuk match pertama mereka di playoffs.
Fans yang datang hari ini, thank you so much for coming and insyaAllah kita akan fokus untuk 4-peat lah. Thank you guys.
Alright, thank you very much and once again congratulations to Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Kepada semua audience kita yang hadir ke Maib Serdang, just to remind you guys, dekat luar kita ada watch party dan kita juga ada re-streamer yang tengah stream dekat luar iaitu Ripo. So kalau you guys nak jumpa dia ada dekat luar. Thank you very much, congratulations, and with that let us throw it back to the panel to analyze apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Panel, back to you guys.
The sheer aura and presence of Selangor Red Giants OG Esports continues to permeate the halls of MPL Malaysia, and Yums continues to lead them down the path to a potential 4-peat championship. Clean gameplay, perfect decision making, there really is not much left to say.
I mean, like at this point, it would be more impressive if SRG makes a mistake, isn't it?
I think so.
Right? I mean, like, because here's the thing. It's one thing to be dominating. It's another thing to be dominating and keep on improving, you know? Like, and also flawlessly, because here's the thing. They basically are like this in the previous season as well.
Yeah, okay.
But then people were worrying that, because it was so easy in MPLMY, they're going to struggle in internationals, which they did not. Yeah. Even in MSC, they got second place. They only lost against TLPH. So it's almost like, yes, MPLMY, they're having a hard time going up against SRG, but to be fair, even the rest of the world is struggling against SRG.OG.
Correct. And I love how your description of SRG. They're flawless, yet they're still improving. Like that's
How do you improve perfection?
That's a contradiction right there, and that makes them amazing.
Like, how many times, how many seasons have we asked collectively, is this the peak, right? Will SRG.OG hit a wall, a ceiling at some point? But no, they have proven that is not even a question every single time. Literally, the sky is the limit for SRG.OG.
I mean, with that, we got to go back in time where even one of the earliest interview with Arcadia was like, okay, why do you choose these players? And he said one of the criteria is I want very young players so that they have a very long standing in the team and you don't hit that ceiling very, very early on. So shout outs to the scouting team of SRG.OG, including Arcadia, where, again, Cram and Innocent, they're basically like trash tier in PH. Everyone's like, yo, SRG, you guys made a bad choice. Why did you choose the worst gold laner to come into your team? And now, yo, Innocent he's up there, man.
Sorry, just also a bit of a reminder. Team Flash did field the Innocent for one competition, and after that, give it to you guys.
Wow. I actually wasn't aware of that small bit of history.
So a lot of...
very small little history.
It's like, what if he just stayed, right?
I don't think so. I don't think he will be...
It wouldn't be the same, right?
Yeah.
This is a genuine diamond in the rough. And
I think that was even before MSC 2024.
Yeah.
There's not many teams that could polish these players the way that they have done. Innocent had his time to shine. He dominated MPL MY for multiple seasons. Now Cram is doing it. Now Yooms is doing it as well. No one wants to be left behind. This is a team that is ever evolving. And unfortunately for Monster Vicious, they have improved, I will say. But the gap is just so wide.
It reminds me of Onyx ID from before, where their competition is themselves, right? The only one stopping Kyrie from being the best player in the world is Sans, right? Because the conversation is which one is better. And now even in SRG.OG, the competition for Innocent is Cram and Yooms. The competition for Skies is Stormy and Innocent. Like, they're fighting against each other, like, who's the best guy in the team? And then they're like, yo, we all take that challenge.
Yeah, or who can basically have their faces plastered on this graphic, right? Literally, Innocent was just outputting so much damage against Ruff earlier just now in that previous match. He's no time for him to shine. He doesn't really... Even if, you know, usually when you feel a gold lane choke, you want to exit the lane very quickly after you wave clear. But Innocent is just making him stay, because if he leaves the lane, rest assured, Innocent would just hard push that one lane down.
Looking at the highlights here, even from the very beginning, we can already see the impact that was made, the psychological damage applied by the first two games, because it was not clean. MV went back to basics. They played a composition they should be familiar with, but it didn't look like them at all.
Yeah. I really feel like MV is not playing like themselves. After this, Poji is going to be talking to the coach, so I really want to see, like, what can he bring out from him? Like, is this what he expected? Was MV not playing themselves, or SRG is just too good? Which, to be fair, is a valid answer.
It's very valid answer. I hope we get something different, though, because I really want to probe into their minds a little bit. Like, what's your reaction to this, Jace?
I feel like it's just, you know, this is a strong wall, and you literally, right, you got to go through, like, if SRG is that wall that's blocking everybody else's success. And that's what I'm feeling just watching this one, right? Monster Vicious, I feel like they're really afraid of these name tags, but I can see some, like, brilliances. Like, Leone was wonderful. His engages was great.
Yep.
And Momo, in game number 3, his TORs, his ultimate is just like, could potentially end the game, potentially flip the whole script.
They definitely have the potential, but there's still things to figure out. For now, we'll pass it over to Poji to see what he has to say.
Terima kasih. Anda kembali bersama saya Poji dalam segmen saya Panas ke Tidak bersama Coach MV Sorapayo. Semalam main Estes nampak macam oh my Venus. Hari ni main Estes macam oh my God. Apa jadi sebenarnya?
Cara SRG bermain pecahkan kita orang tu buatkan SS kami tak berjaya. Gatot, Yum Salty and diorang pecahkan kami. So tu buatkan SS tak functional dekat situ. And Coach Arcadia pun ban Fedrin. So
Maksudnya diorang boleh membaca korang ataupun korang mudah dibaca?
mungkin dua-dua. Mungkin dua-dua lah.
Mungkin dua-dua, faham. Tapi kalau boleh lah kan Sora, sebab semalam Sora ada cakap untuk Ros tanya, Sora macam ni esok nak lawan SRG, Sora macam kita tengok nanti macam mana. Dah tengok dah. Macam mana?
Dia bukan dia tengok macam mana dalam humble way lah, bukan macam bajet ke apa lah. So macam kalau menang lah, kalau kalah. So hari ni SRG punya performance lagi better lah dari kami. So kami akui lah. Kalau menang, kalau kalah. Maksudnya 3 minggu kita cuti, 3 minggu MV training hanya untuk kalahkan Homebois je. InsyaAllah tak. InsyaAllah lower bracket ni kami akan cuba untuk climb balik ke grand final lah.
Faham. Mungkin boleh untuk climb sebab sekali saya pernah nampak korang mengalahkan Selangor Red Giant. Mereka pernah kalahkan Selangor Red Giant. Adakah ini menunjukkan sebenarnya mungkin korang boleh ulang semula sejarah itu? Ataupun mungkin menang tu luck je?
Agak susah juga. Mungkin sekarang mereka lebih aware dengan MV. Mungkin before this mereka tak lebih aware. So nak repeat kejadian tu boleh, cuma agak susah sikit lah. Tapi kami akan cuba yang terbaik lah.
Menuju esok, kalah ataupun mati, kalau boleh awak nak jumpa siapa? Dan apakah game plan dan perancangan? Do or die? Silap balik, menang meneruskan perjalanan.
Tim yang kami yang nak jumpa dua-dua okey je kami nak jumpa. Cuma saya rasa mungkin CG akan menang. Tapi based on line up jugalah sebenarnya. Kalau line up CG tak stable, mungkin Vamos yang akan menang. Tapi akan fight lah 3-2.
3-2 CG?
Dua-dua tim boleh 3-2 lah.
Dua-dua CG boleh menang, Vamos boleh menang. Sora tak ada jawapan yang pasti lagi?
Sebab dua-dua kuat.
Dua-dua kuat. Okey, dua-dua kuat. Hello? Homebois. Sora cakap Homebois je tak kuat. Macam tu. Tapi okey, untuk Sora, kalau boleh anything untuk cakap kepada semua fan kita yang berada dekat sini, yang datang ke Maib Serdang. Anything nak cakap kepada fan, ahli keluarga dan juga peminat yang menonton dekat rumah, untuk mereka datang dan enjoy bersama kita dekat playoff ini.
So terima kasih untuk fans MV, fans SRG dan fans yang tonton online juga dekat rumah, dekat TikTok, dekat YouTube, dekat semua platform. Terima kasih support kami, and jangan lupa juga saksikan MV dekat lower bracket esok menentang tim yang akan kalah kejap lagi. So thank you guys.
Itu saja daripada saya dan juga Sora. Banyak jawapan yang kita dapat, banyak juga jawapan yang tidak menjawab soalan. Sebab kita nak tengok MB jadi lebih garang dan ganas. Sebab kita sampai bila nak tengok SRG je mendominasi arena MPL Malaysia. Kita perlukan satu lagi sasaran begitu macam, okay, not only SRG, MV next maybe. Tapi apa-apa pun, terima kasih Sora, terima kasih kepada anda. Dan sekarang let's go back kepada panel kita untuk mereka merungkai apakah yang berlaku sebentar tadi. Let's go.
Thank you very much to Poji and of course to Coach Sora as well. At the very least, you can say it's good to see that he is not taking the loss too hard. He knows that he has to focus on what happens next, because this is not the end of the road yet for Monster Vicious. They still have the lower bracket, but it is going to be do or die there, and they're going to be waiting to see who their opponent is going to be from the next match as well. But man, what a way to start off day 2, huh?
Yeah, it's just a clean old sweep, right? That's the first clean sweep that we've experienced from the playoffs thus far, and it needs to reach SRG, and it has to be day 2 where we have our first clean sweep.
Yeah, and even just now where Sora said probably CG might win, but it's really a question on the roster, because even us, we don't know who's the roster for CG playing this time.
Yeah, considering SPM is happening, right? Is Amzek actually going to be part of the lineup? If not, who's taking his place? Have they figured out the issues they had in their comp? Have they adapted to the patch?
Yeah, and you know, like what you mentioned, gold laners right now, yes, it's a very interesting role, right? Like now you act like a secondary front line. You also still have to do the same amount of damage. And you know, while we talk about, you know, gold laners being like a little bit a lot of pressure, mid laners also starting to have a bit of pressure as well.
There's a lot to think about, and hopefully next few teams are going to be able to figure that out. Will we get another clean sweep? Will we get to see a good head-to-head? It'll be the first time CG Esports takes the stage ever since the regular season. So for now, we're going to jump into a break. But when we come back, our second best of 2 of the day. We'll see you guys there.
You guys go from left.
Dash.
Wait, simi. Persona nearby. Boleh just
Barca.
Aman. Orang lebih. Mati ya. Simi. Bisa. Aku kuat bang. Simi. Aku listen. Parsa yuk. Trade. Nice one. Party traders. Bondos. Sarap. Nice one. Gila.
Namanya.
Bisa. Bisa bang. Nice one. Good game guys. Jadi tumbal. Let's go backline guys. Pergi minum lagi di atas. Ada. Di atas guys. GG. Beli bisa. Simi. Simi.
Sarap.
Aku anda. Boleh.
Apa stage?
Boleh. Cepat deh. Go box. Aja. Boleh now, Cok. Boleh. GG.
Bener.
SP3.
Nice one.
Payung ni bos. Sabi som. Let's go som.
Sakit long ah.
Let's go guys. Nice one guys. Bisa. Ada. Tower. Dash. Mampus.
Kill. Please kill. Kill.
Alamak. Kill. Nice one guys.
3-0.
3-0-2. Pu terakhir.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
try, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey! Rasa padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Kau hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus, 0. Coba, try, chase, 100 plus, 0, hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time for beating Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homebois, and it's a new lineup. Their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to Homebois, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah, tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first lah. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JML seperti macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan diorang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan push something lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah season lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homebois. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bagi diorang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPMY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPMY punya official page ataupun bio MPMY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
Season menentang AERO saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh stay di main lineup Vamos and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homebois. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Homebois nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back-to-back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya player-player diorang tu player yang veteran macam Ciku, Valence, and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPLMY official page.
CeraVe baharu blemish control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalah dengan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu pembakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah later.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPLMY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homebois, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojo saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kat sub lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG jangan lupa dan Todak jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPLMY Season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli lah guys.
pasukan dekat kita orang AERO, Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game, 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan berhad lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3. Go.
Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa dia cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan, semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Dah tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang, tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa Team Ray sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. Saya rasa sebab tu kita kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun we relegate right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. Be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Club, Atras. MPL Homebois ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homebois dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat percaya terabel nyawanya.
Kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last 2 slots for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and AERO. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games, us and another team, because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than AERO. Sorry to say to Untitled, because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoff.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan perbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab boleh dari bawah, still boleh bersaing lah. Saya tak gila nak main playoff. Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
In the end, mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
Datang ke Double 11. Harga menakjubkan, gaya menakjubkan. Menang besar dalam cabutan mega. Harga terendah, manfaat berlimpah.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homebois, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baru muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baru MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus zero. Hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time for beating Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG, SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homebois, and it's a new lineup. Their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to Homebois, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah, tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first lah. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mengena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JML seperti macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan dua orang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan push some team lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah season lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homebois. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bantu orang bagi orang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPMY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dah dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPMY punya official page ataupun bio MPMY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
Season menentang AERO saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh stay di main lineup Vamos and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homebois. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Homebois nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back to back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya player-player diorang tu player yang veteran macam Ciku, Valence, and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPLMY official page.
CeraVe baharu blemish control membersih 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalah dengan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu pembakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah. Better.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPLMY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homebois, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojo saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kasap lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG jangan lupa dan Todak jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPLMY season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli je guys.
Tengah tumpukan dekat kita orang AERO Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan buat hard lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3. Go.
Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa dia cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan, semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang, tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa team race sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. Saya rasa sebab kita orang kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun ya we relegate right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Club, Patras. MPL Homebois ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homebois dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat bola.
Kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last 2 slots for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and AERO. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games us and another team because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than AERO. Sorry to say to Untitled because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Most dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoff.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan berbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab boleh dari bawah, still boleh bersaing lah. Excited gila nak main playoff. Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
in the end mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya, dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
Selamat datang ke Double 11. Harga menakjubkan, gaya menakjubkan. Menang besar dalam cabutan mega. Harga terendah, manfaat berlimpah.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nun bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homebois, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12 to October 19, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
kan harimu dengan 100 plus 0. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus 0. Hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time for Big in Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homebois, and it's a new lineup. Their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to Homebois, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah, tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first lah. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mengena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JML seperti macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan diorang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan push something lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah season lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homebois. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bantu orang bagi orang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPMY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dah dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPMY punya official page ataupun bio MPMY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
Season menentang AERO saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh steady main line up Vamos and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homebois. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zon selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Homebois nanti.
Tentang first kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back-to-back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya player-player diorang tu player yang veteran macam Ciku, Valence, and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Si Putra dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPLMY official page.
CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalah dengan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu membakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah. Better.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPLMY akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homebois, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojo saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kasap lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG, jangan lupa dan Todak, jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPLMY Season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli je guys.
tengah tumpukan dekat kita orang AERO, Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game, 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan buat lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3.
Go. Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa dia cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan, semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang, tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa team race sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. Saya rasa sebab kita orang kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun ya we really get right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. You might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Club, Ultras. MPL Homebois ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homebois dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat imbang.
Kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik je insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last 2 slots for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and AERO. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games, us and another team, because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than AERO. Sorry to say to Untitled, because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Most dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoff.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan berbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab ibu dari bawah still boleh bersaing lah. Saya tak gila nak main playoff. Pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
In the end, mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
Datang ke Double 11. Harga menakjubkan, gaya menakjubkan. Menang besar dalam cabutan mega. Harga terendah, manfaat berlimpah.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nun bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homebois, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY. Dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baru muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baru MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
kan harimu dengan 100 plus 0. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus 0. Hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12 to October 19, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time for beating Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homebois, and it's a new lineup. Their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like a couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to Homebois, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
This season, I just nak pergi M series lah. Tak kisahlah. Tapi kalau boleh nak try to beat SRG first lah. So netizen stop calling us Todak version 2 sebab kita orang pun dah tak ada kena-mengena dengan Todak dah. Keep support both team lah. Untuk first game nanti, kita orang akan lawan JMS. Benda macam ulang balik grand final kita orang masuk ke ML. Kemungkinan dua orang boleh menang ataupun kita orang boleh menang. So jangan lupa datang lah guys, support kita orang, okay?
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini.
So untuk last season kita orang punya performance agak teruk lah. So banyak benda yang kita orang belajar dan kita orang akan improve some team lah untuk season ni. Harapan saya kalau boleh at least top 2 lah. Kalau champion tu bonus sebab kita orang nak pergi M7 sebab kita orang kalah season lepas, kita orang cuti lama sangat. So week 1 kita orang tahu yang kita orang akan jumpa Homebois. Kalau boleh saya nak revenge lah kekalahan untuk season lepas. Saya nak bagi diorang diam lah. Kalau korang tengok MPMY pada 13 September ni, korang boleh datang dekat Stadium Putra dekat Bukit Jalil. So kalau korang dah dapatkan tiket, korang boleh pergi dekat MPMY punya official page ataupun bio MPMY. Jumpa korang kat sana.
Season menentang AERO saya kalah kan. Maybe season ni mental saya dah lagi kuat dan matang. Saya pun dah cuba improve banyak untuk fight for my spot. For me personally, saya nak buktikan yang saya boleh stay di main lineup Vamos and saya boleh mencabar jungle-jungle MPL yang lain lah. Untuk Hazel, just give a good fight and let's see who's the best.
Hari ni kita orang lawan Untitled and saya rasa kita orang kalah sebab kita orang hari ni tak panas lagi kot. Dah berapa musim juga first match kita orang kalah. Season lepas kalah dengan Homebois. So season ni 2-0 dengan Untitled. Kekalahan ni jadi macam tamparan untuk kita orang. Kita orang tak boleh berada dalam zone selesa lah. So kita orang kena betul-betul mencari performa kita orang yang hilang tu untuk lawan Homebois nanti.
Tentang first, kita orang rasa sangat happy lah. Sebab kita orang kan selalu match sampai 3 game kan. So kita orang suka sebab dapat habiskan 2-0 season ni. Minggu kedua ni kita orang ada back to back match. Kita orang akan lawan dengan tim CG. Bagi saya player-player diorang tu player yang veteran macam Ciku, Valence, and saya harap kita orang boleh konsistenkan lah kita orang punya kemenangan ni. Jangan lupa datang untuk support tim kita orang dekat Dewan Sri Putra dan jangan lupa dapatkan tiket dekat bio MPL official page.
CeraVe baharu blemish control membersih 2% salisilik asid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
As a veteran, kita orang akan menentang Untitled untuk next week. Player-player yang saya kena highlight untuk Untitled which is KZ, Kimin dengan Siska. Tiga-tiga ni antara player muda yang sangat berbakat sebab diorang dah buktikan last season diorang antara yang the best dan antara yang terkuat. So untuk lawan Untitled nanti kita orang kena disiplin lebih guys sebab takut nanti kita orang yang kena bantai dengan adik.
So yang macam korang tahu, CG nak ke international and kita orang nak sangat kalah dengan SRG. Kita orang nak tahu standard kita orang kat mana. Sebab even kita orang menang 2-0 pun saya rasa daripada minggu lepas kita orang tak clean team fight and tak proper com lah. InsyaAllah kedepannya kita orang akan cuba baikilah benda-benda macam comms and decision making. If kita orang menang lawan SRG, saya rasa benda tu pembakar semangat kita orang.
Minggu depan kita akan berjumpa dengan CG. Saya rasa saya first time lawan dengan Cik dekat area meet. So saya rasa going to be fun and I think I'm going to pick him off a lot. For Ciku guys, aku rasa happy lah sebab kau dah dekat pentas sebenar kan. Kau dekat kau punya sepatutnya kau ada lah. Let's have fun and let's fight lah later.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Untuk minggu depan, MPL akan ada match-match besar. Kita ada Todak versus Homebois, SRG versus Vamos dan Todak lawan CG Esports.
Jumpa dengan Vamos nanti saya rasa excited lah sebab diorang pun one of the strongest contender dan dengan adanya Gojo saya rasa diorang dah lengkap lah. Okay Jess, kalau lawan Vamos nanti kau akan tahu lah Jess kenapa kau kat sub lah.
Perasaan saya bila jumpa Todak kali pertama ni agak awkward sebenarnya. Sebab selalunya saya dekat sini gambar Todak tapi sekarang gambar CG. Tak sangka lah akan melawan tim kegemaran saya dulu.
Saya rasa Todak tak rindu saya pun sebab diorang dah ada sekarang line up dengan ada Zaid kan. So itulah. Itu je lah.
Todak, do you miss me? My roommate Zaid, I miss you so much. I miss you. But I need to move on. I already have new roommate, Gary.
Untuk Todak, harap kita dapat memeriahkan MPL and dapat bagi game yang intense lah. So harap korang dapat bounce back untuk lawan kita orang.
Okay guys, untuk fan-fan CG jangan lupa dan Todak jangan lupa beli, bukan beli tau, mesti beli tiket dekat website MPL season 16. Sebab apa? Sebab match depan saya melawan saya punya bekas teammate. Saya pun tak tahu saya dah move on ke tak. Cuba korang minggu depan beli je guys.
tengah tumpukan dekat kita orang AERO, Untitled dengan Team Break untuk rebutkan slot nombor 6.
Sejujurnya memang rasa sedih sebab season ni lebih teruk. Season lepas walaupun kami kalah, kami tetap ada 1 poin. Tapi season ni kita orang dah 3 game, 0-2. Jadi kita rasa tu result yang buruk untuk kami. Mungkin kita orang punya mentality kot ataupun kita orang punya semangat drop. Kami akan buat high lagi sebab kita orang memang akan usaha keras lagi untuk dapatkan playoff.
1, 2, 3.
Go! Lepas kalah dengan SRG, macam kita orang kena tamparan juga lagi saya kan. Sebab Yumfa ada cakap dia letak high expectation untuk saya. Lepas tu kita orang tak dapat bagi saingan, semua kecewa lah. Lepas daripada tu kita orang betul-betul try hard lah. Kita tak ada main-main dah. Minggu depan kita orang akan lawan MV. Untuk season ni saya confident juga untuk menang, tapi jangan overconfident, still respect enemy and buat yang terbaik.
For now saya rasa team race sangat kurang. Saya rasa gameplay and also kita punya strategi agak lemah lah. So, saya rasa sebab tu lah kita orang kalah. Perasaan sangat sedih lah sebab last season saya dekat JP pun we relegate right. So this season pun chance tu nak play off susah. Untuk next match lawan SRG and Vamos, we try our best. Kita try our best lah. Okay guys, next week kita akan buat 9 year anniversary celebration dekat sini guys. Okay guys, bye.
This is the most dangerous planet in the universe. And you've come to hunt an apex predator. Be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Club, Ultras. MPL Homebois ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homebois dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat percaya untuk diambil nyawanya.
Kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last 2 slots for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and AERO. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games, us and another team, because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than AERO. Sorry to say to Untitled, because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Most dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Kalau tengok career saya, season 10 ialah best performance saya. Season 11 tak lepas playoff.
Sebab kau ada star syndrome. Kau tak nak main dengan tim. Kau tak faham lagi ke?
The best moment dalam career saya adalah season 12 lah. The worst moment season 15 lah. Saya sebenarnya dah tak nak main MLBB dah. Saya rasa saya punya limit dah kat situ dah. Dah tak boleh improve dah. I don't know. Apa yang membuat saya tak nak give up adalah kawan-kawan lah. Saya cuba try hard dan comeback balik lah. Tapi kalau boleh saya nak repeat balik dan perbetulkan balik lah. Yang penting saya boleh bagi the best performance lagi lah.
So bila season 16 ni comeback MPL, happy lah. Saya still bersyukur lah sebab boleh dari bawah, still boleh bersaing lah. Saya tak gila nak main playoff. Belajar pelajaran yang paling penting saya rasa ialah lebih hard work, trust the process lah. Lagi satu, just jangan give up.
In the end, mengalah tu bukanlah salah satu pilihan untuk korang berjaya dan teruslah berusaha sampai titik puncaknya.
Datang ke Double 11. Harga menakjubkan, gaya menakjubkan. Menang besar dalam cabutan mega. Harga terendah, manfaat berlimpah.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Toda. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Toda
Aku hembus kata si Mas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rundung terpaksa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30, just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, grab. Grab food for 1. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraV, Nando's, and Playas. Predator Badlands, in cinemas on 6 November. An action-adventure horror set in the future on a deadly remote planet. Predator Badlands follows a young predator outcast who finds an unlikely ally in Tia as he embarks on a treacherous journey in search of the ultimate adversary on the most dangerous planet in the universe where everything is trying to kill you. Catch Predator Badlands in cinemas 6 November. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Predator Badlands movie tickets for IMAX or 4DX. Supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, MAPS.
The curtain draws once more, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 16 Playoffs, day number 2, where we are currently wishing to see which of these two teams will be able to move on to the upper bracket finals to have a chance to take a stab at the Selangor Red Giants, and which of them will be dropping to the lowers. It's going to be CG Esports versus Team Vamos in our second best of 5 series of the day. You're watching the English Desk once again. My name is Stafa, joined by Jays as well as LaFell. Any expectations for this one?
Honestly, in terms of the expectations, is that I want Vamos to be a little bit more clean, because yes, they won yesterday, but it wasn't really the best of showing for Vamos, especially because they are one of the favorites to go to international. And we saw where other players, they're thinking highly of CG.
Yep.
And Amzik, again, SPM, it is a very big exam here in Malaysia. So with the new patch, I don't know if CG really has trained with Amzik. So it's not expectation, it's more like questions. I don't know how CG is going to perform today.
Yeah, and you know, being MPL Malaysia, I think we had this conversation before. MPL Malaysia being one of the later MPLs that really concluded, which means that you gotta have to go through what? 2, not 1, but 2 game-changing patches.
Yep.
And then on top of that, for CG specifically, that's a triple whammy, right? Losing your gold laner just because of circumstances.
Yeah.
Man, they just need to hopefully tide this few days and hopefully make it into M7.
Well, we'll see, right? Will Amzik be on the main roster? Which position will Chiku be playing? All of these are questions that normally do not need to be asked.
Check out the next
I'm asking.
But,
I'm already asking.
But CG Esports is different. Chiku guys himself has always been a different case. Hopefully we get to see something interesting, right? Like you pointed out, Vamos yesterday was not the most consistent. And even though CG were very strong coming out the gate in the regular season, they were not able to bring that consistency all the way through. With a brand new patch now knocking on the door, can they pull it off once again? Let's start things off with CG Esports.
It looks like Amzik is going to be playing. Amzik, Balance, Chiku, Gary, and Yetri. So Amzik, again, even in my head, even if he's playing, it's all about that at training time. But I feel like if CG Esports, they don't experiment, they just give him the heroes that he can use. Because in the regular season, it's been noted that he has an amazing Granger, and he had a game-winning play on Ruby, which is still viable in this current meta. So maybe CG to just take it easy, let Amzik warm up. Because something that you guys have to remember, he's a rookie. he did well in regular season, but hey, here in playoffs, you know, bigger audience, bigger venue, and it's damn cold.
It really
Definitely,
is.
right? My hands are freezing.
Yeah, I know,
and
right?
I'm not too sure about whether these players, because, man, I feel like the energy that the fans are going to be bringing to them would definitely warm them up.
That's for sure, and hopefully it's going to be the case, because they're going to be going up against the mascot themselves, Team Vamos, who yesterday were able to end the journey of AERO Esports. Natko, Zorn, Clarkun, Chibi, and Gojis are eager to add another squad to their list of victims.
There's a lot of things that I want to say here, but it really is which player will get their hero, because going up against AERO, Gojis did not have his Yuzong at all. Will CG let it go? And the sun keeps getting banned over and over and over again. What if CG is like, hey, how about we let it go? Because we don't know what's up with that. But we got to talk about Clarkun, man. Big improvement from regular season, because right now he's legit carrying.
That's true. His Valentina was one of the cleanest performances I have seen, not just from Clarkun, but from any player throughout the season, since that hero has been in a bit of a tough spot with the more recent patches. But now we will get to witness a clash of legends as well, right? Yeah. We got Zorn on one side, we got Chiku on another. There's a lot of veteran players here, and we already pointed out Amzik is a rookie, right? Will he be able to perform on his first time here on such a big stage as well?
Definitely, but you know, sometimes heroes don't become heroes after one day, right? They need to be slowly grinded, slowly molded. You never know, Amzik could be the next.
Usually someone has to die. In most hero stories, you know?
Oh,
well,
wow. Thanks for.
Because you know, like,
I was trying to build it in a very noble way.
I mean, like, to be fair,
and you just daily dose of realization and reality.
Did someone close to Ash Ketchum die?
Well,
that
his
was
dad
I think
has
you're
never
thinking
been
Peter
around.
Parker.
No, Ash has never had a dad.
Well,
true. Right?
Let's look at the next.
I don't know where we're going with this.
I don't know. We just ended up in a really weird direction. Yes, let's talk about the road to the next M series right now, because M7 is right around the corner, and many of these players up on stage right now have had experience on that international stage.
Yeah, we got Chiku, Gojis, Gary, Zorn, and Chibi. And we're talking about legends here. Zorn played from Season 1. Chiku played from Season 4. But we got to talk about Chiku. Look at how many international appearances that he's had. And the impact is, even though if you look at the placement, it's not like that wow, right? But everyone recognizes him. Everyone knows when Chiku is playing internationally, something crazy is going to happen. Whether it works or not is a different story, but it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and that's why I really enjoyed watching Chiku, right? Even back in the Todak days. Back then, I remember I always joked about, oh, Chiku is playing, okay, you know, you put in the wheel for fortune, you spin it, that determines his role.
Pretty
and
much.
Then you spin it again, that determines his hero.
Hey, don't count out the man who brought Mia to MPL and won with it. And you say that the positions are not so, like, impressive, but third place, you know, third place with Todak, the first ever podium placing for a Malaysian team, which stood untested until SRG was able to do the same. I think that definitely deserves some props. There's a reason this man has had legendary status, and now that he's come back to MPL, he's definitely proven himself, but can he push it all the way?
Just careful, if you're talking about M1, the RQ Kingdom will start flooding in, all right? Because M1 was fun. It happened in Malaysia, so hey, you know what? Shout out to M1, Asia Arena, hey, M1, M6, we're amazing.
Yeah, I like the fact that when you say, hey, be careful, and I felt the table had like, someone's phone vibrated right there. Gotta check your DM because, heck, there's a lot of things that we can talk about regarding these legends, man. And I feel like right now it's all about which one do you prefer?
Well, what about you guys out there watching right now? We've got a Fan Talk Zone question for y'all. Do you think CG will be able to take revenge for their loss in the regular season? Scan the QR code, let us know. Do you think, yes, they're looking like a completely different team today? I don't know how you'd be able to rationalize that because we haven't seen them yet. Or no, Vamos has the momentum and the vibe to outplay.
You know what, Stafa? Let's shout out our scriptwriter. Because we were talking about, why is there a maybe? And then there's no maybe now.
Yeah, they actually took it out.
Right? You know what? Shout out the scriptwriter. They probably listened and was like, actually, they're right. Yes and no.
Yeah.
50-50.
It's that simple, right?
Shout out to your scriptwriter. I like the fact that we use vibe as part of the they can win this kind of thing.
Vamos is really a vibe kind of thing, you know?
It's V for vibe.
Yeah, but they definitely need a lot of aura right there.
Also, that's what V is for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the movie, but I've never known what the V stands for.
Yeah, it definitely stands for vibe, not a different word, right? Well, we've got the match starting soon, so of course we gotta welcome the teams up on stage. So let's throw it on over.
Introducing our marshals that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. We'd like to thank Rez, May, Nuna, and Aiden for their work on the stage.
CG Esports.
After a late season slump in the regular season run, today marks their long-awaited return to the playoff stage with renewed determination. Still on their mission to reach the grand world stage of M7, can they overcome the obstacles in their way? Give your loudest cheers for CG Esports!
After 4 long seasons, finally Valence has made it to the playoff stage. And Amzik, here's the rookie here. Can he overcome the pressure?
Team Vamos.
They survived the full 5-game series, edging out AERO yesterday, and return today with greater fire and momentum. Taking out CG for the second time will be their next target. Ladies and gentlemen, uno, dos, tres, hala, vamos!
And now we can hear from the crowd. Vamos is definitely the favorites here, but is it their time to get back on the world stage? Can Zorn perform like he did yesterday? And now introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds. For CG, we got Coach Rain and Coach Cody. For Vamos, we got Pak Bet as well as Pa Atan. Vamos has momentum here coming in from yesterday's matches. They have warmed up, but for CG, this is going to be the first time they're going to be playing on the stage. We got to see, have they really adapted to the new patch? And let's keep going with the fist bumps between the teams, where this time, Vamos, this is going to be their next obstacle for them to actually go to the world stage. And CG, can they do it? Can they stay on top? Can they meet against SRG.OG?
Legends on both sides of the stage, with long-time experiences shaping their careers and their journey to this moment. One of these teams will head to the upper bracket finals to face SRG.OG. The other will meet Monster Vicious in the lower brackets with only 1 life remaining. It's time to analyze the head-to-head for these two worthy competitors.
Yeah, something to note here, I feel like the average KDA starting the season, CG had actually an amazing KDA, and that's where we see at the later stage of the regular season, that's when we start to see it drop a little bit and then start equalizing against teams like Vamos, where again, Vamos has the second highest win total in the regular season. So CG, again, they have an amazing start, but then at the end, a little bit shaky. This is where they got to equalize. They got to make sure that they are steady going up against a veteran team like Vamos. You know how veteran Vamos is? Today, they even brought jackets. They know day one, it was so cold. So this time, we're bringing in jackets, so we're not going to be bothered. CG, unprepared.
That's actually a veteran thing. They
That's
know
a meta
how cold the venue is. They are well prepared. But speaking of which, if you compare these two teams head-to-head, LaFell, win rate 62% for both these two teams. However, it is the for the side of Vamos that feels like, you know, they've got to do a lot more. They've got a lot more gold, a lot more KDA, just to be able to hit the same win rate as CG.
But if they're able to hit those win rates, right, if they're able to find those vibes, Vamos operates on a completely different level. If we look at the map tracker right here, 100% win rate on dangerous grass specifically for Vamos, and that is the same number of games as well, so that is not a numbers situation. In comparison, CG is a little bit hit or miss. Their preference seems to be on expanding rivers and broken walls.
I think expanding rivers really help out CG because they're willing to take losing matchups And then again, expanding rivers, they play more towards the objective, especially Year 3, man. Because Year 3, like, we don't talk about him that much, but I really feel like, especially after losing to Cram, he's trying to be more involved with the team instead of playing, I would say, selfishly for himself.
Makes sense to me. I think CG Esports has experimented with a lot. And even in the beginning of the season when they were popping off, their usual playstyle leaned more towards hyper late game, which is actually very rare for a Malaysian team. They're a little less active, but like to play it slow, like to scale up, especially for Amzik, especially on heroes like the Granger. But looks like we have a player quote right here. This time it's from Keyboy. And he says, "For me, the Malaysian teams are very strong. And for M7, they have the potential to reach the top 2. With the Project Next patch, it's a bit difficult to analyze other teams because, in my opinion, Malaysian teams have too many types of strategies, which will surely be applied across all 4 maps."
That is very true, for better or for worse.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, the patch is actually helping the Malaysian teams, right? Like, legit. The 4 different maps means that you really need to look out for, you know, your various different strategy, different picks, different playstyles, like how Flying Cloud could actually help you to basically come in a different flank. Dangerous Grass means that you really need to open up the map a lot more, so a lot more pressure on the roamers as well. And right now, you know, we mentioned about how Team Vamos is like 100% win rate on Dangerous Grass. I mean, they are literally wearing masks. They are literally can be anywhere around map, especially when you have a very experienced roamer like that.
But now we gotta talk about the bad about having too many strategies, because too many cooks in the kitchen spoil the broth here, and I hope that's not the issue with CG, because they have a lot of great minds. Coach Rain, Balance, Chiku, all of these are notable to be one of the smartest in the league, and I'm just worried if they have different ideas, there's clashes. I just hope they come to a decision to say, okay, this is the best way that we can play right now.
And also the question of whether or not those ideas have been modernized to the patch, right? I have to admit, even during the regular season, despite being known for his big hero pool and his really smart choices, Chiku tended to fall back to the familiar. He liked to play mage heroes that weren't in the meta, but that he was comfortable with. And it did work, but not always as well. Has he been able to pick things up more in tune with what other teams are playing, or are they going to stick to that same style?
But that's what the art of war say, right? If you want to confuse your enemy, you gotta confuse yourself, right?
I'm always confused.
I'm always confused.
No wonder people don't understand me on the depth.
But that's why, you know, Chiku guys are so powerful. He brings in the X Factor, and it just brings out a lot of questions, like where can he go? What can he do? We don't know where they are going. And then after that, he pulls this weird stun of a pick and just mashes everybody. And that's what exactly I like about his brand.
True. Can't deny that it's always entertaining to see Chiku bring out something strange. No, heroes that he was most known for was Odette, actually. It was a hero that he played so often that other teams started banning it regularly. He also would play Xavier from time to time, and that's a hero that was actually adjusted in the recent patch.
Yeah, it's much easier for you to get the full stack of the Enlightenment, so that before this, you have to basically attack your opponents 3 times. But now if you hit the combo, especially if the circle is at the middle, you immediately get a full stack. So it's much easier to execute. So hey, Xavier might actually be a good pick.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, we're gonna go into the draft pick. I'm excited about Xavier because I play some Xavier on myself, but we're gonna go in the drafting phase of this first game of this Barbarian match.
CG Esports faces off Team Vamos in a best-of-5 series to see who will come out victorious. And the very first game will be played on Broken Walls. About a 60% win rate for both teams here, so we're not going to see too much of a map-based advantage.
Right now, Vamos, they are banning out the Grog as well as the Harif here. So maybe just in general, Vamos does not want to fight against the Harif. They are hoping that Nako can control the lane quite well. And arguably, yeah, Harif, once he has the Zaman Force, even if you're able to freeze the wave, he's able to neutralize it by himself. So at least now we can see part of the strategy for Vamos here.
Yeah, and Amzik was always known for 2 heroes in the gold lane, Harif and Granger. He almost exclusively played them throughout the entirety of the regular season, barely even touching fighter gold lane until the very end. So Vamos might be specifically targeting the rookie here.
Yeah, and you know, there's also a saying in some other part of the interwebs, I don't fear the guy that is a strong master of everything, but I fear the guy that's master of one style. right?
Yes.
And I think you saw that Instagram reel, right? It's basically that kick moment.
It's like, I don't think I saw the reel, but I know the phrase, right? It's like, I fear not the man who has practiced 100 punches one time, but the man who has practiced one punch 100 times. I think that was the original phrase, and
Sorry,
you're not
I
wrong,
butchered
right?
that phrase.
All good. We get the meaning, right? It's true that Amzik might have a smaller hero pool, but hey, if it works, right? Lunox and Yi Sun Shin gonna be the final bans here, and looks like we have someone rolling in the audience. Are they gonna get anything?
And it looks like CG, they are going to opt for the Lancelot, which in my head, I was questioning whether they want the Lancelot or the Baxia, because I feel like if you pick up a Baxia, it's going to be safer for Amzik to get a marksman here. Or are you just going to claim it?
Oh, he's getting it. He's getting it.
All right. It is a pretty cool skin, though. The fact that your ult changes color like 3 times, that's insane.
I actually did not know that. I have not seen much of that skin.
I see you've been playing a lot of Laylas in your range.
Nah. Do you know about Tamos? His special interaction with the skin?
No, actually.
So, base skin, nothing. But when you get a kill, you get a crown. And if you get like 3 or 4 kills like that, the crown turns gold.
Ooh.
And then if you die, it resets again. So basically, like the more kills you get, the cooler the skin becomes.
Now we know who is the richest one among all of us.
What?
Yeah. Now we know who is the richest one among all of us here.
Oh man, I just watched TikTok. You know,
man, he's the viewer.
Yeah,
he's not speaking from practical experience.
I just watched it like, oh, so that's how it works. Okay. I gotta say, you know what? Screw the news. I just watched TikTok and I know what's going on all over the world.
So it's basically a cosmetic sky piercer.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting. All
Layla,
right.
I don't know what's the condition, but she ults. Okay, first it's blue. Next time you ult, it's gonna be like green or yellow, and then it becomes like red. No, legit. Like the ult changes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that if a Layla pops up at some point.
Maybe Chiku could bring it out.
Maybe, right? Well, let's look at the draft so far. CG going in the more team fighting style. We got the Lance with the Gatot Eve. And then Vamos going for the Baxia Kimi. So since they are playing Baxia, there is a chance of Zorn going for an aggressive roam. And well, there it is.
Yep. Again, we talked about how yesterday AERO, a lot of target bans towards Vamos. You know, the Yuzong, the Hellcurt, the Sun. And this time looks like Vamos has a bit more free reign. Now Zorn on that Hellcurt, it will be a bit troublesome here because for CG, Eve is an amazing hero that can control the game. And if Chiku is not having a good time, especially as the main shot caller, is going to disrupt the team like tremendously.
Yeah, but of course, you know, if you turn off the lights for the Hellcurt, all of a sudden the Eve, what are you going to do? Real world manipulation is up, but like, you swipe everything, where do you tap? So I think this is a really like a pseudo counter against what CG wants to do with the Eve.
Yeah, especially if Gato doesn't know where to jump.
I'm a little worried because we already pointed out that CG was known to be more of a late game team, and Vamos is trying to lean into more early mid game pressure with this Baxia jungle and Hellcurt roam. So hopefully we've seen CG work on their early game phase, because otherwise Vamos is going to take control quite easily.
Something to note here as well, CG is playing it quite safe here. So again, maybe it's because, you know, first game on stage for the playoffs, haven't played for a while, and wants Amzik to become more comfortable. So they go for a very standard draft, right? Lancelot, Gatot, and Eve, one of the safest openings that you can have. But look at Vamos. Vamos is already banning out the Harif, banning out the Ruby. If they ban one more hero for Amzik, unless he has been training, Amzik might feel the pressure in this game, especially he has to consider he's going up against a Baxia, he's going up against a Hellcurt. We saw yesterday where Melkidi on the Granger, he really couldn't survive against a damaged roamer. So maybe that's just the game plan. Let Amzik get tilted and then the whole team can't do anything.
I haven't
or
really
Chiku.
seen Amzik get tilted so far though. Gotta admit, this rookie has a lot of composure. But will his hero pool be tested already? Granger will be his last main pick. If Vamos takes that off the table as well, then we might get to see if CG has properly prepared their composition. But it looks like it is a Labu ban instead.
So now, right now, honestly, for Vamos, going up against a Hellcurt, I would say it's probably safest just to go for a fighter in the goal lane, which is why the Lapu was banned as well. The only question is, I'm not entirely sure what. The best is definitely Ruby, but Ruby has been banned out already.
Yeah.
The other pick might sound trolly, but is the safest is a Balman, right? You just keep spinning around, and then when a minion is nearby, you recover HP anyways.
Yeah, and Bauman received some form of changes as well, right?
He reduced his armor by 40%.
Yeah, and then now with the fact that you've got your Sky Piercer in the item pool, your counter is gonna do a lot of damage as well, and it also helps to kind of like tick the Sky Piercer as long as you stack onto somebody.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they're gonna go into Balmond until all the EXP laners are taken out. Quite a lot of them have been banned, yes, especially with that final Yuzong ban. But you still have heroes like the Alice, like the Esmeralda. I feel like CG will have some options still, but one of those has been stolen already. The Esme locked in by Vamos.
The Granger is still open, but again, we did say it is going to be a little bit difficult, but if you just want to get used to the stage first, I think it's fine. Even if you do lose game number 1, as long as you start to familiarize yourself with playing on stage again, I think it's worth it just to play comfort for game number 1.
I can get behind that, and Amsik has already gotten himself out of very sticky situations on the Granger before. Oh, that's true. Uranus is still here, but I'm not sure if I'll be a big fan of it. Oh, the glue going to be let through. Glue gets locked in, most likely going to be a Tree's pick. I think this is the first time Glue is showing up for our playoffs, and that does sound like a Granger. So Amzik back on his signature pick.
Yep. And we can see the reaction coming in from the crowd. And yeah, like I said, CG is going for comfort first, get their mental in a very good state, and now the Sun.
There it is.
So now we get to see what is all this band about. We got to see the Hellcurt, we get to see the Sun. AERO was no fun yesterday. CEG, they're allowing Vamos to get this draft.
Well, soon, is this the first time it's being picked in MPL MY?
Yes.
Not ever, but for this season, yes.
For this season, yeah, that's right. And this is going to be very interesting of a match because Sun brings a totally different dimension when it comes to laning phase.
The Sun was perma-banned by AERO Esports in their matchup, and it went all 5 games as well, so they didn't give them a chance at all. And it made us so curious about why. What kind of threat does this Sun pose that AERO Esports would choose not to give it over? It is going to be a gold lane Sun in the hands of Notco with the Petrify. Will he be able to bring some monkey business to the fold here against CG Esports as we jump into game 1 of our second best of 5 of the day?
Yeah, and to be honest, ladies and gents, if you guys follow MPL Singapore, Seiji is the only one in MPL Singapore that plays a Sun in the gold lane. How they use the Sun is basically wave clear with the Sun. As long as they neutralize the lane, I don't give any lead over to the Granger. And what happens towards the mid parts of the game, I start split pushing like no tomorrow. Then after that, what happens is I come in for the flank, I go in, I petrify, assassinate you with a clone, and then head out. And that's how, you know, Seiji was able to play in MPL Singapore. And I feel like this could be what Netco could be doing in Vamos.
Okay, so let's discuss among ourselves. Are we going to call it Sun or Sun?
I was hoping you would bring that up.
I'm going to call it Sun.
Yeah, I've been saying Sun the whole time.
I don't know. I just... Sun.
Yeah, you can do you know? Right now, looking at the emblem setup here, it looks like Nako just wants to sustain inside the lane, having the common emblem. Does have Trill so that he can properly trade, but guessing as a Sun, he's going to wait for level 4 first.
One thing I worry about for picking Sun in this matchup is that Granger is one of the marksman heroes that has enough burst to farm the clones early on. So if he doesn't play it correctly, he is giving Amzik a lot of free gold with those Sun dupes.
Yep. So right now, looking at what CG really wants to do is that I feel like they got to neutralize the waves and then try to get a win around the turtle. Because at that point, maybe it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Zorn to get a target. And preferably, I feel like Yetri should be the one looking for Zorn, because balance is probably needed to peel for Chico. Because again, one of the main damage dealers early game.
I agree, and I think that is the kind of playstyle that CG was already known for anyway, but it looks like Chibi is going to be working on the turtle here.
Yep, has to back off just a little bit. Zorn is right there, doesn't really have the ultimate. Real wall manipulation, Chibi securing the turtle over as well, and now he's going to get possessed just a little bit, but Year 3 will be just disrupted right there. No pickings coming off of CG for now as Vamos sneaks away the first turtle.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate because Gary was definitely in the area, so he missed his retry timing, but It is Chibi we're talking about, still one of the best turtle slayers in all of MPL MY. It was a good initiation.
And again, this is a landslide. He has a lot of damage on that on Rose going up against Chibi. It's like what, just throwing a slab of stone, throwing a turtle shell. Chibi again, like I don't know how he's consistent for like what, like 8 seasons now, always being #1 or in the podium of getting the most amount of turtles as well as lords. I do have one worry though. It looked like CG was a bit clueless of what to do at that turtle. So I hope that's just them not having the power spike just yet.
Yeah, I'm hoping that as well, because their movements were a little bit strange, but it is not uncommon for CG to give up the first couple of turtles here. As we've already mentioned, they are a scaling lineup. They like playing for a late game. They still have very good macro overall, as long as they don't fall too far behind. And as far as we can say, Zorn still hasn't been able to find any kills on this Hellcat.
Oh, speaking of which, Gary punctures away from Gojes right there, just standing there, aura farming. As of now, this is very peculiar, right? Like 3 minutes in, we haven't seen a single kill.
By the way, let me just say, the last time in MPL MY the sun has been used was back in 2023. It's been 3 years.
That long?
Yeah, it's been 3 years, yeah. Used by Sonic in MPNC during that time.
Oh, right, yeah, we used...
Yeah.
Was that even
Season
before
12.
the rework?
Season 12.
I think I remember. Thinking
it was after
thinking of the Sonic name. Yeah. That was, yeah, he used to be known for playing this, but that was in the jungle.
Yeah. So quite a long time, 3 years. Damn.
A lot has changed.
Yep, we got a change. Gojes trying to make a change right here. We'll be tagging onto Gary. Year 3 right there, zoning with the rest of the member. Gary, unable to find a turtle again, giving over to Chibi. Year 3 will land down a possession, but he has to let go because the rest of the member from the side of CG getting zoned out by one dancing queen.
Okay, that was just straight up skill issue.
Yeah.
Gary had free reign over the turtle. Yes, he got poked out, but Chibi was being CC'd. He was the only one in the pit, and he lost it.
Here you go, the Petrify from Zorn as well. Azing trying to make a play right here, trying to sidestep the Stingers. Balance also lending help with the AOG. Zorn dashes the blinks away. Scot-free, murder accomplished.
Oh, dude, at this point, it's going to be stabbing CG here because you know that Amzig's not going to have a good time. He's going to get targeted. And then you're like, oh, it's okay. We can get a return kill. You don't even do that. Zorn gets away scot-free.
Really should not have been able to get out of that. And Nako even pops the ult to get away from the taunt. So right now, Vamos firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, 3 getting melted down by Clocken right there. No way for him to run. It's getting slowed. And this is just Chibi, right? Just walking right underneath the turret of CG up top.
This is getting a bit worrisome because it does seem that long break, Amzik going through exams might have really impacted CG because they look out of practice, and that's let's just hope it's just game 1 jitters.
I hope so as well. I wouldn't even blame Amzik for it specifically. We just got the fun fact. Lafell was actually faster this time around, so production needs to work on that a little bit.
To be fair, I checked WhatsApp. So it was there. But either ways, right now, for CG, I feel like Year 3, he's trying his best. It's just that the follow-up from Chico needs to be better.
Zorn, right there, Balance actually got terrified just a little bit, revitalized. Amzik tried to output some form of damage, will not be able to find anything. Clockroom picks up Balance, and now Vamos is just stalling, just aura farming on top of CG's corpses.
The problem right now, Vamos, their draft eats up any front line because the box there reduces your healing, and then Sun has a lot of shred.
Year 3 jumping once again. There goes the Thorn Rose coming up on Gary, but the main problem right here is still Nako fighting on the Chico, assassinating him. Also using the Petrify, and don't forget, Zorn also used the Petrify as well. So it is just annoying, but Gary at least sneaks away the turtle from Vamos.
That's the turtle that Gary wins? Well, at least it's better late than never here. But we can see that CG is in a bit of a mess right there. AOG comes in, not going to catch that, but yeah, 3 jumped way too far forward without first checking around the pit for any potential flank angles. And then their backline just got dismantled. They cannot be doing that.
I hope that is a sign that Gary just needs to warm up just a little bit. So it's like, okay, I'm starting to get the groove of Lancelot again. I'm getting the vibe. You guys were fine. And Zorn just finished up the Demon Hunter sword. Nako as well, I saw having that Windtalker. So I'm really looking at CG for someone to build the Chastised Pauldron just so that they can stop a little bit of the attacks coming in from Zorn and Nako. The burst, you kind of can't do anything about it, but the damage afterwards, at least help out your team a little bit.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty good, but I don't think CG is going to grab that particularly early on. You have to note as well that Demon Hunter Sword is a first item prio for the Hellcurt as well, so he's not going to have the Siege path, and instead trying to contribute to melting down the front line for Vamos.
Which I think is a good idea, because again, Yitri is trying hard, and Valent, he is willing to put himself in a dangerous spot for his team. So it could just be a very easy way for them to get map pressure when no one is able to open up the map.
Chibi rolling around trying to look for a play right there. Balance will be the one absorbing that. Does take some chip damage from the side of Vamos, but they're not really bloodthirsty. This is something that, is this their playstyle that we usually see?
It kind of is, actually. It's normally a little cleaner, but it's pretty common for CG to just not really interact with their opponents. They'll try to take fights, but if they think it's not going their way, they'll just instantly back off.
Chibi, gets encountered right there, but it's not a balance. Does take a lot of Rhapsody shot. Year 3 pickers forward, try to catch onto Chibi right there. Will be able to extend the possession. Umzik actually gets zoned out by the side of Clockwood. Balance right now, jumping on Year 3, getting melted right there. Natko! That's not the clone, that's actually him, and he will be able to find something for the side of CG. The reward manipulation on Chico delays the fight from Vamos.
Well, all things considered, that actually wasn't the worst. CG traded 2 for 1, which is not the best, but they were able to give a kill to Amzik and shut down Natko at the same time, so that's one Sky Piercer stack, reduces the gold lead by a little bit, so all things considered, an okay trade for CG.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, an okay trade, especially when you're behind. Beggars can't be choosers. You know, you get anything, you'll be happy with it, slowing down Nako's farm a little bit, allowing Amzik to scale up. But it does show that, as of right now, the damage is not there yet. Amzik might have to get involved with the team just a little bit earlier, because I feel like for the Granger to start being a problem, he needs 40 stacks on the Sky Piercer. So, Gert has one, a triple kill away, and then CG is back in the game.
Especially if he's able to find Clawkun. That's a 4-0 Kimmy right now. That would be a lot of shutdown gold. But it is also a win con for Vamos, so you can be sure that they're going to make sure Clawkun stays safe in these fights.
So right now for Vamos, gotta be careful of Zorn and Nako right now, especially with those two Petrifies. There's no Purify going around, so whoever's get caught is a free kill.
As you play as well on top of Zorn's ultimate right there. Gary getting called out right there, trying to puncture away, but the bug effect execution will be around, allowing him to just jump away.
Okay, apologies. That's the curse, I guess.
Well played by Gary, though he did have to use a lot of his resources to get out there, including the Retribution. Vamos gonna use that to try and blitz this Lord down.
Trying to puncture, will be able to activate that ultimate as well. The Lord, unfortunately, will fall over to the side of Vamos. They will be able to secure that Natko off the screen, assassinate the Granger as well. Balance after doing the revitalize right now. Zorn getting called out just a little bit by Year 3, but Zorn limps away to safety as Gorgeous chases down Gary. 3 members on the side of CG gone as Vamos. Oh, healthy.
I think that was a little bit too idealistic from CG when they knew they didn't have Retri and they saw the Lord that low with them not being in position. I do think they should have just called it off there.
Yeah, at this point, Vamos is doing good, but I feel like it's more on CG. In a way, uncharacteristic. Characteristic in the timings that they want to play, but like Stafa said, it's not clean. It's to the point where it's kind of like, excuse me? Like, what have you guys been playing the past 3 weeks?
It's very much we expect better from you situation, which is harsh, but considering how CG had been performing.
Not fun, LaFell. You guys are hard to impress.
Although, to be fair, they barely became top 2, right?
Yep.
Like seriously, we have to wait for the last day of regular season to be like, okay, oh well.
There it is.
Well,
this time it is on camera.
And it's game number 1, too. They're like, you know what? I think it's over. Hey, might be a trio, Stafa. Hey, you might get some rest tonight.
I might get to sleep tonight. That might be good. What do we think about this stun? Also, oh my.
Oh my.
Oh, well, Zorn doesn't even bother to finish up. But yeah, looking at the Sun's build right now, it is all about the chase, right? Because attack speed, yes, but every single item has a movement speed component. Even those shoes, Rapid Boots, which has been improved a little bit, giving you 12 HP regen, making it so that this Sun can stay at the map for a very long time. So you go in, you try to burst. If you don't get the burst, you have enough movement speed to move across the map and then start doing something else.
Yep. Gary punches out of safety for now, but then you still see Natko sending another fat wave down the bot lane. CG forced to back off, try to go to the defense. It's just, I'm not too sure what CG is thinking right here.
Maybe they're not thinking just yet.
I might actually be inclined to believe that. It feels very reactive right now, unfortunately. Yeah. Not a lot of forethought, and CG, this is not too out of character from a position they'd be in earlier in the season. But even with that, you could see like, okay, at least they're still setting up for Amzik, they're still giving farm to Chiku. Here, it doesn't really feel like they have a foothold on anything.
Right now, I'm looking at the player screen. Yeah. And only, hold on, Chibi gets caught.
Chibi getting caught right there. Now this time around getting possessed. Natko coming in. Petrify. Catcher's gone to the Granger. And now Vamos just going to collapse. It feels like Vamos fell across the map. But when Chibi gets stunned down by CG, they come and save him. And then after that, consider CG wipes out just like that.
Chibi right now announcing at CG all that for a single drop of blood. What did it cost you?
Everything.
Everything, all at once. What a slaughter.
That was good for Vamos, but at the same time kind of hard to watch, because we were talking about what is CG thinking at the moment, and you know, we're joking like maybe nothing. And looking at the player cams, it was only Gary that I can see his mouth moving a little bit. Yetri also like very a little bit. And in the mid duo, they're not saying anything. So I don't know, maybe they're just not prepared, or hey, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's just warm up. Let's just warm up.
I think it's the sweater. I think it's the jacket diff.
Yeah, jacket diff.
Jacket diff, it could be right there.
It's like, okay, we knew it was cold. We didn't thought it was this cold.
Maybe that's why Gary was missing the retreat. He was too cold, right?
Yep, I think that's an excuse for the side of CG to basically start making a jacket merch.
Actually, don't they have jacket merch?
I think they do. Yeah, they do.
I think they do. Well, hopefully they'll have some ticker ones here, because that was not a good experience for any player here in the MPL Malaysia playoffs. That was the first game that we witnessed from CG Esports ever since the end of the regular season, and we had hoped that the 3-week break would have given them some time to adjust, figure out what's the main lineup, what's the main win condition. So far, we are unfortunately not seeing that.
The way that I would summarize is that this is a smart team, but that was just a lot of nothing going on, right? Where before the game even starts, too many cooks spoil the broth.
Okay.
I'm worried that might be the problem, where Chico wants to do something else, Valens wants to do something else, and then ended up just not doing anything.
Yeah, and it's really tough, right? Because, you know, CG does have quite a few stars among their roster as well, but sometimes, you know, big brain get big brain. Their heads, the necks unable to support, they snap their own necks by accident.
Whenever you talk about brains,
that's the first time I've heard that.
Whenever you talk about brains, no brain, too much brain. It's like,
are you
literally brain?
Are you sure you're not a zombie?
I am a zombie in my full-time job.
Well, let's find out. Oh, well, there's the zombie. It's Zorn. Man, we set that up well. Yeah. Zorn is the MVP for game number 1. Of course, he's not acting like a zombie. He's acting like a Hellcurt. From the darkest reaches of your nightmares, this man appears and he just takes you out.
Well, so now maybe a Hellcurt ban will be coming up. Maybe CG should have just watched yesterday's game and be like, huh, no wonder they banned that hero. Although Sun is easy bannable, I think he's okay.
I think he was okay, actually. It wasn't terrible to deal with the Sun, but the Hellcurt caused them a lot of problems.
Yeah, but actually, to be honest, if you were Amzik right now, coming in and you see on your enemy, you've got a Hellcurt to worry about. With a Petrify, mind you, you've also got a Sun to worry about. Yeah. With a Petrify as well, I think I'll hide in base.
Yeah,
There's nothing in the world, no matter what kind of hero you put, that can actually appeal for these two heroes.
If I was Amzik, I'm like, can I use a Terizla?
Actually, I might.
Right? If they had access to Ruby, then
Yeah,
it
of
would have
course.
been perfectly
Yeah.
fine. But
Yeah.
I think that's why Vamos banned all those fighters in the first place, right?
I think that's also a case where I think during the drafting phase we're just talking. We're not joking. We're talking about how Granger doesn't really fit their roster for the side of CG. You see that there's a lot of threats from the side of Vamos already. I think you have to think secondly, right? You have to think twice regarding this. Don't forget, you also got a boxer that could just run you down. The Granger doesn't do a lot of damage, especially up against a boxer like that. You need some form of DPS, but there's also like these assassins that could just wipe you out in a blink of an eye.
They were trying to rely on a more default composition and give Amzik as comfortable of a hero as he could get, but unfortunately, even in the regular season, I was having some concerns at how long it took CG to come online as a team. And against a squad like Vamos, who knows how to put pressure in those first few minutes, it's a really bad matchup.
Yeah, and a bit worried because we can't say that CG drafted well, but it's also almost like an autopilot draft, you know? You're not really looking at what your enemy is having. You're just like, okay, let's write down the draft, and then when we get on stage, we just pick it up. It's not really a lot of counters here and there. It's just like, okay, this is good, this is good, this is good. The only counter is really Eve against Kimi, and even that, we don't see the Eve bullying Kimi that much. Heck, Clockman had an amazing game. Flawless game, in fact.
Yeah, and I think it's just so much pressure from the side of Vamos, right? Because if you select an Eve, you go in real world manipulation, you're basically a sitting duck, right? Gorgeous could just go in, sidestep you, jump onto you with the ultimate as well, and don't forget, Baxia could just jump onto you. There's so many movement from the side of Vamos, so it's a lot more pressure for the side of CG, especially in terms of balance, to really try to catch and try to peel. But who do you peel? Right now, you got to peel for Jigu. You also got to peel for Amzik. And Gary, on the other hand, you know, for the missing those two turtles, I think kind of like pull down the power of the Lancelot, just
Agreed.
a little bit unable to snowball.
And CG had some cohesion issues because Yatri kept trying to start fights, and it did look like CG wanted to take those fights, but surely you're aware that you're not ready to fight at that point. You just don't have the items. But looking at the current state of things here, we do have the rich guy for Natco. We've got best wingman on Natco as well, though. So while this Sun wasn't the most flashy overall, he did apply enough pressure in the gold lane to make Amzik's life difficult. And taking Petrify means that you do have other sources of CC that can actually stop things like the real-world manipulation.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the more important thing is Sun was also applying a lot of lane pressure on the other side of the map. If you notice how Vamos has been navigating around the map, CG were basically being pulled apart, right? All of a sudden, they need to go up to the top side, and after that, there's a handshake of a fight, a 4v5 right there, but at the same time, you got Nako just shoving bottom lane, shoving left, right, center, and I feel like it's just CG unable to keep up to what Vamos wants to do.
Yeah, it's tricky. I don't think Sun is really worth banning yet.
No.
But it all depends on how well the draft does go. Because if you have a fighter goal lane, most of them can handle Sun pretty well. And I also think that CG needs to work on their early game rotations, have a better idea of what exactly it is they want to achieve on the map. If there is anything they should remove, though, it is probably the Hell Crit.
Yeah, and I also feel like, you know, for the side of Vamos, it's just, I feel like the whole game that you're seeing right now, based on these highlights, is right. Year 3 was catching everybody that was pivotal, right? But then again, you know, when the members from the side of Vamos calculated all that right there, it's just very hard for CG to basically keep up because of your mobility from Zor, Natco, and also Chibi to a certain extent. Gorgeous could just dance around, output damage, absorb so much attention as you see right there. He's basically 1v3 right now, and CG doesn't really have the necessary resources to deal with this Esmeralda.
I feel like if CG was properly doing their research, they would have seen how AERO Esports were able to disrupt Vamos' style of play yesterday with a hard focus onto Gorgeous' lane. And I don't really feel like there was enough of that. There just wasn't enough rotation on the map in general, and we know that CG is a slightly slower early game team, but it also seemed like they were trying to do so and kind of failing, so it's a bit rough. But for now, we're gonna have a short break for Maghrib, so we'll throw it over to Poji, and he'll show us around some stuff happening here.
Terima kasih kawan-kawan kita. Saya Poji. Sebelah saya kakak Grab. Dan sekarang bersama saya segmen yang paling istimewa pada hari ini itu Beat the Sis, Claim the Code. Mekaniknya mudah, menang memandu kereta Johnson. Tapi kita bersama dengan kakak Balkis pada hari ini. Apa khabar kak, sehat?
Sehat, Alhamdulillah.
Jadi hari ini kakak akan bermain Johnson. Jadi kakak memang dah praktis ke macam mana ni?
I dah praktis dah tadi.
Alright, tapi kita takkan nak bagi kakak dia main seorang kan. Jadi saya nak mencari pencabar Johnson. Ada tak yang boleh bermain Johnson? Ada tak? Ada tak? Anyone? Patasi tak nak. Siapa? Okey, minta abang ni tolong. Siapa bang? Siapa? Okey, kita cari dulu orang kejap. Nanti akan ada naik pencabar kita. Pencabarkan kita lah kakak ni. Kejap. Ada. Yang mana? Tu dah pergi ambil tu. Dah sampai dah tu. Okey, terima kasih. Okey, bro kita sudah sampai. Wow. Dia baju zone. Apa khabar? Assalamualaikum. Nama siapa? Dari mana bang?
Joe. Saya dari Kelang.
Joe dari Kelang. Okey. Abang Joe. Gamenya mudah. Abang kena main satu lawan kakak ni. Turn dia dulu. Lepas tu turn abang. Bawa Johnson pusing surround dekat map. Satu round je. Siapa paling laju dia menang. Kalau kakak menang, kakak Grab menang, dia akan up code dekat screen live kita bagi hadiah dekat penonton dekat rumah. Kalau abang menang, semua dekat dalam ni dapat kod hadiah. MPL bagi. Muntuan belanja. Menekan ni. Okey, boleh Boleh. Jadi kita akan mulakan dengan kakak Grab. Boleh Kakak ready Okey. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Kita boleh tengok dekat live. Kita boleh tengok dekat belakang. Itu dia. Komando kereta Johnson bergerak. Begitu pantas. Sepantas penghantaran Grab ke. Hampir kepalangan. Berhati-hati. Cuba mengelak dinding. Tetapi jangan mengelak. Hati-hati sayang. Cuba mengelak kemungkinan bakal maut melalui tiang. Tetapi jangan langgar. Itulah dia. Tamatlah sudah perjuangan seorang kakak Grab. Berapa? 20 saat. Okey. Sekarang kita recall. 20 saat untuk kemalangan. Dia 20 saat tapi dia tak habis bang. Tapi dia habis kan. Main. Recall. Recall dulu. Abang recall. Balik. Baca bismillah banyak-banyak. Seumpama bismillahnya pasukan Vamos nak menang hari ni. Abang baju zone Tekanan ni pressure. Bila-bila saja abang ready. 1, 2, 3. Okey, langgar tiang terus. Okey bang. Datang dengan siapa? Patah. Okey, cuba pusing. Bang, takkan abang nak sengaja menang lawan perempuan bang. Okey. Takkan mati tiang kot bang. Okey. Okey bang. Balik base. Recall dulu bang. Balik tu. Cukup. Tak payah saya nak tanya siapa yang menang. Sebab abang ni dah membuktikan dia buat pusingan lengkap sempurna. Tahniah Abang Joe. Disebabkan abang ni menang, jadi anda semua yang berada di Dewan Maims ni mendapat kod istimewa daripada MPL. Tahniah kepada anda, tahniah kepada abang juga. Okey bang, apa perasaannya bang menang dengan Grab?
Menang biasa je lah rasa. Biasa je.
Ayat tu macam Vamos yang jawab. Okey kakak, anything yang kakak nak cakap, sengaja kalah ke macam mana?
Congrats.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Okey, ini kod sudah pun dinaikkan kepada anda yang berada di Dewan. Boleh screenshot, ambil gambar dan sebagainya untuk claim dekat dalam Mobile Legend. Masuk saja dekat dalam Mobile Legend, tekan profile, pilih setting dekat atas kanan. Lepas tu ada jatuh, drop down, pilih redeem code. Tebus dekat situ. Mungkin dapat ini, mungkin dapat itu, mungkin dapat tak tahu. Segala-galanya adalah rahsia Tuhan. Tapi yang penting sekarang kita nak berehat sebentar bagi memberikan ruang solat kepada pemain dan juga kru dan juga coach kita supaya mereka datang dengan permainan yang lebih menyala lagi. Mungkin ada kejutan daripada pihak Wamos ataupun CG bakal buat comeback. Terima kasih kepada pihak MPL dan juga terima kasih kepada Grab sebab sudi memberi kita ruang untuk bersama-sama bermain dengan peminat yang datang dekat Maib Serdang pada hari ini. Jadi kita throw to break sekejap. Jumpa korang sekejap sahaja lagi. Bye.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Don't hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus 0. Coba, try, taste, 100 plus 0. Hey!
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
This season, we're aiming for first time for Big in Malaysia. From me, I want the people to remember us that when they hear SRG, SRG is the most dominating team in this league. So on our first week, we're going to face Homebois, and it's a new lineup. Their last lineup is already good. So I think they might have some problems because after MSC, they only have like couple of weeks to fix their lineup. So I think it's really hard for them. My message to Homebois, good luck and have fun. And don't lose your morale.
Decision.
And we're back! Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for waiting for the short little break there, because we are about to jump into game number 2 of our second best of 5 series of the day. Unfortunately, in game number 1, CG Esports' performance left us a little bit wanting, so we're hoping that we get to see something different moving forward. My name is Stafa, once again joined on the desk by Lafel as well as Jays. How do you feel right now?
I feel like, okay, for you engineering nerds out there, right? The CG was very high for CG. It was unstable.
Yeah.
It toppled immediately. So I really hope they really ground themselves in game number 2 and hopefully make a play, perhaps, like these people.
I'm in the wrong type of engineering because I did not understand that. So let's talk about something else instead. We got the iconic teams of MPL Malaysia. Many players, many squadrons, many brands have made a name under the Malaysian banner in the past, and here we can see a history.
Because here in MPL Malaysia, if it wasn't for Air Asia Saiyan, people wouldn't even know about MLBB. They were the first to make this game popular in Malaysia. They're the first team that made people care. But then moving forward, they didn't have the success competitively. But then Saiyan Reborn with Long, which is now the coach for Tiangfeng Yaguai, they were the first Malaysian champion. Before that, it was Singapore. But then moving in Season 6, Todap with Chiku there went undefeated. And we haven't had that for a while until SRG.OG coming back.
And of course, we can't forget the ones in between, right? Team Hack, Homebois, they're the squads that really started pushing fan culture as well. That's why we have all these amazing people here in the stadium. But here we have the result of the fan talk zone, and it's actually pretty close, all things considered. But more of you guys are leaning towards Vamos coming out on top.
And after that game, if we did this again, I feel like the numbers will be quite slanted. And I feel like Staffa, me and Staffa are disappointed because it's, imagine this, Jace,
Okay,
right? Imagine
okay,
this, okay?
Okay.
Imagine you're a Singaporean, right? And then
Okay.
you're asking your Malaysian friend to come over and be like, this is the best chicken rice that you ever eaten. And then the Malaysian is like, it's okay. It's kind of like that, you know. You already hyped up the team,
Yeah.
But then when you see them play, they're like, that's it.
And you don't tell the Singaporean.
Yeah, you're just like, oh yeah, it's good. It's the best I had here.
And imagine the Singaporean is like, wow, this is really good.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah,
Hey,
I feel the pain.
At least in Singapore, you live for quite a long time.
Yeah.
For better or for worse.
Yeah.
Who wants to live a long time, right?
Definitely feel the pain, Lafel, right? Like, I feel like Vamos is a team that, you know, even as Singaporeans, when we watch MPL Malaysia, we're like, oh, Team Vamos, that looks really good. Zon is there. And then now you go, oh, Chiku is in CG. This is supposed to be the Clash of the Titans. But it's just one-sided as of now.
Yeah, and we're really hoping to see sparks fly, something different. I think we all came into this knowing that Vamos might have the slight edge just because of the way they play the game compared to CG. But some of that signature comeback energy has always been around, and we just didn't see a glimpse of that. It felt very directionless. It felt very basic, unfortunately. So that's not what we're hoping for here on the playoff stage, especially after the performance of SRG earlier today, right?
Yeah.
You're not even close to hitting that mark. And hopefully they can overcome that right now as we jump into the draft for the next game.
This is my advice. Number one, bat out the Hellcurt, because Amzik's not going to have a good time.
Yeah.
And then Chico has always been the advocate for catch styles. So maybe let Valens go back on the Cho, which he did quite well with the Cho, and then just play it that way.
Well, we have to take a look. We're going to go into Spending Rivers for this one. It feels like one of the teams actually got the better percentage of this one, with CG going in first pick.
They did ban the Hellcurt, so they did listen to us there. They also got rid of the Haya and the CC. Vamos are banning out Grok, Harif, and Lunok. So the exact same 3 bans from Vamos earlier, but now Hellcurt taken out of the equation. CG starts things off with Gimme.
Honestly, one of the more comfortable picks for Chiku here. And I guess this opens up for Vamos to be the one making the decision.
Someone got the Layla skin.
Damn! I should be starting pulling because I pulled. I still don't have the skin. You know, like it does cost a bit. You know, it does. It costs a bit. So now Vamos, like, do you pick Lancelot or Baxia? Because I feel like Gary will just take the other, or maybe even Yisun Shin.
Oh, that's true. Yisun Shin is open. Honestly, I think Vamos is in a very comfortable place to continue going support jungle offensive roam because it fits the way Chibi and Zorn like to play in the first place, right? Their whole personalities actually support this kind of playstyle quite well. It looks like they are going to go in a different direction though. It is going to be the land slot for Chibi this time, along with the Eve.
Yeah, so this opens up CG. I would say Gary is pretty good on the Yisun Shin as well. But if they really want Amzik to be using a marksman, I kind of feel like they have to go for Baxia or Fredrin.
They grab the Gatot and the Yuzong instead. So not gonna give Valens a catch type roamer, but Gatot is still very stable in general. Yuzong will also offer some backline dive. But it depends on whether Vamos has a backline to dive, because Eve is going to be pretty okay.
What if they just pick the Sun here, because just like, why not? And then making the CG difficult to redo anything. Is this the Tamo skin?
Yeah,
yeah.
The Tamo skin.
It's honestly pretty sick.
Yo.
And this is the first time actually looking at it directly. That is really cool, actually. Whoa.
Yeah, imagine getting kills and all of a sudden your skin gets better. Bro.
Sky Piercer.
At that point, it doesn't matter if you lose. This one look cool.
Yeah.
If there's a team fight that you know it's losing, just don't join. Just watch.
Gotta play to keep your KDA intact.
Exactly.
Gotta play like early season Zyme Senpoi.
grab the tectonic charge and not use it for 7 minutes.
Anyways, Esmeralda being selected by the side of Vamos, going in the hands of Gojes right here. I love the Esmeralda pick, like I said. It's also one of the counters against what the Yi wants to do. But an Esmeralda going up against the usual, this gives me like, 5 years ago meta kind of vibes.
Yeah. I kind of feel like at this point because they like Gorgeous is feeling comfortable, and we saw yesterday Gorgeous didn't have the best of times in the best of 5, and maybe game 1 Esme did good is like, hey, how about you just give me that again? Or they could flex it and let Nako be using the Esme.
Was about to say Esme is actually one of the fighter heroes that works very well against Sun, clears the clones very quickly. So perhaps Vamos is trying to make CG ban that out, which they do eventually decide to do. That does mean that there are quite a few fighters left in the pool. Vamos also has the option to ban out Fredrin here just to completely limit Gary's hero pool.
Or Yusenshin, right? Either or, just so that like he doesn't have a choice. Unless we see something crazy coming in from CG, I just don't know what is going to be inside the jungle. So I don't know, between the two, maybe just Yusenshin, because at least Eve can handle Ish, the Fredrin.
Time to drop the beat.
Join's dead. Oh, now that's a curveball.
So Vamos won't ban Fredrin because they have tools to handle it.
Yep.
But they're actually okay with letting YSS through as well.
If they get Uranus, then I understand.
Or maybe they're trying to force CG to play double fighter, and then they'll pull out Export Gold.
Oh, that too. That could actually happen because they don't really have burst heroes to deal with the Faraga armor.
Been itching for a real fight. Team is
Kalea gonna be the last ban now. Let's see what Vamos decides to go for. If they are trying to keep the Export Gold as an option, they are going to be locking in their roam right now.
Yeah. Honestly, any roam would work here, even something like a high loss. As long as it's a way for them to get onto the Kimi, I think it's good. The Cho is open if they want to go for that. But yeah, I feel like any roam in this situation should be fine.
Traditional high loss works very well, especially when you have an Eve drafted in, right?
Yeah.
Land down the glorious pathway, people find it very hard to escape on top of your real world manipulation, and all of a sudden Vamos is basically playing a game where you try to push people inside the box as long as possible.
Well, Atlas,
I am thinking about this particular hero.
Oh, I am so hyped.
Oh, yes.
Thorn Atlas.
Yep. Which also was banned in game number 1 from AERO. AERO banned this away from Zorn. The Frigid Glacier, in my opinion, right now is honestly even better than the Fatal Links because the cooldown is much shorter and it's easier for you to just engage. If he gets onto the Kimi, bye-bye Kimi.
Yeah, and especially when when your passive is actually...
Oh, Fanny!
Whoa, that was open? I forgot that was open. It's a Gary Fanny.
Because Vamos never not ban Fanny. Vamos is always the one banning Fanny.
That's really interesting. And they lock in the Ruby beside it as well. So it is double fighter, but Ruby is one of the best answers to Fanny. So CG is trying to deny that away. Xborg is definitely not as good now that there's a Fanny around. Vamos needs more solid lockdown. Maybe a Cho angle?
What about Cho Gold, right?
Yeah. Cannot co-play Cho Gold.
I mean, as an EXP laner, there's always that maybe, maybe.
Oh, there it is.
In the world. So it could be, okay, let's see, is it Cho Gold or EXP? I'm thinking Gold.
Should be Cho Gold.
It is Gold. Okay, so pretty interesting draft coming for both teams, but I think we're in agreement, especially after game number 1. Vamos looks more solid.
Vamos looks comfortable, they look confident, and you can tell that there's some direction in how they want to play. This is a very big shift for CG, and it's a comp that lets them play early, but will they?
Yeah, and I think there's a lot more pressure for the side of CG, especially the side of Gary, right? Fanny really needs to rack up these kills, but if you look at the roster coming up from Vamos, who do you target? I think the only target from the side of CG Esports onto Vamos is perhaps only the Eve. It's very hard to kill the Esmeralda, very hard to chase down the Troll. Yeah, so right now, I think CG has to kind of focus mostly on the mid lane, or maybe try to find a massive lockdown on site.
Well, they definitely have to find something. They gotta find the win condition. They gotta find the recipe that got them to the second seed in the first place, because Vamos is looking to be in perfect form. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into game number 2 to see which of these veteran lineups will claim dominance once again.
Yeah, and right now I'm really looking at Chiku because in the previous game he was not able to contribute much, but because the health crit is there, we can kind of understand in this game, I'm hoping for him to have a much better time. Yes, there's an Eve, and the Eve does counter him quite well. But hey, you know what? If you want to win, just don't care about your counters.
Yep. Oh, Valent actually getting knocked up this time round. Revitalized from the side of Valent is not good enough as Gary spins for the win. It's still first, but given over the side Vamos.
But I like to see that Natko is making use of this fighter goal lane, instantly rotating for that first KNG. Oh,
Chico getting slammed down by Zorn. Picks up the kill for himself.
That was greedy.
That was avoidable.
Very avoidable.
You saw that Atlas already. It should, like, oh my god.
A man greeted. He 100% greeted. He thought, I can stay here just a little longer, right? No, you cannot.
Because you and I play Atlas, we know that once you get to the opponent, you use your first skill on both Atlases with the freaking Glacier. It's a lot of damage for early levels, and you're not going to get away.
Yeah, and now Zorn is just going to slam onto Valence once again. Gary tried to spin, try to catch on to Cutthroat. Does land on Chibi, but it's not enough. As Gary running low energy.
I think it's GG.
Dude!
I think it's GG. I think CG is not prepared for playoffs. Is it too early at 2 minutes? I'm like, okay, I think it's GG.
My Kokoro doesn't feel so good, Lafel. This is not what I want to see. These are fundamental misplays.
Yeah.
Being made by veteran players.
I mean, CG is just one line away from being GG right there. They really need to try to find something out of Vamos because losing Gary right there, especially towards Zorn, and all of a sudden your whole growth is a little bit awkward. Let's speak about awkward. Who needs a damage dealer if you have Zorn as an Atlas?
Yep. Hellcurt, Atlas, same difference, right? He deals enough damage to get 3 kills, 1 assist, hasn't died just yet. And the big problem is Gary is a mechanical player and Zorn's going back in.
And Zorn does have the Fatal Links for himself as well. He walks all the way back out. No flicker required. Chico tried to melt down Clockwood as well. And Game 3 goes all the way to the back line onto Chibi. Goes into Zorn Rose. He gets out of there alive as the rest of the members on the side of CG, they at least get this turtle.
Well, it's something. I'm actually impressed that they did get the turtle. Good job to Year 3 for finding TB in the jungle and forcing him back. They actually made that work because it was 100% not going to if everything went according to the usual. I really don't know why they tried to fight there, actually.
Yeah, I also feel like Zorn, like it was a good thing that he didn't die, because if he dies, that would be a shutdown goal, which will help CG.
The Atlas has shut down.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a weird thing to say. You know?
Yeah. Why are you taking the kills, Zorn? You're not on Hellcurt anymore.
Hey, habits, right? Habits. But here's the thing. Why that was bad is because Chiku died when he didn't have to, right? And Gary, it looked like he hasn't used Fanny for quite a while because he misjudged how much energy he had. Because you do all your cool things and then you're walking with no energy. I don't know, feels forced, this Fanny pick.
A little bit. I think it could also have been a miscalculation on damage because unfortunately Fanny's damage is kind of lacking these days.
Yeah.
Especially when you pair it up with the energy costs as well. That's why not a lot of people have been playing it.
Go Jet. In the middle right now, this time around, it seems like, you know, CG has to pour everything. At the very least, they take one turtle earlier just now. They'll be able to take Gorgeous. We shall see how Vamos plays around the map.
Okay, just need to warm up, apparently.
Yeah. Or they just needed us to say something bad about them.
Cast a curse, huh?
Yeah, cast a curse. You're welcome, CG.
Hey, you needed help. We're trying our best here.
Okay, Valence does see TV, but no one's nearby, so he's definitely not going for that. Also, Natko, gotta give props. He does know how to play Cho. He's doing it well.
Okay, I'm not liking Zorn's build as well, same as they keep going for the fleeting time.
I think it's understandable this game.
He hasn't used a single Fatal Links this game as of yet.
Honestly, when I play Atlas, I don't use it as well.
Oh, I do.
I mean, like, if they get close enough, sure, but meaning, like, yeah, I don't know. I just noticed this, the only Purify is on Chiku, so it should be easy for this Atlas to pick people up because everyone is melee except Chiku.
That's true, actually. So Vamos can play off of that. Their AoE damage is a little bit lacking, so that's probably the only thing that they're worried about. But if they stack it correctly, they can still insta-burst most of CG at once. Well, now the turtle being contested.
Yep, Year 3 goes into Dragon Form right here, try to push members off. Chibi still secures the turtle for himself. Natko will be tagged by Year 3. Year 3 stepping onto him. Gorgeous at the same time. Here comes the AOG from the side of Valence as well. The Revitalize coming in, trying to save. Now this time round, it seems like Vamos may have been more than could chew, but Gorgeous just walks out of there. But the main target right here is in the mid lane. Chico down low already.
I hope that was meant to be a bait, because Year 3 using the Black Dragon form when Fanny is nowhere near, right, taking the buff. It was a bit sus for me, but hey, they made it work.
They did make it work. I thought he had a real... Oh, hold on, Fatal Links.
Finally, the first Fatal Links that we've seen so far in this game. Zorn continues on the chase alongside with Chibi. Clarkun lands down the red wall manipulation. Armzik in a spot of trouble right here. Gary look for a kill. Zorn! Flickers forward as well, cuts through. Finally lands a shutdown. Chibi goes into the Thorn Rails to dodge damage from Gary. At the very least, the shutdown go helps CG just a little bit more. And there's some form of fight in CG already.
Man, Chibi is good. But yes, we are seeing signs of life. Finally! I think Vamos was overstepping a little bit, getting a bit too confident.
Yep.
And that allowed CG to actually capitalize on it. You should know that if you full dive Ruby when your minion wave is against her tower, she is going to heal all that damage. But it's fine.
Yeah.
Things are even now.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? Even though the Hellcare got banned, it's still in the game.
I knew that joke is coming. Knowing you.
Yeah. Either ways, Gorgeous gonna get taken down. Chico, that's quite far ahead, but Clarkun.
Red wall manipulation does seems like a good response. Zorn also coming in with the Atlas at the same time. Fatal Links right into the red wall manipulation as well. Unfortunately, Amzik desperately using Armor Fender, trying to outplay. Will not be able to happen. Clarkun picks up his head.
What a very Chico thing to do, huh?
I think it's very Chico. And honestly, I don't think it was actually the bad call here, because it's unlikely Chico's gonna get out. So he's just trying to see if he could maybe force Clarkun to cancel or even get the kill. I think he could have told his team to just commit with him to take out the Eve sooner, but I guess he thought he would be enough to get them out in sacrifice.
Zorn on the rapid boost, he's just walking around. Gary!
Whoa!
Steals away the turtle from side TV as well. And Vamos left a little bit awkward right there. And now if you take a look at the gold lead, yes, it's still 500 gold in the favor of Vamos, but Vamos already lost 2 turrets.
I guess all CG, like the win con for CG, is for us to say bad things about them.
I guess so.
We are the keys of victory.
We're the keys to victory.
He is the victory.
It's like, hey, CG, you saw, boom, they start getting good.
I guess we're gonna have to swallow our pride here and maybe give him a bit more of a hand.
No. We're helping them, because, you know, like all the protagonists, like Naruto.
Yes.
Right. When people say like, oh, you're not good, boo-hoo,
Hulk no jutsu.
And then, oh yeah, well.
Well, that's usually a different thing. That's usually Naruto telling the bad guy to like be his friend or something.
Yeah. It's like the bad guy is like, I wanna kill everyone, and then Naruto's like, but why? Where are you gonna live? And it's like, oh yeah, I need to live somewhere.
And then you can still change.
Yeah.
Come with me.
You know, as you guys are talking about Naruto, there's a bit of an assassin fight all the way up top. Chibi versus Gary. Gary's the one that has to dunk out. But right now, it's a very awkward map, right? I've got no idea who has a better lead right here.
No,
you know what? Neither do I.
Because I don't know what's happening at this point. Like, Vamos is doing good, and then they start throwing a bit, and all of a sudden, Gary is kind of like carrying the entire team.
In my professional opinion,
all right,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for that. Imagine you go to a doctor and he say, in my professional opinion, I have no idea what's wrong with you. You panic.
Yep. Trust me, I search up Wikipedia. There's no pictures for what you're having.
Would you like to submit a photo?
Okay. Right now, looking at itemization here, it looks like the build coming in from Natko.
Natko. Getting a spot of trouble right here. Does try to dodge right here. Gary will not be able to find him. Natko down low just a little bit. Valence on conceal.
Yeah. I was gonna say he should have enough items to really disrupt Gary. Even if it doesn't kill, should get him low enough so that he would not get back into the fight. So Nako just has to join in the fight and catch Gary. Because so far, like legit, Gary is doing a lot for his team. And yet, it's just that KDA Yetri doesn't look that impressive just yet.
Yeah, not that impressive, but he's done what he's needed to so far. I feel like Yetri is actually one of the more consistent players in CG this series, which is props to him there. For now, the goal difference is pretty even on both sides. Both teams have pretty similar scaling styles. Oh, hold on.
Execution, Fatal Link just for one, but it is more than enough. Amzik, the receiving end for multiple ultimates. And speaking about ultimates, it's going to be Year 3 in the sky. The Petrify will be able to land on the zone. Gibby comes in with a fight, and all of a sudden, the red HP boss are dwindling down. CG will be able to try to find a foothold. But hold on a second, Vamos seems like they're fighting back. Chico right here trying to outplay. But Clockon shuts him down right there where he stands.
How is Clockon and Chibi escaping death time and time again?
They're just too good. Honestly, Chibi is popping off. He made one mistake of dashing through the Yuzong knockup, but somehow didn't get punished for that. Gary had a really good timing of entry. If not for him, CG would have lost that fight for sure. But Vamo is also showing some impressive micro mechanics. Both these teams really should consider stop fighting.
I agree. Have some macro bit, right?
Yeah.
Yep. He's like, oh, Gary on the wrong side. Oh, he does miss one Gable. Oh! Wait! He takes the Lord away from Vamos! Real 1 minute page on the side. Clockon right here. It's going to be Year 3 all the way to the backside. With the Petrify one, I'll be able to land onto Clockon right there. Year 3 pulling the members to the side of Vamos right here. And Gojes dances around, distracting CG. But now this time around, it may be a more equal chew. Getting melted down. Balance picks up Gojes. But the members to the side of CG. Amzik stepping forward as well as Gary racks havoc and takes down mid lane turret.
That's a rare miss from Chibi. Like, if they retro at the same time and the opponent gets it, sure, but that was way too soon. And he doesn't make those mistakes.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, because of that, Vamos is actually on a losing end right here. And it seems like the scales has been tipped.
I don't know what to say. This is quite impressive, actually. I guess there's a reason all the teams have been banning out Fanny, even though she's not in the same stage she used to be. CG Esports coming online in that mid-game power spike. This is usually where they start fighting pretty well. And it does seem to be following that trend. Vamos, unfortunately, overheating a bit too much.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's like toying with your food and all of a sudden your food starts snapping onto you. Speaking about snapping, here comes the Black Dragon form as well, snapping around. Clockon, real world manipulation. Chico still up with some form of damage just a little bit. At least they deal with the lore for the side of Vamos as well. Chibi taking some form of damage. Gojes getting dragged back by the side of CG. Nako laying around, trying to find an ambush. But Vamos, they will disengage.
I feel like Nako should really be slightly bit more stingy with the way of Dragon for Gary, because he's been kicking Amzik, which honestly is fine because that's a lot of CC, but still, maybe stop Gary.
Yep. Taunted Cup on the side of Balance as well. Zorn does use the concealed play right there to try to push Chibi. Phantom Execution punctures back to safety right now. Both these two teams, they're literally playing with two sides. Middle links on the side, Zorn as well. Will be on there. Amzik gets picked up by the side of Vamos right there, but it's still Vamos defending their inner turrets.
Okay, solid defense right there. Pretty okay play. Vamos was able to clear up the Lord quite quickly. CG decided to back off. Some players definitely stayed longer than they should have. And then Amzik was the one that got caught off as a result of it. I feel like Natko needs to be playing flanks a little bit more as a show and not nearly dying to a concealed Gatot taunt. But what do I know, right?
Yeah, but for me, my professional opinion is right now both teams, they're kind of defaulting to what they like individual skills, because at this point, not a lot of macro is going on in terms of high level decision making, setting up plays and everything like that. Both teams act more reactive, where like early game, Vamos proactively found the lead, and then after that, it's kind of like let's autopilot and see how it goes.
Yeah, I really expect a little better from these teams, I'm gonna be honest. But at least this time it's entertaining, right?
Yeah.
Goal lead is still even. Both teams playing with some discipline, so I wish it was different.
took some of the damage from inside Nako. Shin post out of there, but Valence right there. That's land on the taunt. I'm offended, will not be able to land onto anything. Real one manipulation from the side. Clonkun as well. Chico up with the damage, but Gorgeous is there to kind of distract just a little bit. But Gary raking havoc in the backline. Clonkun has to flicker away from the wall, just away from Gary. Chico shuts down Clonkun, and in the wall, there's nowhere for the son of Amos to run away from Gary.
Right now, Chibi gets shut down by Yetri. Go just trying to run away. And this point, Vamos, they're in a very, very, very tough spot because Gary is online. He's targeting Nako, he's targeting Chibi. And I think we talked about this in previous drafts where we're not sure about the Chogoling because honestly, only a very select few can use it that well.
And Nako was doing well with it early on, but I feel like that might have been the only point of the game that he actually practiced, unfortunately. So CG is reaping the benefits of this. Gary is doing a great job. Yetri is holding the front line super well. Chiku is getting the pelt at them for free. The game state has completely shifted even after the blunders made earlier. And I am probably not sleeping tonight.
Yeah, remember like off screen where like if Vamos loses game number 1, somehow they do something in game number 2.
Yeah.
Because they like to even things out.
It's the opposite.
It's the
one
opposite.
game one.
They win game 1, it's like, hey, we have leeway, right?
We use too much energy.
We got a lot of time, right? Hey,
right?
We got nothing to do after this.
Yeah, what about sleeping?
What about sleeping?
Yep, Lord will clash onto the bot lane for now. Zorn gets him melted down by Chiku. Chiku focusing on the turret right there. Will be able to take down Chibi, trying to make a play right here. Trying to find out to Umsing. Umsing goes into Frozen, but Chibi this time round, not enough. Ultimate for them, and Chiku will be there to finish off Gorgeous. The members on the side, CG. This is the moment when Reloaded 2, they equalize the score against Thups.
An excellent base siege right there from CG Esports. I can definitely say that objectively. Vamos made too many mistakes, overheated, were too confident in their ability to just win through fights without respecting the damage potential of their opponents. Fanny making its debut here in MPL MY playoffs in the hands of Gary, showing off why he used to be known for this hero.
Can I just say, like, CG fans rejoice, because we're not the only ones. All their fans are like, is this it? Is this what they're gonna show us?
Yeah.
Game number 2, man, like, again, going back, we did say this. Maybe game number 1, just get a comfortable drive, just get used to the weather of what it feels like on stage, and then afterwards, you start popping off. And oh my goodness, Gary and Yetri, they both popped off. I feel like the rest improved a bit during the game, but Yetri and Gary, dude.
100% agree. It was those two. Yetri especially setting things up initially, and then Gary wasn't the cleanest early on. Right, but once he got those items, really started feeling like the classic Gary we know and love. Fanny is definitely getting banned next game, I think.
Seeing the audience, they were so like, ah! Oh, we're doing it! Ah! We didn't waste our money! Ah!
I don't blame him after what happened.
Yeah. I like the fact that literally CG got custom cursed to victory in game number 2. We are the winning keys to victory.
You're welcome. Let's see who our MVP is going to be, and this time it is Gary. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but it's Gary on the Fanny.
Bowling.
And showing us why this hero does deserve to stay on the ban list. In the hands of a skilled player, really breaks fights wide open. And this is going to be a full damage build as well.
Yeah, and having the wings, just make sure you can fly longer.
Yes, that's what they do.
Yeah, right?
Right?
Oh. I never knew that having more swords than you need to actually do allows you to do a lot more damage.
Like, if you've ever watched Attack on Titan, you know that they actually have a bunch of spare swords.
Yeah, because those, except for Levi stay for quite a while. Others, one hit cheap. Right?
They're just not using them right.
Yeah. You just gotta be an Ackerman so that you have a sword buff.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Gary was the Ackerman, but not CG, right? He literally cabled his way to victory apart from ours, us literally saying things about CG. But of course, I think it's just Vamos overestimated the amount that Gary could do on this Fanny, right? And there's a lot of times where Yetri really sets up for the whole team for the side of CG, right? His Black Dragon forms on point and allows everybody from the side of CG to just collapse onto Vamos.
I kind of feel like Clockwood and Chibi locked in, and then just slowly seeing what their teams are doing, what teammates are doing. I'm like, guys, if we lose this game, I swear, guys. This Clockwood and Chibi actually did a pretty good game, but Chibi, we have to take note that big mistake at the Lord, retreating early. Maybe it's just this, right? Professional players, they have adjusted their reaction time, assuming the opponent is going to do something good. So then, when they don't do anything, it's like, oh wait, I just used the retro too early.
Maybe.
Right?
Or maybe Chibi is also not used to new Fanny damage, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's expecting the Fanny to do more damage than it actually did. I don't know. He did still play well. Nako was okay early, Zorn was okay early, kind of performed worse.
I still don't like fleeting time.
Yeah.
Still don't like it.
Unfortunately, Gojas, I did not feel his presence at all. And
oh yeah, I was playing. Oh.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday's Gojas, unfortunately.
But hey, Chiku did a lot of damage, right?
He did?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
feels
definitely.
like I feel like Chiku feels like he was the main character in that one. Where it's like, I will die for my Nakama, but I will take you down with me. Oh wait, you didn't die, but I will try again.
I mean, it worked.
It did work, yeah.
It worked. You can't argue with the result.
Yeah, definitely, right? And on top of that, I really like what I mentioned. I think CG finally found grounded themselves, lowering down the center of gravity just a little bit and stabilizes that whole game. Because don't forget, Vamos in the early game was just literally going around, just picking up kills against CG, right? Zorn on the Atlas, picking up that 3 kills and it makes the whole team a little bit awkward. What is Zorn's gonna do with his Atlas with 3 kills? Get feeding time?
If he gave those 3 kills to Chibi or Clockwood, it would have been completely different. But well, I would like to say that he definitely didn't intend to take those kills, but I also can't say for sure. So I'll leave that off the table for now. Gary is the rich guy here, 766 GPM. Tiku as the carry, basically ignored for most of the late game because Vamos had bigger issues to deal with. Gojas as the sandbag and Valence as the best wingman. I do prefer Valence on more playmaker style heroes, but he is still a pretty silent but effective player on heroes like the Catan.
Yeah, I did use this joke back in the MPL Singapore where I was comparing Sayla and Kurtizi. Sometimes you just don't feel the mage damage coming out from Sayla. It's like that silent fart in a lift.
A silent fart in a lift. I just want to make sure I heard that right.
Yes.
It's just, you don't hear it, but you can feel and smell the maximum efficiency.
But it's more dangerous if you just hear a small of it, like, or like a. It's mostly just a.
And you wonder like, what was that?
Yeah.
And then it hits you.
Yeah. By that time, it's too late. by that time, it's too late. There's nothing you can do to protect yourself.
Yeah, and literally, right? Like, I think the whole highlights that we are literally watching right here is just all-out brawl from the side of Vamos. They went a bit too much. I think that previous clip was the one where they overextended just a little bit. Yes, they're able to make a lot of these rotations, but Gary, coming in just at a wonderful time. That shutdown goal was the one that allows him to secure the Malefic gun, roar, and then, proceeds on to just dominating the game.
Yeah, I don't know. Vamos was a bit too unga bunga for me.
Yeah, this was the play. I can't look at Gary. He's basically trying to escape everything. He flies into the pit, steals the Lord, and his team goes all in and just takes over everything. There were still some very awkward moments. This fight was a little bit nonsensical for me, but CG was in a good enough position at this point that they could just dive in regardless. I really wish that Vamos saved their CC a little bit for Gary instead, rather than overextending themselves. Nako didn't look the most comfortable. Zorn bought fleeting time and barely used Fatal Links. If he had Guardian Helm, it would have been a different situation, which is very sad, but, well, you get what you get.
I kind of want to hear the comms for Vamos. Like, what were you guys saying that got you up to this point? But I kind of feel like, Nako had a pretty good laning phase, right? Laning phase against Amzik was pretty good. It's just that later on, I would say he knows how to play Cho, in terms of the skills.
Yep.
But he doesn't know how to play Cho in terms of the movement, if that makes sense.
He only practiced Cho in 1v1.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
So,
I feel like the Cho gold lane is such a very interesting specimen because yes, you can play a Cho like a Roma does, right? You can play a Cho like an EXP laner does. But when it comes to a gold lane Cho, your main role is to basically just, secure, wave clear very quickly, start rotating, create plays elsewhere in the map, just in case. And once you go to the mid game, you become this split push monster to basically counteract what the Fanny wants to do. Now, all of a sudden, the Fanny has to think twice to basically come in and wave clear, because all of a sudden you're kick, and then after that you assassinate basically the split pusher, and then after that you join the fight.
yeah, honestly, like the best performing Cho damage was Leone, right? And Nako didn't do anything like that.
Yeah, there's a few things that could have been done better there, unfortunately. But I believe we have a tour happening with Pochi. That sounds interesting. That sounds fun. Shall we go ahead and let him take over for a short moment? We'll be back with Game 3 later.
Selamat datang ke Esports Carnival untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-16. Sekarang ni, kalau korang boleh tengok dekat belakang saya, kita ada watch party besar-besaran. Dan hari ni kita ada repo. Yang menariknya untuk watch party hari ni, kita boleh tengok ramai orang yang datang dan ada banyak booth orang meniaga, ada streamer yang datang, ada pro player, ada audience dan macam-macam booth. So first kali saya tunjuk ke korang, inilah dia watch party kita. Ada repo, jom kita kacau. Sini.
3-12-0.
Hai Ripo, apa khabar?
Baik, Dok.
Say hi to camera.
Hai, apa ni?
Konten.
Oh, konten. Okay, hai, halo.
So inilah nampak, streamer datang. Panggil semua orang datang.
Semua orang, siapa-siapa yang datang, korang boleh datang ke apa tempat ni?
Serdang.
Serdang. Siapa-siapa yang nak tengok MPL, korang boleh datang ke Serdang. Kalau korang tak dapat tiket masuk dalam, korang boleh tengok dekat luar. The watch party. Untuk esok dengan lusa, Moon esok, lusa fix. 10.
Okay, terima kasih. Let's go. Kita tengok benda lain lagi. Ada juga meet and greet dekat sini. Selain daripada tu, ada pro player kita. Pusing, pro player.
Pasukan kita untuk hari kedua kita pada hari ini.
Meriah tak? Meriah. Dan sekarang ni, yang paling best dekat bahagian tepi ni, kita ada Nandos. Kalau lapar makan ayam peri-peri yang sedap, Nandos pilihan terbaik. Tengok tu, semua tu tengah masak. Dekat tepi ni, kita ada booth Celcom DG. Yang bestnya untuk Celcom DG, tak best, ini dia. Kad kilat-kilat, limited edition. Kena buat tas dan boleh dapat. Cara nak dapat macam mana? Datang dekat booth ni. Hanya di playoff. Terima kasih, saya tak susun. Kita nak jalan. Thank you. Lepas tu, kat sini kita boleh main macam-macam game lagi. Korang boleh tebus skin, boleh tebus diamond dan macam-macam lagi kat sini. Dekat sini ada booth untuk jual merchandise daripada MPL Malaysia. Selain daripada itu, kita ada juga CeraVe. Kalau kata lotion kecil-kecil tak cukup, kita ada lotion yang besar. Tekan, boleh mandi dengan lotion. Tuan ni, semua orang tengah buat tas, buat game nak dapat hadiah. Ini semua untuk kita sebagai peminat. MPL menghargai anda sebagai peminat yang sentiasa menyokong anda, dan ini adalah tempat yang terbaik. Carnival Esports terbesar di Malaysia. Selain daripada itu, kita tengok lagi. Bahagian sini ada air, ada makanan, minuman, tempat lepak, segala-galanya istimewa untuk anda. Dekat tepi ni, Predator Backland. Jom kita tengok. Senjata Predator. Ini yang dinamakan orang yang ganas. Tak adalah ganas, semuanya karakter dia lah. Ada tengkorak-tengkorak musuh dan sedapnya. Sejuk kat sini. Pusing depan balik, kita menyusahkan kamera. Ya. Apa tu? Nampak tak? Ada Predator. Okey. Oh, bracelet. Terima kasih. Okey, bang. Apa yang best dekat Predator Backland?
Semua benda best kat sini. Lagi-lagi kita orang boleh bagi korang 1,200 diamond. Macam tu je. Yeah. Datang singgah. Kita orang akan bagi tahu cara dia macam mana nak dapat 1,200 diamond. Macam mana tu kali.
Tak datang rugi. Selain daripada tu, kalau korang tengok kat sini, ni ada tempat jual air, ada booth rakan muda, mencari bakat muda Malaysia. Register sahaja QR dekat sini dan korang boleh dapatkan pelbagai lagi faedah dan juga maklumat mengenai apa yang mereka offer dekat sini. Sebelum kita menutup video kali ini,
kat sini ada buff infinite. Untuk korang cuba sendiri rasa macam mana rasanya gunakan telefon rasmi untuk MPL Malaysia kali ini. Masuk kat dalam, cuba saja Infinix GT30 ni. Dan last but not least, kita ada Grab Food dekat sini. Grab Food ni yang menariknya ada juga games. Boleh dapat diamond, boleh dapat skin, boleh dapat macam-macam lagi hadiah. Dan ini adalah sedikit sebanyak apa yang ada dekat kita punya booth ni. Dan inilah kita punya MPL Malaysia Esports Carnival. Okey abang ke sini, kita nak tunjuk. Biarlah korang nampak. This is it. The biggest Esports Carnival ever untuk anda yang berada di rumah. Tak berani nak datang, takut tak seronok ke apa. Semuanya memang seronok, bahagia dan enjoy. Dapat diamond, dapat skin, dapat jumpa dengan pro player hanya di Esports Carnival. Jemput datang beramai-ramai dan itu sahaja daripada saya. Let's go back kepada game.
I must admit, this is my favorite MPL setup of all time, actually. There's just so much happening outside. It feels really fun atmosphere-wise. There's lots of food and drinks, lots of activities. And the hall itself is nice and big and very cool as well. So I don't know if you guys haven't decided to come on over and join us. Even if you don't have tickets, we have a watch party outside. You can come and join the festivities. Don't miss it.
I think you know, I was just sharing with you guys how I literally came without any form of cash. Just a phone with a Visa card, and also I was just using my own bank app, and then just scanning the QR code outside, and it bloody works.
Yeah.
And that's how I got my snacks outside for
wow.
without bringing any cash. So if Singaporeans, if you want to come over, you still have time.
Hey, don't worry, Singaporeans do come here and use a lot of money here. Specifically Johor, but yeah, don't worry, Singaporeans do come.
They do. We'll talk about that later. We got a power distribution up on the screen right now between the junglers here. We got Chibi, we got Gary. Their stats not too far off actually, so of course, Chibi coming out slightly on top in terms of objectives.
And KD as well, because Chibi did use a lot more assassins before compared to Gary, because I definitely remember Gary using quite a lot of Boxias as well. But yeah, in terms of the average Lord kills, imagine this, Chibi averaging 1 Lord per game is insane, and Gary is catching up here, and I like that CG basically just woke up, and now, honestly, both teams, they only have 2 bans, because CG has to ban the Hellcrit, and then Vamos has to ban the Fanny.
Yep. So it'll be kind of similar to what other teams have been doing so far. And I'm hoping that they have actually woken up for real, right? That's not a fluke victory, because it felt that way for Vamos game 1 a little bit. Let's see some consistency here, ladies and gentlemen. We got Broken Walls up on stage.
Yeah. So now looking at the bans here, still banning the Grok as well as the Lunox. They really don't want to give Chico the Lunox, which again, to be fair, is one of his more comfortable heroes, even bringing it in the jungle. CG banning out the Hayabusa as well as the Hellcurt. So Vamos as first pick. I wonder if
what's your command?
They do ban the Fanny. If CG does not ban the CC, maybe that's going to be Vamos' priority, because then Nako has a pretty solid gold lane hero. Okay, that might get banned out.
Oh, he's showing his collection right now.
Oh. He has both the Layla and...
He's got everything.
He got everything.
Wow, now that's a flex right there.
Yep.
Well done, sir. He knows what we want to see.
And he bought every single ticket this season.
Really?
As in, like, you know, regular season, like, it's 1 ticket per game? He got all of it. Yeah.
Really?
Like collecting achievements in real life.
And he can prove it because he will bring his bag and basically just like gantong it there.
Wow.
Hangs all the
just hang.
right?
Yeah, he just hangs it on his whatever that thing is. The sling.
Interesting, interesting. Well, why not, right? As long as you're having a good time here, you are welcome anytime. So it is a hurry first pick, which is interesting, but it is one of Natko's comforts. And then CG locked in the Kimi and the Yu Zong. So still sticking to the graph that won them the last game.
So for Vamos, I feel like it's still okay for them to use something like a Yisen Shin or a Lancelot, because Chibi still had a pretty good game and they need some... Okay, what? Never mind. I was going to say they needed someone to kill the Kimi. But if the Kimi just keeps on moving forward, maybe you don't have to try that hard.
Yeah, ooh, Zeus
There you go.
They locked in here alongside the Lancelot. So Vamos sticking to the assassin junglers for Chibi.
And I'm liking this because Vamos is going kind of to their comfort, because I can't remember if it's public or not, but basically they say that this lineup is all about strengthening Chibi, right? Basically a hyper carry Chibi here, to the point where Clockon is going to be more of a supportive role, Gorgeous is going to be more of a supportive role, so I'm liking this actually, and there's a chance that you can peel people away so that Chibi has free reign to do whatever he wants.
That is true, that is true. We'll see whether or not that does work out for them though. The Gatot can be locked in by CG, so still the same heroes that they had in the previous game. So of course the Fanny is already banned, so they're definitely not going to have 100% of what they had before. But that means that the Ruby might need to be considered here. Does Vamos want to ban that out?
Yeah, and the Yisenshin as well, right? Because I feel like even if they get something like a Fredrin, okay, maybe Baxia, because I feel like Fredrin, the Jushin can handle that. And later on, maybe even Vamos picks up something like a Hylos. And then if you're using a tank jungler, you won't be able to get away. Everyone's been getting skin today, man.
Wow. Look at that.
Although I do see here, like, if you scan this, you get a few diamonds. You scan that, you get a few diamonds. So, hey, maybe they just collected all the diamonds here.
I mean, that's more reason for you to come down, right?
Absolutely.
Actually, you can even get an M7 ticket with flight being paid and with hotel being paid as well.
Yeah, there's like a competition for that going on. I think one of
By
my...
Perry, yeah.
Yeah, I think my mod actually is participating in that.
Oh.
And he's already won some stuff, which is actually impressive. And it's not small stuff either.
Yeah.
Sun rises when I give
It's
the word.
stuff ranging from 3,000 ringgit and above.
Yeah, he won a TV.
Yeah,
And a keyboard.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when he told me either.
Yeah, the boss of Fairy came to me and he told me, and even I was like, oh, I see.
Wow. All right. So if you guys want,
shout out Fairy.
You guys can check that out. So it's going to be the Kalea and Khalid ban from CG. So they're trying to prevent Vamos from having early game pressure against them, which makes sense. They are a team that's a little bit slower to start, and by now they recognize that fact. The Ruby does get taken out, so if they want to have a fighter go lane, Amzik is going to need to rely on something else.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the Lapu if they want to go that route, right?
But does Amzik actually play the Lapu Lapu? Because from what I'm hearing that, you know, the Harriers is also being taken, already snap picked by the side of Vamos. Now the Granger get banned away. CG, you're Amzik, what kind of heroes do you have left?
Yeah, I mean, like, Esmeralda is still up. But yeah, it's always the question, like, has he trained on it or not? Because I'm sure he can play it, but if you don't practice it competitively against a Nako that's very experienced with the Harif, I don't know. But yes, Esme is a good pick.
It would be the one of the most direct counters to Harif in lane. But I wonder if the lack of crowd control would master CG a bit.
Natan! Also historically, one of the other enemies of Harif, yeah. Not in lore, but meaning like competitive. You know?
Yeah, but like CG, this is literally what CG likes to do, right? We like to go for late. Nathan is a very late game, albeit with the buffs and a little bit of nerf. Kind of makes him, like, you know, spike up a little bit faster around the mid parts of the game. But from the side of Vamos right here, they've got so many iframes. The Crimson Beacon in the play from the side of Vamos. Yeah, you really need to peel for this Nathan.
Now I kind of feel like Vamos needs to dive. I feel like a Hylos should be here. Alice, good pickup, but they're going for the Atlas again. And I just hope no fleeting time, just go for tankiness, because Alice is not a reliable frontline, right? She wants to disrupt, but she's not there tanking for you. And I feel like this Atlas is really just to force out Purifies, so that there's no flickers for the Lancelot, right?
It's a good combo together, and as long as Zorn goes for the more bulky build, he will be quite annoying to remove from the map. It's like Baxia going to be the final pick up here, so we will see Gary going back to the tank jungle. They will definitely have enough damage, especially with Kimi and Natan, but their backline is going to be pretty vulnerable.
Honestly, I feel CG's draft is much easier to execute, and I think Amzik can execute quite well with Natan. And based on yesterday, Gorgeous, his Alice isn't really that impressive. So I'm just worried that if they go to the backline, it's kind of like Chibi just soloing Amzik at that point. And it's a matter of, can you kill me before I kill you?
I think this is a type of hero that Amzik would be able to do impressive things on, though, so I can't count him out just yet. They do also have Purifies on their 2 marksmen, so they have some ways of avoiding things. But will it be sufficient? The score is now 1-1. We're jumping into game number 3. Who will be able to set themselves one step closer to moving to the next stage? Who will be able to find match point?
I would just like to say as well, the intro for the coming into Land of Dawn looks beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Lunong showing off the playoffs and then Salcom DG as well. Good work by the graphic team.
Honestly, I think the graphic team has popped off this entire season.
Yeah.
Everything's been looking very clean overall. I'm just hoping that the gameplay is also that.
Yeah. Hey. Don't ask for too much.
Yeah. I
Right?
mean,
Is that
be
too much
grateful
to
with
ask
what you have.
for?
It's enough. Be grateful with what you have.
Like
People
surely
some
that's
of
not
that.
too much to ask for.
If you don't expect anything, you won't be disappointed.
Yep.
Yeah.
All my life.
Yep. That was a wise quote from Mary Jane. Oh wait, no, it wasn't Mary Jane. It was the other girl. Peter's girlfriend.
Oh.
The one with darker color skin. Same one. You know what? Doesn't matter. You guys know what I'm talking about. Zendaya is the actor, but
I was about to say
Zendaya.
Zendaya.
Yeah, but like, what was
Michelle Jones,
MJ.
I think.
It's MJ.
I think it was Michelle Jones, if I'm not wrong.
No, it's not Jones.
It wasn't Jones?
It's not Jones.
Wasn't it Jones?
I mean, like,
I'm gonna Google it right now.
hold on. Is it Jones?
I'm pretty sure it was. Hold on.
Yeah, but what you're holding on is this just going to be Zorn taking a lot of punishment, but Chibi activating a lot of damage, but revitalize from the side. Balance! Will be there to solidify Chiku, and he walks away with first blood.
That Revitalize really catches you off guard. I respect the attempt, but Chibi was not expecting all that healing.
Gary did the same thing and then popped off.
You're right, actually.
So maybe.
Also, I was correct. It is Michelle Jones.
Damn!
Michelle Jones is not comic book accurate, right?
It's not comic book accurate.
It's a MCU thing.
You know what? Shout outs to any real life Mary Jones out there. So now we have to say, yo, Chibi, that was bad. Now he'll pop off, right?
Yeah.
That should be the logic, right? You know what, Chibi, stop using Lancelot. Go back to a Fredrin.
No, looks like CG will be able to get the first turtle this time around, so that's definitely gonna affect Chibi's turtle rate.
Yeah, not only just that, right? You know, of course, they're going to stabilize a lot better. Chiku is definitely getting a better game. He's going to be able to get into his Sky Piercer a lot earlier. And then after that, you know, delay just a little bit. And anything helps in the early game because Armzik is going to just scale out of control towards later parts of the game.
Yeah. I feel like Chibi might be just a little bit feeling a bit desperate because their mid can't really have any kind of kill pressure. Which, again, I kind of feel like if they had a high loss, the game will be a little bit easier for the team, no?
Yep, Zorn gets taunt. There's no way for him to run the Petrify on top of that. Balance right there, just CC locked. Zorn can't even do anything at all.
I'm a little bit sad as an Atlas player, but I also know that this is kind of what happens to Atlas. His early game is very weak, and he needs his ultimate to actually do anything. So that's why you need to build tank items on him.
Yeah, this is the problem where I feel like not a lot of screens, mostly on rank. Oh, hold on. Can they get Chiku here?
Zorn does have the Fatal Links activated right here. Chiku down low, just a little bit revitalized. And it's going to be Zorn dragging CJ down to hell. Chibi taking him down, slicing as well. Ooh. Thinking about dragging Clock Kun, throwing CG like ragdolls. Trying to slow down just a little bit more, but it's only just Chiku, the casualty from CG.
Alright, good CC chain right there. Being able to find Chiku as well, even delaying it to force out the Purify. Unfortunately, Chibi's cooldowns are still a bit long, so he wasn't able to capitalize on the Zeusin pickup. But that is how Vamos wants to be playing this. They have a lot of catch, and they just need to be able to execute on it properly.
Yeah, Chiku really wants to stay alive. That his first item is actually the Blood Wings, which still makes sense considering that Gary, being Gary as a boxer, has the Life Bane intact on his own kit, so that you don't desperately need that anti-heal. So hopefully with this Blood Wings, he's able to stay alive longer.
Yep, this is going to be a very important turtle for the side of Vamos right here, and the defender execution. But Zorn will be the one to catch the turtle and also the rest of the members on the side of CG, and it's also going to be Gojes spreading havoc, wrecking havoc around CG's backline as well. Chibi outputting the damage. Chiku already down. No more damage to the from the side of CG already. Kloko, Chibi, Nako onto Gary. The Thorn Rose, a double kill for Chibi.
So we just did say that Atlas had some issues and that Zorn needs to...
Zorn is basically taking kills game 2.
And Chibi's doing well too.
And Chibi's doing well too, and we also did just say some bad things about him. Maybe we should watch under our bed tonight.
Yeah.
I don't have things under my bed.
You will.
Alright, well, duly noted. Folks, if there's anything happening to me tonight, I would just like you guys to know that that was not a threat by Starfight. We're just having fun for legal reasons.
Yeah,
okay?
no.
Right?
Please do not use this as Exhibit A in my court-martial.
Exactly. So Vamos looking better now, but let's talk about this Atlas-wise. CG lost because they don't have damage. Because Chico was one of the first to be taken down. And then Yetri did not have a good position to basically get everyone. And all the while, Chibi and Nako was able to do damage. And Gorgeous actually had a pretty good Throne of Ruin alongside with Zorn. So it was a lot of chain CCs going on.
First item dominance. He didn't
oh
go
my goodness,
time.
Alhamdulillah.
Just his personal growth.
Thank Lord.
Finest.
And this is why he's doing good right now.
Exactly. See,
so it's just the item diff
between
game 2 and game 3.
Item diff.
Bro, like, as roamers...
Up.
Hold on.
Prince Beacon for the side. Clockun is the one. The same in Zorn goes into second skill. Will be able to try to lock Balance right there. Balance desperately trying to cling on to life with a revitalize right here. Chico spreading out the damage. Neko goes into Zaman Force. Amzik is also there with the ultimate, but he's actually getting Thorn Rolls down to the ground. Gary, unfortunately, will be able to take down Gorgeous, but here comes the A3 on this massive dragon. He's looking for blood onto Neko right there. Deleted. It's a 2-4-2 between these two teams.
Not gonna lie, even I was questioning why did Amzik go in, because I doubt at around 7 minutes of the game you would have enough items to really shred your opponents, and then Chibi, basically one combo killed Amzik.
And Lancelot does so much damage these days, so that was definitely a blunder from Amzik. When you're playing Natan, you do expect to do a lot of damage, but it is still a little early for him to be committing to that, and that means that Vamos can take the next hurdle.
Yep, which means that, Turtle going over the side of Vamos right here. Gary getting picked up by the side of Clockun like a ragdoll. No follow-up from the side of Vamos though, but it is still, Vamos coming back, leading the charges under his own. Man, a bit more than him can chew, giving a kill over the side of E3.
I wonder if CG can only really do well if, the game is still ongoing, right? If Gary is carrying as well. Because between Amzik and Gary is the one with more experience, right?
That does seem to be the case. So I feel like Amzik was doing perfectly well in the regular season anyway. But Gary is on a tank this time around, which, might push your agenda a little bit. We'll see. In terms of damage, CG will still have quite a lot of scaling comparatively, and Vamos is actually a lot more cooldown based in comparison, so that might end up costing them if the game lasts too long.
Yeah, I feel like as long as Amzik is careful with Gorgeous, I think it's fine, because that Throne of Ruin can really disrupt you. I feel like Zorn, he is willing to use it on the front line.
Oh, Amzik, that could be a very questionable. Oh, and he may have punished by the side of Nako as well. Balance to revitalize, not good enough. Chiku going down. Nako, the monster on the side of Vamos already, and taking off his mask as Yi3 going in with a Petrify. Zorn just looking for some Fatal Link as well, but he's actually slowed down just a little bit. Awkward right there. He drags Yi3 right there, and also the rest of the members from the side of Vamos just turn around onto the dragon. Nako picking up 3 kills from that sequence.
Well, I feel validated.
And Gorgeous survived all that as well. That was a bit too greedy. Oh, they found Gary as well. That was very messy from CG. I can understand, okay, you get the taunt on Gorgeous. Amzik goes forward to try and do the damage, and then he realizes, now I can't go back, and everyone's diving me. That was a bit of a mistake. They definitely could have slowed that down a little bit, especially since I don't think they have enough burst to just one-shot Gorgeous anyway, so they should be taking these slower.
Mr. and Mrs. Production, can we please look at the items? I really want to see what this Amzik has that gives him the confidence thinking that he can burst down an Alice or an Atlas.
A completed boost.
Alright, Chibi gets bored. It's okay, the items will come up soon, because I feel like if Amzik only has 2 items, is not enough. Me. Especially if he has the Holy Crystal. Okay.
He needs the Holy Crystal to be doing things like that. Even better if he has Blood Wings, then he can actually feel a little safer jumping forward, but So far, we can't confirm that yet. Malefic Roar now completed on Chibi. He has been popping off on this landslot. 5-1 currently.
Ooh, even the Chastise Cauldron build, but not a lot of attack speed here. So probably just using it for the heal.
Yep, seems like, Fatal Links will be able to catch onto Gary once again. Gary desperately trying to limp away. Getting dragged down by the Clockwork as well. Chico spreading damage from across the board, but it doesn't really matter as Vamos just takes down Gary once again.
Unfortunately, I don't think the Chastise Pauldron paid for itself there. Yeah. Though I did see the heal.
I did see the heal
It's
too.
just that he didn't have anyone else to help him. And
Hey,
now Vamos is really pushing in.
If his teams were there, hey, maybe.
Maybe.
Right, yeah. Oh, we're in for a long night
We
here.
are.
Time to grab some popcorn.
I actually wouldn't mind that.
I
but
should have brought my pajamas.
Yeah. Honestly, you could have slept here.
I should have.
Yeah.
Maybe I will. You never know.
Hey.
If you see Sadafa wearing the same exact clothes, yes, he's been.
So right now, CG, again, they do have this scaling, and if Vamos doesn't end this quick, eventually Amzik gets the Holy Crystal and he gets the Divine Glaive. At that point, okay, he does not have it, so he has concentrated energy and the Feather of Heaven. I don't know where he got his confidence thinking he could burst them down. Like, I would kind of get it if it was Feather of Heaven and Divine Glaive. Concentrated energy does mean that you can sustain, and the longer the fight goes, the more magic damage that you have, but if that's the case, I feel like you should save your entropy for running away instead of going in.
That means they should actually be playing in the opposite way.
Exactly.
They should be taking fights slower.
Yeah, and something that's kind of concerning for the side of CG. Yes, this is a very late game centric kind of roster, but the main damage dealer for the side of CG are mostly magic. So it's a lot easier for the side of Vamos to basically, you know, build items against them.
Well, that was the case before. I feel like nowadays magic is just so strong in general anyway, because I don't think we have enough magic defense items in the game, though Dominance Ice's change does alleviate that a bit.
And maybe Guardian Helmet as well. It doesn't have MR, but it has hopefully just having a lot of HP and mitigating damage more than 500 would be enough. But either way, actually that would be a very interesting thing. If there are a lot of Guardian Helmets, will Amzik just be unable to burst people down? Now that Amzik does have the Holy Crystal, he will do a lot of Holy Crystal damage. I'm just worried that he might need penetration as well, but at least Chico has penetration.
I think CG still definitely has a chance for this. Their late game scaling is still better, in my opinion. And Vamos is not perfect in their gameplay as well. They're definitely prone to throwing if they overheat, but they are in a very dominant position right now. So this Lord should be free for them. I don't think Gary is going to try and contest it. Or is he?
No, he's actually nipping all the way right there, but Zorn with that, slow him down just a little bit. Chibi walking around by the perfect heal. Oh, from the side of Gold Jazz will be there. Chico's spreading out damage just a little bit. Chibi trying to reach to Chico all the way in the back line. Crimson Beacon and also the Flicker will be coming in by the side of Vamos as well. Onto the Chico right there, but Chico this time round tries to kite as well. It's a messy team fight. Vamos taking some casualty, but Chibi right there. You give it a kick, and Amzik goes for the base race.
What? What? Excuse, huh?
Greedy actually do it. The wings are actually coming out, but not good enough. The idea was there.
Me and Staffa were just like, excuse me. Let me break it down. Why we're baffled. A lot of chain AoE CCs coming in from Vamos, and then they were the one losing. Because again, like Gary is quite tanky and is giving the life bane, and Yetri just sustain shot residue on everyone, getting back all that HP. They win the prolonged team fight. Amzik just be like, hey, how about I just end the game now?
How did that happen?
And then Gorgeous almost didn't do anything to Minion, but here we are.
Once again, it's going to be another Lord secured by the side of Vamos right now. It's going to be Amzik this time around during the fight as well. Gary tried to spin for the win, try to catch up just a little bit. AOG coming out from the side, Balance try to catch up the Gorgon, and Balance will be able to get him. CG right here, taking down two members already for the side of Vamos, as they will also try to lay down siege in the mid.
They're pushing straight through now. Zorn and Clawkun are still another 15 seconds away from respawning. Mid tower will be threatened. Lord is already pushed. Oh my goodness, that damage. Amzik finally hitting a power spike. They will be able to deal with this Lord. The game state has changed.
Yeah, I would like to see Yetri's item as well, because at this point, unless Chibi hits Yetri, I feel like Yetri can just 1v5 at this point because he has the Pauldron as well. So we have a lot of Pauldrons here coming in from CG. Again, not a lot of attack speed. Maybe just for the Harif, but other than that, it really is for that healing. So maybe this Pauldron is affecting Harif enough so that Harif could not burst down Gary, could not burst down Yetri. I don't know if they stack against the opponent, but if it does, then maybe that's why Yetri and Gary was unkillable in the previous fight.
I think, hold on, they're engaging.
Slamming onto it, Valen also slamming his fist onto the ground as well. Members of the Vamos doesn't want anything to do with this team fight. They will back off for now.
Okay, so what I was saying is, there might be an interesting interaction between Chastised Pauldron and Queen's Wing. Because they both activate at low HP, they both keep you sustainable, and they do stack with each other. And that might end up being an interesting combination for the frontline fighters in this patch.
Yeah, that is interesting.
But personally, I'm still stupefied about how CG won that fight all the while back with the 3-man Throne of Ruin, the Fatal Links, without their marksman.
That's a big word. Stupefied.
Stupefied? It's not very big. It's got stupid as part of it.
Yeah, but it's got fight.
Yes, that makes it better.
This is Stupefy a Harry Potter spell.
Is it? I don't actually know.
I haven't watched Harry Potter.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
And yeah, like again, I agree with you. Cool chain of events coming in from Vamos setting up. But I think we said it yesterday, where as a roamer, you can have the coolest setup, but if the damage is not there, you're just gonna be waiting to die.
My heart hurts as an Atlas player.
Yeah.
So sad. Vamos does have damage, but again, it is very cooldown based. And now CG is starting to hit power spikes where Amsik and Chiku both actually do a lot of DPS consistently. We're reaching the point in the game where Vamos has a very limited timeline to actually take a W.
Because they don't have enough damage to kill them before the Natan kills them, right? Because, like you said, they are cooldown based. So if CG is able to just, I don't know, kite out of it, and then commit a fight, then do Vamos has what it takes to kill them? I don't think so.
Yep. Senator Cochran right here coming
in
to Bukin. They're really gunning for Amsik right there. Gorgeous goes in with the TOR, but not good enough. Jessery trying to limp away. The Fatal Links coming up on the side of Zod to try to drag CG all the way back. But it's still from the side of Vamos. Losing Chibi right there. It's definitely going to cost them. Neko trying to make a play right here, trying to output the damage. But Zod coming in. He will be able to take down Ye3 though. Gary this time round facing down that call balance. And also Chico reinforcing. Causing the Winter Crown as well. Cochran joining the fight. A messy one. Double force already activated. Chico! That goal! A phase 4 of Chico's damage, but he's unfazed. He takes him down.
Dude, Nako is carrying this one in one fight. I think he got like 3 Zaman forces.
I think so.
Right? One around the Lord, kite a little bit, another one closer to CG's jungle, and another one in mid.
Natko is actually solo carrying this right now, and it's because Amsik got cut out early in the fight again. I actually could not tell where he was because it was so chaotic, but he really should know better at this point. And it's so weird that CG, the only fight they won convincingly was the one that he wasn't part of.
I'm looking down bot. Should be fine here. The Lord, can she be spirited?
Gorgeous goes into the tower already! CG denies the Lord from Vamos! And look at the position for the side of Amsik! He doesn't want to really join the fight as CG desperately trying to delay the back from the side of Vamos, but Vamos knows better with the helmet Zord and Glogan right here, and it's now going to be Amsik slowing down by enough damage to take down Zord. Amsik right here trying to make a play, trying to look for a Chibi as well, but the damage from Chico and Amsik will be there to take him down.
They're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. CG Esports making the comeback happen. I don't even know if I can call it a comeback because this game has been so weird. But Nako trying to go in.
Nako outputting the damage onto Chico right here. And unfortunately, he got punished. And now it's just the rest of the member for the high side of CG. Alongside with the Lord, they crash onto Vamos.
In one fell swoop, CG Esports secures match point. One step away from moving onwards to the upper bracket finals. still, multiple blunders being made, consistency in question, but hey, can't argue with the results.
I'm just saying, man, CG, it's a good thing you got Yetri on your side.
Yeah.
Because he stabilized so many losing situations, winning fights that shouldn't be won, zoning people out when it should be zoned away. And then that last one, man, like getting straight onto Nako, getting that kill, gave a lot of opportunities for CG just to move forward.
Man, I'm just looking at this. I totally agree with you, right? Like, Gary was also outputting so much pressure, right? And also taking a lot of utilities away from the side of Vamos, right? And not only just that, I echo you. Year 3 just, I would say, Year 3 really impressed me as an EXP later.
Yeah, I think it might be time to take that Yuzong away from him. He is the most stable factor on CG Esports right now when everyone else is bouncing up and down. Man's a straight shot and his team needs that currently. This game could have gone either way. There were so many weird calls happening.
If Vamos wants to take that Yuzong away, they gotta get second pick, man, because like what else? And the thing is, honestly, Yetri has been performing this entire regular season, even on picks like Lapu. I'm pretty sure he can use the Alice. And is it bad for me to say it feels like EXP diff? And it's bad to say because I said that yesterday as well.
Well, I can't really deny you at this point. Unfortunately, I'm really not seeing Goges' impact.
Yeah.
Like, yes, he got some good Throne of Ruins, but then beyond that, what else, right? You expect him to be a bit more annoying overall, and we're not really seeing the typical aggression you expect from him in the early mid-game. This guy used to be known for ego challenging.
He's not annoying, he's a mild inconvenience.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and I just feel, just watching that game, I think it's all about timings, right? Like the fact that I think Vamos lost a lot of timing in the mid to early game, where they were literally knocking on CG's doors. That was the time they need to end. If they didn't end right there and then, that's what happened. This is actually what happens to CG. And we're going to the late game. This is where CG, like what you guys mentioned, is where they're really, really comfortable with.
Well, let's see who the MVP is going to be after this very memorable game right here. And it looks like it is going to be Amzik.
Sorry to say, I kind of don't agree.
I don't agree.
I don't agree.
I straight up don't agree.
I do not agree. I mean, like, shout outs to the kid, but
he had some good plays.
He made a lot of mistakes. Like, the opportunities was given to him for doing something.
He could have won the game so much earlier if he just didn't die like 3 or 4 times at the start of the team fight. Yeah, but hey, he ended the game. You know, he got the split push down bottom.
He threatened the base just a little bit.
CG won the fight that he wasn't part of.
What if we're saying he doesn't deserve this in the next game, then he really pops off?
I'll welcome it.
Hey, just end the game,
Let's do it. Amzik, you played bad.
Imagine you getting clipped out of context now.
I almost want to see who voted for him.
I'm going to get clipped for this, definitely. I don't have enough energy to avoid these situations at this point. But hopefully you guys are having a good time. Because this was a nearly 20-minute game. Kill score pretty much even. And Vamos was in control for a good chunk of it.
Yeah.
But then the scaling kind of kicked in.
Yeah, even Netco was just unleashing beasts, right? Like, just going in with like 3 Zaman Force in one team fight, and it's just outputting so much damage against CG, and almost ended the fight in that particular sequence.
Dude, like, it's kind of Vamos' fault. They could have ended the game, right? Yep. They could have ended, and then they just like, hey, you know what? We're Goku. We want you to get to your maximum transformation, and then we'll fight you. Like, and then to be fair, Amzik didn't do much late game as well. It was just them losing against all the tankiness that CG had. They just don't have enough damage. Heck, we did say it's cool that Nako Zaman Force 3 times in a fight. But let's say that again. He had to Zaman Force 3 times to get kills.
There were actually 3 chastised pauldrons on the side of CG by the end of that game. So that probably was kicking in a little bit as well. This is an item that will work well against cooldown-based heroes because that extra burst of healing can really throw off their timing. And when paired up with things like Queen's Wings on a hero like Yu Zong, you can see how Year 3 is able to stay in those fights for so long. These fights were so messy. It was so difficult to keep track of what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I was SRG, I might be laughing at this point.
Well,
Because we want the teams to be doing good, but at the same time, like, we're just casters, right? But if casters can see what's wrong, it wouldn't be crazy to think a coach can be like, okay, we can exploit this, and that, and then the coach be like, what were they doing?
Yeah, literally, right? You talk about the list of things that both these two teams, you know, after this game, definitely got a bit of a little bit of debriefing for both these two teams, right? Especially for the side of Vamos. There's a lot of moments like what we mentioned that they could have won earlier just now. Like, there's a lot of a moment of opportunity. Chibi was just outplaying his minds, Nako as well. But it's just all down to the timings when, you know, Amzik secures his items. And of course, you know, if Year 3 is just like creating so much space, Chico up putting damage from afar, Gary tanking everything, and, you know, Chastise Paulson coming in. Yeah, it's just, Vamos just ran out of steam.
Both these teams are getting away with too many blunders, man. This is unfortunately not playoffs level gameplay, I will have to say. There's moments where stuff looks good, where good calls are being made, but on a consistency standpoint, it is very much lacking. Vamos was okay early, kind of lost momentum later on, then regained it, then threw it away again. CG wanted to play for late game, tried to go for quick catches and bursts when they didn't itemize or pick for quick catches and bursts, and somehow still got the chance to scale up into late game.
I mean, SRG said it. Could be luck.
Could be.
Yeah.
I wish I had this kind of luck.
So, Vamos, I really feel like they gotta change things up just a little bit, in the sense of maybe they just need an easier execute draft, and maybe Kalaku needs to carry as well, because I feel like Chibi cannot solo carry against CG, especially considering that CG, I think they've done this quite a few times, right? Having 3 bulky heroes. And I think they can do this because Hive was first pick, because then you know that an X-Borg is not going to come in, right? So I think it's just something that they have to reconsider.
That is true, that is true. We've already known CG likes to play for late game scaling, so they are one of the few teams that still goes for triple frontline, double artillery scaling marksman. It's risky because the game state has accelerated nowadays in this patch, but if you have opponents that are making mistakes and letting the game run the distance, then that scaling just automatically carries you to victory because the other team cannot compare.
Yeah, and especially when this patch coming in right there, right? This is the reason why Travis is also still kind of preferred in the gold lane, right? Because of his harder scaling. When he scales, he's just an absolute monster. The Zaman Force is more than enough for him to basically output the damage. Unfortunately, there's still a Nathan right there that could just like DPS all the way to help. Like, heck, Vamos could just like need to dash around to be able to do something, and all Nathan has to do is just spam AA. Spam basic attacks.
I mean, Nathan just needed to not walk in front.
Yeah,
the fight
honestly.
started. He knows that there's a bunch of ultimates that are going to come, and they're going to use them.
Yeah.
Just wait a little bit.
Just stay where you are, right? Stay where you are. If you see the Lancelot, ult backwards.
You are literally playing a time traveler. Wait a few seconds, right? Is that so much to ask for?
I don't know. I don't know if I will bring this up in meeting, but I feel like Yetri should really be the MVP because he stabilized so much. He made a lot of plays, and he was the one that actually caught Nako, which made it much easier for CG to end
Yetri
game.
needs to ask for a raise after this because man is literally...
Hey, his boss is playing.
True.
His boss should be seeing what he's doing.
I hope so, because man is MVP of most of these early stages. The only reason they're even able to scale is because of this Yu Zong causing havoc. We can see in the highlights early on, Vamos were in control. Nako was getting a lot of farm, Chibi was popping off, they were punishing CG for doing this.
Yep. Let's ask the question. Chiku first picked the Kimi, and then even second pick, early pick the Kimi. Is it doable to ban out the Kimi? Because you can fight with a Eve, but maybe just hurt him in his hero pool, you know?
I don't think you can really hurt Chiku's hero pool. He will still go for heroes like Barca, Yves, Odette, Xavier. I think it's perfectly fine to let Kimmy through. You just need to make sure that you handle it. And I don't think Vamos had the tools to do so once it got into the later stages.
Yeah, you see the sequence right there. Year 3 was basically just zoning away Neko right there, allowing, you know, Chico to basically take somebody down from the side of Vamos. And I really totally agree with you. Like, EF3 really stabilized it, allowing Amzik to really shine towards the later part of the game. But there's also another thing that I'm literally looking at all of these sequences is that Chico, I feel like he's kind of forced into the Kimmy because that's something that Clawkun loves to play. Clawkun also played really well on this Kimmy.
I guess that's a fair observation, but at the same time, Clawkun can play other artillery mages as well. I think they tried to go too hard on the crowd control combo with Atlas, Zusin, and Alice.
If they had a Farsad,
right? If they had just a little bit more damage, 100% they would have won that game, but they didn't, and that's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you because maybe I just hesitate just a little bit on taking out the Yuzong because I feel like with how Gorgeous has been playing, it's just no matter what, like Yetri will do just a little bit more than him. I don't know, man. Vamos, in this state, it's kind of hard to go all the way to the grand finals, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also a reason why, LaFell. It's that some of the pro players from overseas were just looking at this team that's rising up in the ranks of MPL Malaysia, right? Doing a good showing even against a team that's very experienced in the form of Vamos, right? Chibi as well on that helm. It's really playing really well earlier just now, but it's just, I think it's all about timings.
I mean, we did talk about it, right, in SRG's game. You're good, but it's just not enough. But I kind of feel like for Chibi, he was good. Everyone else was not enough.
Unfortunately, that has been the story for Vamos the whole season. Right? Sometimes some of the other players are good, but Chibi in general is the only constant, right?
Yeah.
He's the only one that always performs no matter what. Yes, he does have some down days where he misses objectives, but that's usually the worst of it, right?
Yeah.
Compared to his teammates who, the worst of them is, well, what we saw.
Their worst of them, the worst is constant.
Yeah, sometimes the best of his teammates is the worst of Chibi.
Exactly. Like, oh no, I missed Retri. And then my team is like, oh no, I set a team fight for us to lose. Pretty different lows.
LaFell and Sadava, I can't believe this is the second time I'm saying it today. You guys are hard to please.
Oh no, we have been, what's the word? We've been forced.
We're not the worst. Let me tell you, we're not the worst. If Husky was here, bro.
Dude, we here in Malaysia
we had to stop him
in the fires of hell itself. We have been through so much with some of these teams, some of these players, that we just do not take it anymore.
Plus, the audience deserves honesty.
They do.
Yeah.
All right.
This is how we educate them, you know?
Yep.
Plus, we're raised by Asian parents. What do you think?
Ooh, dangerous grass. 100% win rate for Vamos up until now. Maybe
definitely need that one to bring us to a should I say that?
I don't know whether you should.
Sadava just looked at me right in my he's like,
you already know his heart to please, so you know.
True.
I haven't
sorry I failed.
You want to take this outside?
Take off your comm set right now.
Alright, Yuzong is banned, so that's one good thing. Maybe Vamos hopes that they can get a Hilda? Right?
That's true.
Maybe that's something, you know?
It's one of the heroes that Gorgeous has actually performed on this playoffs.
Ish. Yeah.
Dude, why is Gorgeous playing so off this playoffs? The pun was not intended.
It's cold.
Did he not bring a jacket?
Yes, he did, but not for his hands. He needed to bring gloves as well. Right? He needs gloves.
I see.
Very sure that.
Oh, but the problem is if the gloves, you might not.
Exactly.
Not
so
just gotta get the right gloves.
Huh?
Fingerless gloves.
Yeah.
But then your fingers will be cold. Like the tips will be cold.
If you wear fingerless gloves, do you still have fingers?
Huh.
Sorry, I'm lost by the. Sorry, I'm lost by
We're
the. stats.
contemplating the meaning of life right here.
Yeah, I can feel you guys are really drained, and I'm just like guest caster coming in is like, wow, MPL Malaysia, wow, big stage.
Actually, now I know why we are critical.
Yeah.
Because we've seen the highs. So then when we see the lows, we're like, bro, this is not you, right? When you see SRG, and you see other people, it's like, excuse me, what?
Okay.
And when we see Vamos had like an amazing game, and then something else happens, like, what? And we have CG had an amazing game, and then like, wait, what?
Personally, I think this is the best the English Desk has to offer. I think this is the best time to tune in as a viewer, you know?
Why?
No holds barred, pure entertainment.
Yeah.
You get to hear
every
all
other region. Every other region is so political, man.
Political?
Meaning like they have to be nice.
correct.
Oh, you mean like polite?
No, political.
Politically correct.
Isn't political something else?
I'm political indifference. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. No, political being like.
Isn't that like politics?
Yeah. Okay. Politics means relationship.
Okay, wait, no, I kind of see what you mean now.
Yeah. Now you get it?
Yeah, I get it now.
So yeah, every other region, they're political.
I'm sorry, I haven't tuned into the level frequency. Still learning the ropes just a little bit.
All right, what are we looking at right now? Kimmy first pick for CG, so they're keeping it standard. Then we got Grok Eve for Vamo. So Grok are gonna get let through, and they're trying to keep it a little bit more standard this time. No more Atlas on Zorn. This will give them good team fight control. That's a Kalea being picked up by CG, so balance on a playmaker.
And I like that even chat is like, Chibi needs to fix the retry, Gorgeous needs to be annoying. Even Dano's like, bro, just this Hilda. This has to be a Hilda, right?
I think so too. It is
There's
a
the
left slot.
Because I saved my nation from falling apart.
All right, but there's a risk of Hilda being banned now.
Yep.
But this is okay.
Or maybe you're like, it's Gorgeous. We don't need to ban that. Instead, ban Knuckles.
That's such a sad thing to say.
Because I feel like CG needs to ban the Ruby. The Ruby has to be banned.
Oh, that is true actually. But at the same time, CG,
Ruby, Hilda, perfect ban.
CG might want it themselves. It might be risky, but it would be a really good hero.
Right? Because I think Balance wouldn't want that, and I think I feel Balance wouldn't want that, and Gary wouldn't want that. Like, wouldn't want to fight against a Ruby.
Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, funny enough, the Sun only showed up in game 1 as well.
Because Harry was first pick, right?
True, yeah. Okay, so the Granger is gonna get banned out here. At this point, CG probably does need to consider getting rid of gold lane fighters. Yup, the Sun, probably the Ruby as well. Start focusing a bit on that side of the draft.
Spider Sense tingling for the side of CG. You guys were talking about Sun. Here you go. He takes that away.
Do they ban the Tan here? Like, I feel like they don't have to because Lancelot could mean double fighter. And Kimi as well could mean double fighter.
Maybe the Lapu ban?
Yeah, Lapu seems safe.
You either get rid of Lapu to remove the flexibility. I don't think it'll be Alice. I'm wondering what else there is. Yetri used to play Arlet, but it's not really a good comp for it. In fact, it might be better for Vamos. But I don't have a lot of faith in Gorgeous right now.
A bit of a target ban for the side of Vamos onto Amzik right there, right? The Ruby also taken away.
Hilda, please. If you don't take Hilda here, bro.
Either Hilda or I would be okay with Arlet too. The setup is very good. And Gorgeous used to play Arlet fairly well.
But Dangerous Grass is a map that Hilda really shines.
I'm looking at you guys. You guys are discussing. I hope you're discussing on the rotation of what the Hilda has to do.
That's not a Hilda. Why?
I maybe it's a deny, but in my head, you don't have to do that.
I don't think so as well. Yes, you could technically grab it in advance to prepare for a Lapu or Uranus lane. But Hilda has so much more impact. Teams are specifically banning Hilda only on Dangerous Grass because of how much impact.
Imagine if CG did themselves pick up the Hilda, because Vamos is thinking we pick up Esme first, can go into gold lane, and then we pick up Hilda. Like, that could be the idea as well.
It could be.
But I think that's too risky.
If you go Hilda, what would you go on the opposite side? Lapu is still open. Not too bad, actually. They go Uranus Lunox. Oh! Lunox got let through.
Yeah, I mean, maybe because they thought, oh, it's going to be a Kimmy, so why bother, right? But
Kimmy Gold.
It could happen, yeah.
The only team that played Kimmy Gold the entire season was GMXK. And specifically when MQT was playing. He played a very good Kimmy Gold, but no one else has tried this. So CG doing something a little different.
Yeah. And now with the Uranus there, I would say Vamos doesn't have that great of a time going up against Uranus. In their experience going up against Smooth in AERO, eventually did win with the Hilda. Vamos, this could be do or die.
The ultimate answer.
And they do get the Hilda. I have no idea how he got all the way through, other than the fact that CG's like,
yeah.
What's the worst it can do?
Hilda, it's like, literally we were teasing the Hilda for so many
Lunox Gold
times.
Oh!
Interesting. They're not letting Chiku play one of his signature picks?
Maybe Chiku was like, you know what, I had 2 games of Kimmy. I kind of have a momentum going on.
That's true.
Plus, he is the boss. So maybe he's like, I'm sick.
I will also say that Chiku has made multiple of his jungle proteges learn Lunox jungle. So I wonder if it's like a requirement, right? If you're going to learn under me, you need to know how to play Lunox.
In every lane.
So maybe they prepared Amzik for this. Hope so, because they are currently at match point. There is a chance for CG Esports to move forward to the next stage here. Will Vamos deny that? Will we see another full series? Let us find out back in the land of Dawn.
Mobile Legends.
So right now I'm looking at Vamos as well as CG here. I'm looking at lane and looks like Nako is already trying to move quite forward going up against Lunox, but I kind of feel like it's not a great lane for Nako, because as long as the minions are there, no matter what kind of poke you do onto the Lunox will survive. So I don't know, unless you're able to zone him away from the minions. Ooh, Gorgeous already quite a lot of damage here taken by Year 3.
And that's Year 3 not even hitting level 2 as of yet, but he's able to just push Gorgeous all the way back. But I mean, Gorgeous, the Hilda should be able to just heal all the way back up underneath these dangerous bush grass.
Yeah, as long as everything goes to plan, this should be a very nothing burger lane right here. Gorgeous should be trying to clear wave fast and then try to affect the map, since that is what Hilda is going to be excelling at when it comes to dangerous grass. They've already missed a chance to go for the initial invade, since Gary is now on the opposite side of the map, but I think we do need to keep an eye on this lane.
Let's see here. Vamos at this point, Chibi is using the Yisu Shin, so there is a hyper carry potential here coming in from him. I think at Turtle 2, that's going to be very crucial, because at that point, Gorgeous can start showing up by basically pushing Gary away, making sure that he's a non-factor for the team.
Oh, nice knock up from the side of Valence right here. Thorn Rose from Gary. Here comes the wall from the side of Zondo. Still, Valence will be able to get on away. Amzik down low, down in the bottom lane this time round. Netco takes down, but Amzik flickers forward. Still unable to pick up the kill.
That was close though, but now the flicker from Zorn, they're chasing Chiku! And Zorn picks up first blood.
Yeah, Zorn just doing Atlas things as per earlier just now, right? He's the one that actually picks up the KDA, and now Chibi has solid control around the turtle pit, and it's also going to be the red wall manipulation for the side of Clawkun. Year 3 unable to find anything. Gary already ultimate all the way close. Chibi still secures the turtle for themselves.
Well played. Well played by Chibi, actually. He saw Gary oh, hold on, Nako.
Yeah, and Amzik almost got the kill there. I think he does not have the Chaos Assault. If not, 100% could have killed Nako. Nako is being quite aggressive, and Amzik is just absorbing all of it. Okay, Gary still gets the buff. Okay, that's good.
Yep, but balance this time around. Oh, Purifier already used by the side of Clawkun. Found a shock over the side. Chibi already lands on Gary. Gary goes under the Thorn Rose. The iframes, allowing him to sidestep just a little bit more. Balance picks up the kill instead. Gorgeous right here in the midst, trying to desperately run into the bush, and he'll be trying to sidestep it just a little bit. So right now, taking a lot of punishment from Chiku. He goes down.
These junglers are cut from the same cloth, LaFell. It feels like every single game, we gotta die once in the first 3 minutes.
Dude, if that's the win condition, hey, sure, man. Win conditions, you gotta respect it. If you gotta die early, then die early. Nako getting targeted. That was a miss. Oh, but he almost died from it.
Somehow able to escape punishment there, just barely, luckily for Natco. It looks like we have some focus from CG Esports in the gold lane. That should give Chiku a nice bit of gold injection. So Vamos still the ones with a slight gold lead for now.
Yeah, very slight. I would say Nako got pretty lucky there. Oh, Balance goes in.
Balance goes in, knowing that Chibi doesn't really have to purify. He goes in. Zorn as well picks up Balance as well. Clocker just raining the fire from afar. Gary down low, just a little go, Jazz! Flickers! Unfortunate, but Chiku secures the kill.
Okay, I can't blame Gojas for that one. That was him just like actually attaching to Gary as he was dashing through the tower, and then he got stuck. But everything else was questionable. I like that Balance did try to reinitiate the fight, but I think he misjudged how far the rest of his team was. So he ended up dying first, and then his team had to try and chase to make up for it, and then they all got caught in RWM, and it's just a mess.
I'm glad there's no cast for him, man. I've been face bombing so many times. I might break my glasses. And I just got them.
Hey, congratulations for new glasses.
It's just glasses.
Hey, come on. New glasses always new me.
Well,
I mean, they need they need some help with vision.
Yeah, right now it feels like, you know, the members from the side of Vamos are kind of tunnel vision onto this turtle right there, but Gorgeous trying to land onto Gary. Gary, unfortunately, gets sniped down by Gorgeous this time round. Balance land down the knockup onto Vamos as well. Real one manipulation from the side Clocken, but Zorn and also Neko. Neko may push a little bit too far as Chibi focuses on the turtle. Nowhere for CG to pick out this turtle for themselves.
Okay, actually a solid fight there from Vamos. Really nice tectonic charge initiation into the big AOE from Clockun as well. And Natco didn't overstep too far. Knew when to back off to make sure that they could secure that turtle. Vamos now has a very clear early advantage. And if they can continue this pressure onwards, it'll look very good for them.
Yeah, it was very good that Gorgeous understands his assignment. Doesn't matter his own KDA. Make sure that he stops Gary.
Oh, Tsunami Slam, Gorgeous. But Gorgeous will slam onto Balance itself. Here comes the brilliance from the side of Amzik. Nothing can be found for the side of CG.
At least they didn't die there.
Yeah.
Because Valence was already caught in a bad situation. Able to use the Tsunami Slam to save himself. So I think at that point, CG, just be thankful nothing was really lost there.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed that Valence survived that on 1 HP. Well played on Amzik to make sure they could zone them out as well. But the tower does eventually go down. We can see right now that Vamos just straight up has more rotational pressure on the map because of the way their heroes work, and especially since Gojas is getting involved now, CG needs to take this a little slower.
Yeah. Shout out to Mirko. He's watching this, and I'm guessing his reaction is more or less the same as mine. Except he doesn't have his bosses watching, so he can do whatever he wants. So shout outs to him, you know?
Always a good time when it comes to Mirko. Always a good time when it comes to teams here in MPL Malaysia as well. We are approaching the 7-minute mark, and Vamos still holding on to a 1.5k gold lead. When we look in terms of late game scaling though, CG are the ones with the advantage. They have a Lunox and a Kimmy. Lancelot hits pretty hard as well. Whereas Vamos is quite wholly dependent on Chibi and a little bit of Clockun as well. So if they're not able to end the game early, just like before, things will get tricky.
Yep, Gary right now is getting zoned by quite a lot. So definitely a game where Chibi can really excel, because the other jungler is basically unable to respond, because Gojas and Zorn, they're doing quite a good job of zoning Gary away, but maybe with the Brute Force Breastplate alongside with the War Axe, eventually Gary's able to sustain enough to get a kill onto either Clockun or Chibi.
Chico charging up the traction pulse will be able to find onto Clockun right here. Gorgeous chasing away the members from the side of CG. No follow-ups coming from them. So it's just Gorgeous just zoning the rest of the members from the side of CG.
Yeah, good pressure from Gorgeous there. He saw Clockun at risk, instantly ran between them, made Balance choose. He could have definitely Tsunami slammed the E, but he knew that it would have cost too much at that point. of Gojes's positioning saved his mid laner.
And oh, hold on a second, that's going to be Esmeralda landing the ultimate onto Amzik right here. Gojes down low! That's a tectonic charge from the side of Vamos from Zorn. And real world manipulation from Clarkun right here. Metals on the side of CG getting stuck. Amzik has no choice but to use the Chaos Assault right outside, but he's getting slowed by Clarkun. Year 3 right here, Consecration will be able to run out of that.
Yeah, and all of that right now, Gary is starting up the Lord. Zorn, Clarkun, Nako, I think they can stop this. They have the abilities to poke out Gary.
Yeah, the Lord down low just a little bit. Gary, oh, unfortunate wrongs on the map, but still managed to land the Retribution, taking the Lord for themselves, and he's out.
They get out of that, they get the Lord. They didn't have to deal with a 50-50 retreat. Nice flicker from Chiku. Gets away from Nako as well. Alright, that is the sequence of events that CG has been looking for to turn around. And it all started with Balance somehow finding a flicker catch onto Chibi when he was at 10% HP.
I thought he was gonna die before he gets the catch off, honestly, but yeah, Chibi died and a lot of damage was on Clarkun, and Clarkun was not able to deal consistent damage. If Clarkun was able to kill Gary there was a 50-50 chance Vamos could turn things around by grabbing the Lord. And now CG, with match point, they could end it soon.
Chibi Sherman step forward, tried to tag on the Balance, and now it's just going to be Gojes. Real world manipulation from the side. Clarkun picks up Balance as well. For now, Vamos needs to take anything they can get from CG.
And Gary's taking a bot turret there, so a lot of gold will swing over to CG, which both Chiku and Amzik is going to like very much. And Yetri, maybe just one more defense item will make it so that Vamos can't kill him, and that's the Holy Crystal.
This is now looking a little rough for Vamos. We talked about how they needed to be ahead, needed to be able to end the game early, else the scaling would catch up with them like before. And now CG has been able to accelerate that thanks to a genuinely good play earlier. I don't think Balance needed to die again, but it's still fine because Gary was getting the split push in, getting that gold injection, the structural damage. The map is a little harder for Vamos to play with now.
Honestly, this game, this entire series, or any game with Vamos in it, I'm flabbergasted, but you know what, Staffa? You know what we say in this situation?
Yeah?
The games are memorable.
They are.
They are memorable.
We had a very memorable day one, so they just want to do it again.
Can I say I'd rather forget? So right now, it looks like Zorn does complete the Radiant Armor. Should be able to sustain just a little bit more. Looking at the items for Chiku does make it so that he can sustain for quite a while. But this is interesting. Gary is not going defensive here. He is not going for the Brute Force breastplate.
Right. Random execution. Balance get knocked down by Zorn just a little bit. But still, Vamos unable to find any form of lockdown from the side of CG because Gary is so slippery.
Yeah, CG is definitely starting to find their flow a little bit. Their movements are more decisive. Their reactions are quicker as well. And that is starting to catch Vamos off guard a little bit. They may have gotten too comfortable with their Game 1 victory and are expecting things to go the same way.
You know what will happen, Staffa? That B in game number 1?
Yes?
Oh, that's going to get memed on so hard.
Oh, yes, it is.
There's a lot of CG fans waiting for that. So, if I was Vamos, skip TikTok and Facebook for a night.
Maybe so.
Maybe they'll sleep better tonight.
We did kind of caster curse this as well, right? We were trying to call out Amzik a little bit. He hasn't popped off yet, but so far he's been solid on this Lunon.
Well, now that you say that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Chiku this time around get caught by the Mountain Shocker from the side. Chiku right now getting caught. Oh, Gojes! Outplayed by the side of Chiku as well. Zorn trying to peel for the side. Clarkun, Gary by Chibi, assassinating the enemy jungler right now. The Thorn Rose will also be able to do something. Year 3 picking up that one, and now it's just a pure red carpet for CG as they pick up the Lord for themselves and even potentially more from Vamos.
The team bearing the name of the Malaysian legend now truly finding their flow state. The damage from Gary is at a ridiculous level. Even though he didn't have any kills before this, he's been given free reign of the map. The farm is catching up, and Vamos have not been able to maximize their early game advantage with this Hilda pickup. That means they're falling off.
Dude, look at Yetri. Yetri is sandbagging even when he doesn't have to. He's staying inside a turret when there's no minions to get his stats up. And can you blame him? Look at that. He's taking no damage. No damage from Vamos.
We don't really do an MVP of the match anymore, but for this one, it would definitely be Yetri. This man has been a rock for CG. Now can they carry it all the way in? Lord colliding up top.
Now Chiku with the Divine Glaive as well. Go just died against Chiku before. He's going to die faster now.
Yeah, 3 stepping forward right here. Here comes Tsunami Slam for the side of Balance. Balance tagging on to Neko as well. Zorn, the members for the side of CG, just out for the damage. And all of a sudden, Vamos, they fall one after another. They've been melted down by the damage coming out from Amzik and also Chiku. He picks up a double kill. Clocker picking up as well. A bit of a revenge, but it's still CG knocking down Vamos' door.
The 3v2 defense. Clock and TV gonna try and hold as much as they can.
Game 3 focusing on the call right now. The members from the side of Vamos is desperately trying to wave clear as Chiku, but it could be a little bit too much as CG. They go to your upper bracket finals.
They defy the odds. Looks like game 1 was a warm-up after all, and all it took was a healthy dose of caster curse to push them all the way to the end. CG Esports proves that they are deserving of that second seed title. They will move on to the upper bracket finals to face SRG.OG.
Jace, you say we're being too hard.
Yeah.
But look at us. We did that to CG and now they end up being victors.
I mean,
this is why Asian parents exist.
That's basically all the Asian, the storyline, the backstory of all the successful Asian people, right?
Exactly. We need them to feel bad for them to be good. And I gotta say, stellar performance coming in from CG. So now we're gonna throw it over to Rose on stage to talk with CG with their victory.
Pasukan kedua yang akan mara ke upper bracket finals esok. Maib Serdang, give it up for CG. Alright, Rose nak borak dengan Chiku dulu kot. Hello Chiku, how are you?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Alright, Chiku. Esok first game. Tetapi sebelum tu, hari ini, actually semalam Rose interview Gorgeous dan Gorgeous cakap, CG, jangan main bowling hari ini. Ada kata-kata tak untuk Gorgeous?
Sebenarnya betul lah tu apa Gorgeous kata. Sebab kita orang punya bonding lebih ke arah 3 minggu ni kita orang pergi bowling saja.
Ya, Rose nampak.
So kita orang menganggap setiap game ni ibarat macam kita orang punya frame lah. So bila first frame tu diorang menang, kita orang anggap second frame tu kita orang punya.
Dia punya mentality of bouncing back dengan coming back tu masih lagi ada lah. Kalau kalah game pertama tak apa, ada game kedua, 3, 4 tu dapat sapu pula tu.
Kita fikir frame. Sebab bowling kan.
Fikir frame, betul macam bowling. So, Chiku, Rose nak tanya, adakah kemenangan ini disangkakan, especially 3-1 ataupun you expected lagi sengit 3-2?
Sebenarnya kita orang target 3-0. Cuma first game tu kita orang nak tengok lah diorang berani bawa cheese track kata. And then memang diorang berani bawa. So sebab tu the next game kita orang start the band.
Faham. Speaking about the cheese track, since coach tak ada di atas pentas tapi Chiku ada. Selepas game pertama di mana Vamos keluarkan Sun Gold mereka, kenapa you guys decided to ban it in the second and third game? I know it's because it's really good. Tetapi, adakah kalau dorang dapat pick this hero in the future, bila korang ketemu lagi, you guys dah ada cara ke untuk counter?
Tak tahu macam nak cakap. Sebab kalau jumpa lagi, boleh jadi lain. So, kita orang tak nak cakap apa-apa.
Tapi you rasa Sun Gold ni is a very good hero?
Ya.
Untuk Gold lane?
Dia kuat pressure.
Adakah Amzik akan main Gold Sun soon?
Amzik ada hero lagi best daripada sana.
Wow! Mungkin esok adalah hari di mana kita boleh nampak hero yang lagi menarik. Tetapi 4 game untuk upper bracket semifinal, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Maib Serdang, siapakah MVP anda? Alright, kita sama-sama tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Yetri! Hai Yetri!
Hello.
Alright, soalan anda adalah SRG tak sabar nak jumpa korang esok. Di interview tadi, dorang semua cakap, nak CG untuk upper bracket final esok, nak CG. And it's because you guys said they were lucky masa jumpa di regular season. So, apa sebenarnya preparation CG untuk ketemu SRG yang sangat-sangat geram dengan CG?
Tidur, untuk main bowling.
Main bowling?
Lepas menang lawan SRG.
Lepas menang lawan SRG. Okey, tu kalau menang first match. Tetapi kalau kalah esok ada lagi satu match. Betul? So potentially playing 12 games in one day. Tak pernah jadi di MPL Malaysia. Apa preparation CG pula?
Preparation? Orang kan kita orang macam biasa, kita orang akan sama macam regular season, kita orang akan bagi yang terbaik, and of course saya nak prove something yang saya cakap sebelum ni, and benda tu tak pernah salah.
Which is?
Easy.
Easy. Oh, esok akan jadi sangat-sangat interesting. Thank you very much, Year 3. And of course, Gary.
Apa?
Gary, di game pertama kan, Retri macam agak kurang lah. Tetapi dia dapat bounce back. Game kedua dia punya Fanny memang on top. Apa sebenarnya jadi di dalam bilik untuk mentality you dengan momentum you tiba-tiba on fire?
First kali kena hypnotis dengan Cik. Dia macam, chill, ingat ni bowling. So saya dah bawa mindset bowling, boleh kejar points, macam tu lah.
Memang macam tu je, mindset santai, boleh lagi, ada lagi peluang.
Betul.
Which improves your discipline as well.
Tapi sabar je, game tadi pun ada maret.
Tak apa, esok boleh lagi kan? Alright, mungkin Valence, is there anything that you want to say, especially invite your fans tomorrow? First match kot esok.
Untuk fans-fans CG, tak kira lah fans mana. Kalau korang larat untuk bangunlah. Thank you.
Very amazing. Terima kasih and congratulations kepada CG. Rose won't hold you back any longer sebab esok dorang ada match yang sangat-sangat awal. Itu sahaja daripada Rose untuk malam ini, tetapi kita ada lagi post-match analysis, and with that let us throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much to Rose, and congratulations to CG Esports. We definitely wanted to give a bit of a shout out here to Year 3, who has been the most stable member of CG in the playoffs so far. While he wasn't as flashy on the Uranus this time around, him being an unremovable object in front of Vamos definitely bought his team a lot of time.
And this is the series where you can clearly say, don't count your eggs before they hatch, right? Don't celebrate too soon.
Oh, ouch. I feel that.
Because Vamos, I mean, yeah, game one, they got something good going on, but whew, karma hits back.
Yeah,
they should have saved it for the last game, right?
Uh-huh. But it could also be a potential, morale booster, right? Them doing it. But unfortunately got backfired in the face because, Year 3 were just setting it up, buying so much time for the rest of his team, for Gary to scale, for everybody to scale, and Vamos wasn't even able to hold them a candle against CG in this particular game, because from the start to the end, it's just sheer domination when it comes to Year 3. Just there's nobody from the side of Vamos could deal with this Uranus at all.
It feels like a bit of a waste for Vamos, because this draft could have allowed them to play a lot more aggressive early, and they got a really good initial fight. But then after that, didn't have a lot of pressure at all, and partly was because of Year 3 being such a nuisance on the map. We questioned this Esmeralda pick later in the draft, and I still question it now, especially since Vamos would have known they let the Lunox through for the first time, and this hero is weak to it.
A lot of questions, Stafa. Like SRG, okay? It's not going to be 17.
That's true.
minus at least 2 games. So 15. Oh, that's still alive, man. My lord.
Yes, indeed. But CG Esports has found a little bit of footing for now. Let's see whether or not that will give them what is necessary to, at the very least, provide a challenge to SRG.OG. Because the Red Giants already mentioned earlier that they would like to meet CG, and that's exactly what is going to happen. But Vamos, it was a little bit disappointing here. This team seemed pretty solid, a little bit shaky in day one, but you would think that they'd have learned something from it, and it didn't feel that way.
Something that we can say, right? CG was one of the teams that almost got a series off of SRG. So a little bit of context when CG said lucky is because CG was like dominant game 1. Game 2 is more 50-50. And then around the Lord area, CG already killed 3 members of SRG, and CG had like 3 or 4 members left. So they should have gotten the Lord, but then Cram using the Lapu, threw his swords, stole the Lord.
Oh, yeah, that's the one you guys were talking about last match.
And then Lapu jumping in, gets the triple kill. And then after that, SRG won. If CG got that Lord, and maybe just don't fight the Lapu, or able to kill him before he kills them, CG could have been the only team to win against SRG. And that's why they said, lucky man, he just got the Lord.
And even say that, and also potentially breaking the perfect run coming out from SRG.OG, right? So really, really all eyes on CG right now, right? Yes, it's a very shaky showing in game number 1, but it feels like, you know, after the rest of the members just woke up their idea, and then after that start, you know, working together as a team, somehow even Vamos just doesn't feel like a threat going into the last 2 games.
I mean, I don't know, it was 7:30 when they woke up. Tomorrow the match is at 9. I don't know if they can wake up on time.
Yeah, we were talking about me not having enough sleep. Hopefully they will have enough sleep because they're gonna need to be there as well. But it's at least a promising start here for day 2 in MPL MY playoffs, and we can hope to see even better performances from these teams moving forward, because Vamos also will have that second life. Will they be able to move on, or will MV be the ones to take them down? Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it's going to be Vamos and also Monster Vicious taking the scenic route down the lower brackets. And of course, you know, it's just a bit more drama, you know, I would say, down the lower brackets between these 2 teams.
That's true. Trauma is a... Wait, did you say trauma or drama?
Drama.
Drama, okay, both. Why not, right? Well, we're going to throw it over to Poji in a moment because he's got some questions to ask over there. So Poji, once again, take it away and we'll catch up with you guys later.
Strike! Itulah namanya kalau kata kau dapat menjatuhkan semua pin dalam bowling. Happy dua. Anda kembali bersama saya, Poji dan juga Zon Gorgeous. Apa khabar korang?
Kabar kalah.
Kabar kalah ya?
Yes,
soalan yang pertama, korang kalah hari ni sebab korang tak main bowling ke macam CG?
Mungkin, tapi rasanya tak juga. Kita orang kalah sebab diorang dah stop main bowling lah, sebab dah tak lalu kan live bowling dekat diorang. So mungkin diorang ambil nasihat saya lah. Mungkin they need to thanks to me lah.
Ataupun mungkin korang kalah sebenarnya korang sengaja tak nak jumpa SRG awal.
Betul juga. Dia macam ni, kalau jumpa SRG, kita orang kena bangun 9 pagi. Bukan bangun 9 pagi. Pukul 7 pagi tu dah kena sampai. 6:30 nak kena gerak. So kita orang kan gamer mana bangun time macam tu. So esok CG jumpa SRG, diorang turun. Esok kita bangun lambat sikit, warm up sikit. Jumpalah CG malam tu.
Wow, okey. Tapi dekat game 1, game 1 recall Wii awal sangat recall Wii.
Dia suruh.
Lepas tu ciduk, rata, padam.
Tak ada.
Apa yang berlaku sebenarnya?
Tak recall V, kita orang tak kisah menang kalah. Kita orang rasa kita orang nak recall V lawan siapa-siapa, kita recall je sebab kita orang rasa macam alah, recall je kan. Ada je tim yang tak recall pun kalah juga.
Tak recall kalah. Baik recall. Yeah.
Maksudnya recall lagi penting dari menang.
Jangan macam tu. Dia dua-dua penting lah, cuma kita orang unik.
Okey, ataupun sebenarnya korang untuk game hari ni overconfident. Sebab korang menang dengan diorang dekat regular season, dekat playoff underestimate diorang.
Macam mana Jess?
Tak, sebab kita orang tak nak mau bagi. Dia point dia tak nak mau bagi.
Kekal dengan jawapan tu?
Kekal dan stick dah takkan berubah.
Okey. Tapi okey, nak tanya juga. Atlas, pemilihan Atlas. Zon, boleh kongsi tak? Apa logiknya pilih Atlas? Sebab banyak netizen yang komplain, patch zaman bila? Zon ni download ML 2018 ke?
Korang tak baca patch. Sebab Muntun dah buffkan Atlas. So, saya nak tunjuklah dekat Muntun yang Muntun buff hero yang betul ni untuk saya tunjukkan dekat MPL.
Lepas tu kalah.
Tapi kalah lah macam ZQ semalam pakai Atlas pun kalah. Cuma tadi kita orang hampir menang. Tapi maybe memang Atlas lah orangnya.
Tapi korang kena faham satu benda. Ini adalah satu fakta yang kita kena akui. Korang menang rotation, korang menang farm, korang menang goal lead di sepanjang semua game. Tapi end up bila berlaku team fight, benda yang tak sepatutnya berlaku. Kesilapan demi kesilapan. Actually apa masalah kat dalam komp? Korang tak sync ke? Apa ke? Sebab macam sekarang korang gelak, korang macam whatever, kita kalah macam tu. Macam tak ada perasaan macam macam tu. Apa yang berlaku sebenarnya?
Apa yang berlaku Jujurnya kita orang mungkin terkena sikit boleh cakap terkena dengan kita orang punya gameplay sendiri sebab kita orang boleh cakap memang ready untuk playoff ni, which is kita orang dah tahu nak buat apa, cuma maybe kita orang punya timing lawan CG ni betul-betul off waktu kita orang nak ambil team fight lawan dorang. So boleh cakap sebab CG pun power sebab dorang dah boleh baca timing kita orang tu. So bila timing kita orang tu off, dorang pula on, let's go, jumpa besok nanti.
Faham. Tapi untuk game ketiga tak silap saya, ada Atlas dan juga Zusin. Which is ada satu hero yang boleh kontrol betul-betul dekat mid lane. Korang ada Zusin, korang ada Atlas. Tapi korang kalah wave juga. Tak boleh nak handle dorang punya baksia tu. Actually, kat mana silapnya? Geram. Sebagai seorang peminat, penonton, penyokong. Kat mana masalah Vamos ni?
Kat mana Jess?
Mungkin kalau nak senang kata, masalahnya adalah rezeki tak berpihak kepada kita pada malam ini.
Rezeki tak memihak. Saya memetik kata-kata daripada seorang TikToker lama. Dia pernah cakap, sampai bila nak cakap rezeki. It's not about rezeki anymore. It's about the game. Korang road to M7 kali ni, takkan cakap, tak ada rezeki kalah. Try again next time. Sampai bila?
Jawapan rezeki tu hanya dijawab untuk interview sahaja. Kita orang tahu kita orang ada buat banyak mistake. So kalau interview kita orang jawab je, tak ada rezeki. Tapi dekat belakang kita orang soft juga, bukannya tak ada rezeki lah hari ni, kita orang duduk, kita orang tidur, esok main lagi. Hari ni ada rezeki lah kita menang. Tak macam tu.
Betul.
Maksudnya bukan jawab yang penting jawab.
Yang penting
betul.
ada jawapan.
Yang penting jawab.
Yang penting ada jawapan.
Yang penting ada jawapan.
Okey. Tapi saya tertarik dengan game Nathan tadi.
Nathan.
Amzik tu, sebab kita kena faham Amzik anak murid Ciku. Mindset dia push turret. Split push.
Ya.
Jadi macam benda tu korang tak jangka ke macam mana? Sebab what happened was dia push. Kekayaan dah dapat, goal lead dia dan dia gila-gila damage dia. So,
hebat.
Korang tak ready ke dengan benda macam tu?
Sejujurnya kita orang tak ready untuk lawan split push dia, tapi power ke dia boleh buat macam tu?
Power lah. Anak murid cikut. Jangan main.
So lepas ni kita kena hati-hati aja.
Lepas tu kita kena bangga lah. Kita dah ada goal laner lokal yang kuat.
Orang kata pelapis.
Kita tak payah hargai Nesra. Apa ni kita ambil lokal.
Local
So Amzik is very good. Nak murid ciku lah.
Let's go Amzik. Do your best tomorrow.
Road to M7. Let's go.
Saya dah sampai hilang modal nak tanya apa. Tapi saya suka jawapan korang. Maksudnya apa yang korang tunjukkan dekat sini, tak kisah menang, tak kisah kalah, mindset kena ready untuk esok, betul?
Betul.
Saya pun tak nak hold korang lama sangat. Saya nak korang relax, berehat. Satu benda yang korang mungkin Syam, Zon nak cakap kepada peminat yang datang menyokong hari ni untuk panggil diorang datang.
Okey, kepada peminat semua Vamos ataupun CG juga, terima kasih banyak kepada korang yang sokong kita orang. Tapi kita orang nak minta maaf sebab kita orang tak dapat pergi ke bracket semi-final menentang SRG. Tapi korang kena datang lagi besok sebab besok adalah game yang full house dan korang akan tengok kita orang final.
Esok kita akan jejak ke final.
Esok kita akan repeat lah.
Kita dah okey.
Lu tunggu kita datang
Lu tunggu kita mari lah.
Dah tahu CG kalah.
Memang dia akan kalah. Kan dia menang.
Sebab diorang mau pagi.
Dia bangun pagi
ngantuk main, kalah, lepas tu diorang tidur. Sementara tunggu lawan kita orang tu, dia tidur, bangun lawan kita orang lagi, ngantuk lagi.
Okey, cukup. Nanti lama-lama jadi macam podcast. Terima kasih banyak kepada anda yang datang. Jangan lupa untuk datang ke Serdang Hall C untuk esok. Kita ada watch party istimewa, ada Moon dan juga tetamu jemputan yang istimewa. Kita bagi hint sikit. Angah tak senang mengalah. Angah luar biasa. Dia datang, dia muncul, dia gegarkan Serdang Maibs. Kalau kata korang nak, korang datang, korang jumpa. Mungkin korang boleh tengok diorang bantai-bantai untuk esok hari. Dan sekarang, saya nak throw korang untuk tengok bracket apa yang dah berlaku hari ini dan apa yang akan kita sajikan untuk anda esok. Itu saja, jumpa anda nanti.
You leave it to Vamos. Their games are memorable. Their interviews are memorable.
I am entertained.
Yeah.
I want some of that back in my region.
No, because here's the thing. Malaysia, say whatever you want about skills and whatever. We're entertaining. Win or lose.
Have fun. Yeah.
MPL MY is memorable.
It is. I'm remembering this And I love what both these two players were saying about, you know, they don't need to wake up early tomorrow.
I agree with them. And that's actually a solid strategy.
And imagine that they're also doing fan service, right? Yeah. Their fans don't need to wake up early tomorrow too.
Bro, it's true.
That's 5-head, man.
I wish I didn't have to wake up early tomorrow, but well, we are going to have quite the bevy of matches here because at the end of the day, the two top seeds have continued their journey in the upper bracket. They'll be facing off in the upper bracket finals in the very first match of day 3 of the playoffs here for the first direct slot to the grand finals and M7. Monster Vicious and Vamos will have to face off in the lower bracket semis where the loser goes home. And even after then, they will not be safe because they will have one more match to play to determine if they can have a chance of stepping into the top 2 themselves.
No matter what, tomorrow about 3 teams will have the potential of playing 2 games, right? Only one of them just like, okay, I'm just playing one and that's it. It's between CG or SRG.OG, but then either CG SRG or MV and Vamos, 3 possible teams having to play multiple games, which honestly is quite brutal. And that's why we cast like this. The schedule is brutal. We gotta be brutal. We're, you know,
tough love, right?
Hey,
you gotta have to find an outlet.
This is where we breed SRG, okay?
Lafel, may I suggest you some meditation?
Hey,
yoga.
Hey,
that could potentially help.
Hey, I do yoga, I just do it angrily, okay? I might have learned the wrong yoga, but hey.
That's a very different type of yoga. Maybe we should all try it sometime. Maybe these teams need an outlet for it as well.
Oh my god!
Right?
What was that?
It doubles as practice for our in-game reactions. Yeah. But yes, we've got 3 matches happening tomorrow, so it's gonna be a packed schedule starting off at 9 a.m. in the morning. It's never been done before for a good reason. SRG versus CG Esports for the first slot to the grand finals. After that, we've got a match at 1 p.m. Best of 5 between MV and Vamos. Loser goes home. Winner moves on to the final match of the day. A best of 7 at 6 p.m. The first time that our lower bracket finals have been BO7. So hopefully all of these players will have saved up enough energy for what's coming ahead.
Dude, best of 7 starting at 6, so could end around 10 or 11. Depends on which team is going, but seeing CG, MV, and Vamos, it could actually go all 7 games, right?
Anything is possible. What do you think, Jays?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm the guy that could. What if? All right, what if?
Okay, what if?
I feel like the fans are gonna. I am not gonna tell them where I live.
Okay.
What if?
Okay.
SRG goes down to the. No, I don't think that would.
No, if SRG goes there, better. Because I feel like they can end it quick.
Yeah.
So if they lose against CG, actually good for the best of 7. It's like, hey, 4-0, let's go.
I think we've lost all our inhibitions here. You know? Like we just got nothing left in the tank.
I'm starting to feel that already.
It's not
like
impossible.
You guys are like what do I call? Just rewriting some code in my head.
We're gonna do this again tomorrow and Sunday. Me and Staff are here for all 4 days straight.
We're opening this man's eyes right now. He's realizing, hey, wait, we can actually be mean on the
My
caster
eyes are
desk.
open.
But to answer your
We're not
question,
being mean, right? We're being honest.
We're being real.
Right? It's just that honesty sometimes hurts people.
It does.
I never like sometimes they say like, hey, I hate your face. It's honesty.
Maybe not that.
Oh, maybe not that?
Yeah,
Okay,
maybe
my
not
bad.
that much.
My bad, my bad.
We need to cast for 2 more hours for that.
For 2 hours. Hey, I hate your face.
Oh, okay, we got a survey. This is a very bad time to ask the viewers what they think.
What do you guys think? Scan the QR code.
They hate my face.
Be honest. I guess that's the message.
Let us know what needs to be changed, what needs to be fixed. But yeah, we're gonna end the day here before we go any further insane. Thank you very much everyone for joining us. Check us out tomorrow as well. We've got so many matches coming. See you there.
Amin dulu kan?
Kau tolong. Okay, Cuba sikit pakai kat aku tau. Ni. Gua tengok kejar mati aku tau. Kejar mati.
Baik cikgu.
Bye super. GG.
Dah aku push mate guys.
Push back kan?
Aku push mate.
Bye. SP.
Aku yang dulu guys. Mid dulu guys.
Apa LS? Ni atas
Yasmin Puri guys. Yasmin Puri guys.
Try Amzik. Atas try kau. Aku tak ada ulti.
Kena.
Aku dah kau cik, aku Aku jaga kau cik, aku jaga kau. Selut. No. Tidur. YB guys, YB.
Nice one.
Nice. Let's go. Bye. What happened to Mobile Legends?
Second frame kita menang guys, second frame kita menang.
Nice one.
What is second frame? Lawan dia, aku dia kau. Aku dia kau.
Atas.
Tahu aku dia kau.
Go.
Careful
guys, careful.
Tapi kau.
Winter. Go. Miss.
No. Oh, second frame kita menang. Tunggu. Jangan paksa. Tunggu. Kita ada lock guys. Lo.
Grabe naman.
Ini hari ke depan. Hari ke depan guys.
Nakko. Tonton.
Grabe.
Sabar. Nice one. Let's go. Nice.
Second frame. Grabe. Ida. No dash.
Yusun.
Aku hidang Amzi.
Yusun no dash. Nice one. Go. No dash. Nice one.
Aku tak lock. Jangan. Lo. Saya aku kan.
Nice one. Tahu.
Tahu.
Nice one.
Santai guys. Nice try.
Nice try.
Habis dah.